Hi everyone, welcome to this year's SKN Election 2022 Results Coverage Panel Discussion. I'm Leah Craig Chatterton, I'm your host this evening, and I'm here in the Youth Lounge with Sniper. Before we get into our first set of panelists, let me let you know where you can find us, hear us, view us. We are live on ZIZ TV, ZIZ Radio, ZIZonline.com, ZIZ mobile app, ZIZ YouTube, and ZIZ Facebook Live. That's not it. We still have more options for you. You can find us on InTV, SKNIS, and Sniper. All of their social media pages will be carrying this footage live for you tonight as we count down to our results. Now, with me here in studio, we have some snipers or sniperians. I will now pass over to them and have them introduce themselves to you before we get into some meaty discussion. We'll start with the lady, of course, Malaika.
Hi, I am Malaika Howell, one of the newly inducted members into Sniper, which has afforded me the opportunity to be here tonight.
Hello, my name is Hassani McDonald. I am a general member of the St. Kitts National Youth Parliament Association. I've been with the association for about 3 years, joining in 2019, and I've been having a fruitful and productive session with the Sniperians, and so I'm happy to be here.
Hi, my name is Jelani Bell, and I am general member of the Sniper Association. I have been a member of the association since 2020, and like Asani said, it has been a fruitful and very much workful experience. So I am very much happy to be here and look forward to our discussion.
All right, great. Thank you very much. It's always a great thing to be amongst the youth. I am no longer youth, but it's wonderful to be here with them and relive my glory days. We must apologize for the late start this evening. We know we said 7:30. We had a few technical glitches, but we're here now and we're ready to start. So let me answer your first question, your burning question. No, we do not have any results in as yet. But we're here to keep you company and we have lots to discuss. So let's start off with our first question. Oh, before we go into our panel discussion, we have a poll for you. It will be up on all of our live platforms. We want you to respond. We want to hear from you. Do you feel your vote was heard today? The poll again, do you feel your vote was heard today? Log on to all of our platforms. I said them earlier. I'll repeat them later. Please do the poll. We want to hear from you. We're now going to discuss the evolution of political culture in St. Kitts and Nevis. Who best to ask than the youth, right? They're young, their minds are fresh, soft. We'll start with you, sir. How old are you? Can I ask a guy his age? Yeah. Right.
I am 27.
Oh, okay. See what you're doing there. Okay, so 27, and you started paying attention to political culture at what age?
I actually started paying attention to political culture at the age of 16.
Okay, so we have a decade. Over the past decade, that gives us including this one, 3 election cycles. Have you noticed any shift in our political culture?
Well, technically, yes. We have basically focused more on the youth, targeting the youth body. I realize most of the parties would have published their manifestos more digitally rather than the paper hold that we would have accustomed to be seeing from my younger days. And it is actually an encouragement for young people because we don't deal with papers as much as people think we love papers. We prefer to have it on our screens. And it actually encourages us to actually go through the manifestos so we have more time with the screen in our hand.
Okay, so you're seeing a push into the 21st century from the politicians then?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so less paper, more technology, easier access, that's what we're saying?
Easier access.
Okay, so you get a better sense of what they're offering you.
From the go, yes.
Great. Malaika, what's your take?
Okay, apart from the now social presence of the political parties, because, well, outside of 2020 where we had a social media campaign because of COVID, 2015 2010, there was little to no social media presence by the political parties, which helped them to push the youth agenda because they know, it's at the touch of it, it's at your fingertips. So you'll be able to see a youth agenda when you feel like it, and you don't have to go look for the book.
What do we have
as they would
against
say
books?
No, but it's just not. I wouldn't say it's ancient,
Shots
but
fired.
but it's easier for the youth, easier on the youth, if I can put it over
Okay,
that
so
way.
you're saying then this trend, this move this move towards social media is a good thing.
Right, it is.
So you see it as a positive thing, and you think that that helps the party attract younger voters.
Yes, but I'm not saying forget the elders. I'm saying you have to be able to balance both.
Seems like you read my mind, because I was just about to ask you, and what do you do with us fossils?
Not fossils.
Okay, all right. Then what about the indoctrination of children into party politics? Certainly in my day, I recall as children, I mean, down as early as primary school, once politics season is on, we knew all the songs, we knew the
Right.
chants, we wore the colors, we'd be around saying, I'm Pam, I'm Labour. We only had those two then. How has that changed, or has it changed?
Well, for me, I would say that, I have a friend who personally believes that you should train up the young ones from they're young. And she truly believes in that statement. And so every time there is a political meeting and we see like kids on the line, she would always comment and say, train them up. You have to start
Right.
them from the young. And I mean, of course, children naturally gravitate to the beliefs of their parents because they believe parents are correct in most times. And so I would say, I don't view it as a bad thing. I think that exposure to what happens in the country, there's different seasons, there's carnival season, you carry them to what the troops, it's political season, you carry them to what the politicians. So I think that they can participate from a young age. Of course, as they grow and they develop, they begin to think on their own. They no longer subscribe to what mommy and daddy believes, and they form their own opinion. But at that age, the exposure, the interest that they can show and you can peak in them is definitely one that I would encourage.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. I know there are some people who feel that children should be children, and because they can't vote, they shouldn't be involved in politics at any grand level. What do you say to that?
I'm kind of half-half between you and Hassani, because I actually do believe that they should be exposed to it. They should understand what the workings of the government is, because they actually do it in school at some level. However, as in dragging them along to these rallies and stuff like that, sometimes children don't really need to be at a certain point in time. And as they get older, as Hassani mentioned, they do develop their own mindset and their own way of thinking, and they probably stray away from the traditional set that my parents was always PLP, or my parents was always Pam Saga, Big Pam. We now have a lot of floating voters, as we would call them. So it helps, but still, we want to give them the opportunity to make their own choice.
That's great. Actually, that segues nicely into my next question as it relates to party loyalty. Has our culture had a shift from that? Do you think back in the day, like we're talking about the indoctrination, you grew up Pam, you voted Pam, whether you liked Pam or not, the common saying was, if Pam puts up a dog, I can vote for them, right?
Right.
I don't think Pam is that, but
Is it-
we know where we're going,
we know what
right?
you're saying.
Yes,
Right.
exactly. And how, do we think that has changed then, or do we think persons are still just stuck to party lines no matter what?
I want to say it's a little bit of both, because with the introduction of a new political party running a full slate, then they would have had to encourage persons who were so loyal to that party. In order to get their supporters, they would have had to tell these parties, no, you should no longer be tied down to this Labour or PAM mentality, but you should come and experience something new. And if you realize that was another message that was being pushed by the new party, the PLP party, in this election. Don't be caught up on this Labour or PAM mentality. Let's try something new. And so I think that was a strategy that had to be employed, because if persons were so indoctrinated, so inculcated with the philosophies of their political parties, then of course that was swaying them. But you come on this scene, of course you got to show them, like, over here is attractive, we got
Right.
things going on over here. So I want to say it's a little bit about, because then you still see persons who are saying, I don't care who they bring, I am sticking with my party.
Right.
And, that was interesting to watch.
But from your perspective, from your contemporaries, what have you seen? Have you seen them sticking hard and fast to party? Or have you seen them saying, I want to think and make my own decision, regardless of who my grandmother voted for, regardless of who my father voted for?
Well, when it comes to the new generation of voters, they have opted to have they're going to vote on their preference. They're not really voting on what the grandparents voted for, because the grandparents may have their own reasoning as to why they voted for such and such a person. To add to what Hassani said, the party loyalty thing, it's gonna stick with some, but some are going to stray, especially with the introduction of a new party. They now have to convince other people that was die-hard Labour, die-hard PAM to come aboard with PLP. And I've seen people that was once recorded as die-hard Labour
Right.
or Labour dog or wherever, they switch over to PLP, and they have their reasons why they switch.
Right.
So a lot of that is going to happen as we go along.
Okay. What do we think about the culture of political victimization? How do we feel about being blacklisted simply because of who you vote for?
Okay.
Or actually who you're perceived to have voted for?
Definitely perceived. But I personally feel like it's time that we have to put it to an end, because it's getting honestly ridiculous. You are perceived, and people assume that, oh, she voted for this party and I am that party, so they can't come around me. Or they can't get this job because, that's the party that they support. And you might have the best qualifications to hold said job, but because they assume that you support a specific political party, that's off the table for you.
And to add to what you said just now, it's not just the supporting party thing. It's also when it comes back that another 5 years has passed and you don't have to go back to the polls, you're now looking at these same people that you deny because of political victimization.
Right, and asking them for
to
their
vote for
vote.
you
Right.
after you already victimized them. So it's like kind of double-sided. You need to be careful who you victimize, because they're the same people you have to come back to get re-elected to go back in.
I just really feel like in a free and democratic society, persons should have the option, the ability to exercise their options. And so if during one election cycle, I believe that this party was the party for this year, if during the next election cycle, I don't think that this party is the one I want for this year, then I should have free will to choose that. And I should not be politically victimized because of my change in preference.
Right.
I think that as individuals, we need to look at governments as pushing our country forward, and we need to not operate in a mindset that this is not the party I support, this is not the government I support, and so I would not perform. I think you should perform in spite of, and you should not allow the change to affect your ability to truly perform at optimum level. And so, yes, persons, and ever so often, persons feel like, oh, you're a traitor if it is that you don't stick with one person, one political party for 5 election cycles. If you change, your term, you're flip-flop. Nobody can trust you. So it's, in our little society, once you start to wear your branded colors, it's very rigid around here.
I'm glad to hear that we are all against political victimization, but how do you think what do you think is the step to getting rid of it, or at the very least, reducing it?
I think it actually starts with the candidates that will become ministers to actually take that step to know, understand that we're not just here to represent the people that we voted us in, but we're here to represent the entire country, and not those that just gave us a little X, but those that didn't give us the X as well. So it starts there, and then it stems down into the supporters to understand that, okay, the candidate is now saying, okay, he's upon Tom, because, Tom is going through a tough time, for them to, feed off of that.
So you're saying then that this push should come from the candidate as the leader?
Yes, once they have become ministers.
Okay, so scenario, and I'm just being devil's advocate here. Malaika is up for a position within the government department, let's just say foreign affairs as a senior foreign officer? Jelani? Hassani. Jelani.
That's me.
I'm almost 40. I'm allowed to mix up names, I think. Yeah, that comes with age. So, Hassani, you are also in the same department, and you're a contender for this position, senior foreign service officer. You support the current administration. Malaika does not, and she's extremely vocal about it. However, Malaika is more academically qualified and more actually qualified, because we all know academics isn't all, right?
Yeah,
so she knows what she's doing, and she knows what she's doing. You have not as much academic qualifications, but you are extremely loyal, and you know the right people to talk to. You now pressure your minister in charge of that ministry to give you the job over Malaika. What is he supposed to do? Knowing that, or she, knowing that Malaika is more qualified, knowing that Malaika is the better person for the job, how do they deal with that? And if you were a minister, how would you then deal with that?
So to be quite honest, right, I'm a little conflicted. But if it is that we are trying to move towards this step of ending this political victimization, as I mentioned earlier, looking at individuals as citizens of this country who oppose our motto of country above self, I think that we should look at performance. Who would get the job done better, more efficient, all of those things. Overall, optimum performance, that's as I was mentioning earlier. And not more so, well, I'm going to just reward this person because I know that they are one of us, and I know they went to push out first. They was posting this stuff on social media every time we was doing a campaign. I think we should overlook that. I think that's a little shallow for certain positions, as you said, a senior foreign minister position.
Foreign service officer.
Foreign service officer. Very serious position, and I think that if we just look at performance and who would get this job done, despite the political affiliation, educational background, experience, all of these things these are all factors that we need to consider when we are making the choice for that position. And so, in a step to end political victimization, I would definitely advocate for that.
So you'd advocate for him to choose Malaika over you?
Yeah, that is the correct thing to do.
So then, suppose you say, well, boss, I have 6 votes in my house,
But that's the thing.
What's going to happen?
But that's the thing. At the end of the day, I wouldn't want to embarrass myself. I might want it, and that's the thing. Sometimes person put themselves in a position that they know.
They're not
They
capable
don't
of
even put their hand
handling.
on their leg, as you were saying.
Right.
And it's just like, my point, I got point. So I don't want to put myself out there knowing that I can't get the job done.
And then you gotta rely on
And
the same
I
Malaika
have to
to help
embarrass
you.
myself
Right.
and the country. If you say it's a foreign consultant service, it's just like, yeah. I think Malaika.
But then persons looking on the outside and will look at the fact that you have been loyal to this party and the party decided not to give you this thing. It's gonna be a bit of a tricky situation for you to actually stand up and say, okay, you actually decided to step and give Malaika the position, seeing that Malaika is more qualified, so that the people understand it more.
He's not making this election,
Right.
obviously, but he's pressuring he's
The
pressuring
candidate.
the candidate, well, the minister at this point, because he feels, well, I'm loyal to you, I have 6 votes. If I don't get this position, me and my 6 votes, we're walking. What should the minister do in a case like that?
If you're going to reward persons, your supporters, reward them in the area of their expertise, at least. So,
Exactly.
if that's Malaika expertise area, put her there.
Yeah.
If I am someone different, you could see me as AG, Minister of Legal Affairs, because that's my strong area.
I was about to say,
Me there.
a real attorney. We didn't say
Yep.
that in our introduction, did
Yes,
we?
I recently finished my 2-year stint at the Northern Valley Law School.
Oh, congrats.
Thank you. So I'm waiting to be called to the bar.
October, here we come.
So that's what I'm saying. If it is that's your strong area, you put them there. But don't check up this unexperienced person. And I'm not saying that if you're unexperienced, you can't do a job. I'm just saying putting them in this position when you know for a fact that there are contenders, applicants to be exact, who are vying for this position, who hold the qualifications, has the experience, you know for a fact, can get the job done. I think that's just counterproductive.
So we need to stop putting square
In round
pegs
In round holes.
in round holes. Is that what we're saying? Is that what I'm hearing from the youth here?
Yes.
So you're in support of that.
Yep.
Definitely.
So this was going to be my next question. On the flip side, we have the political victimization. Now we go to political rewarding for the foot soldiers, your diehards. How do we go about that? I've seen, especially in the last cycle, persons have openly declared that the foot soldiers should be the first. They should be rewarded first, and they should be rewarded best. Because they're the one in the trenches. They're the ones who put themselves out there. They're the ones who stood to lose the most if their party wasn't successful because they've been branded, because they were out there. So how do we then make that pivot? So on the one hand, we're saying reward, forget the victimization, cut it out. If somebody is qualified, regardless of affiliation, you give them the position. How do we deal now when we have our soldiers, people who got us here?
Okay, personally, I feel as though those soldiers weren't told to go out into the field. They chose that. Nobody told them, you have to. And when you do so, you will get rewarded. They just assume that a reward is coming after for their work. Volunteer work does not always have rewards. And so I don't think that said soldiers are supposed to be going out expecting that I'm going to work for 2 days, so I'm supposed to get rewarded for a whole year.
That's something that I've always been intrigued about, because there are some who believe that new house, new furniture,
Right.
and we need to get away of the old ones. But I am torn between the idea of maintaining but introducing new persons, in a sense that you try to keep those, as I said, who are
You make it
performing,
sustainable.
effectively, and you introduce. Because one of the heavy points of a lot of the campaigns is creation of new jobs. So these new jobs that you're going to be creating, if you could use those foot soldiers and put them in these new spaces and try to keep and maintain. Because at the end of the day, we all have to live as one. Life goes on until the next election cycle, and it goes on until even after that. And so you just need to ensure that you look after.
So there's life
Greater
after
amount.
politics.
Yeah.
That's what we're saying. Okay, we could be here all night. This is a really intriguing topic, but we have so much more to cover. Let's just slip over into campaign styles for a bit. I know you mentioned earlier under our trends that you've seen the move from the more traditional paper walking to a digital campaign. Are those the only changes we've seen, you find, in terms of this current cycle? How has it been different? How has it been more appealing?
Well, there's also been the changeover from town hall meetings to more of a rally-style public meeting, which, again, was catering to the youth because, once you give them a little band and a little skunky dunk, they're going to be there.
Yeah.
I think that when you consider the People's Labour Party, as they open their vision centers, they use it as a meeting. They were just like, you open in a vision center, but you also use it to have a meeting and to
push
your ideas, push your agenda.
Right.
And so there was a creative way of launching candidates, opening your vision centers and having a public meeting throughout the campaign period. So it was almost like killing 3 birds with one stone. So that was a creative way for me. And then I also saw the emergence of the loudspeakers all through the town.
My
The
God.
town criers?
Yes.
No, that's not a new thing.
It's not new.
It wasn't so popular in the last election. It wasn't so popular in the last election.
Numbers.
It wasn't so popular in the last, especially the long duration of time that they're on the road. It wasn't that popular in the last election.
Morning till
I think in
night.
2020, it was about, I know Congress, for the sake of the Labour Party, would have done that route.
Yes.
And then in 2022, we just see everybody and the branded cars.
And the branded
The
cars.
wrapping of the cars. The wrapping
picture on
of
the
the
car,
cars.
everything.
Yeah,
Definitely.
That was
So,
definitely.
so do you think these things attract people? Is it an empty attraction? Is it just surface, or do they actually convert then persons to vote for them?
There are some that would convert based on the attractions. There are some that vote based on the hype of the party. But there are some that would come down to the nitty gritty. Okay, yes, you have the hype, but are you hitting the points that we really need to hit when we come to actually
Right.
governing a country? So you get some, yes, but you also have to make sure that you're hitting points like proper education, more job, proper houses, proper healthcare. You have to hit those points to catch the others. Otherwise, you could also lose the loyal ones that deal for that as well. I'll be like, oh, you're trying to hype party. You talk about the hype. You ain't really studying the meat of the panther.
And then when you say that, also, I think it's a mental thing too. You're just gonna always be hearing this thing in the back of your head.
Yeah.
I'm in constituency number 8, and it was always vote Andrew Talbot pass. It was constant, like daily. And then you go to the meetings or you listen to them online, and you hear it. Like I could, like this morning, honestly, when I was getting ready to go to vote, all I was hearing, I'm not in constituency number 1, but all I was hearing is, "You voted for Shani. You voted for Shani." And I'm just
Right.
like, oh my God, these songs truly
And the
play
jingles,
on
Some
your
of them
mind.
this year was
I was about to ask you.
the jingles was hitting.
Those campaign songs. I mean, they went all out this
Yeah.
year,
They
right?
did.
They were so
Yeah.
catchy. I mean, whether you were supporting the party or not,
not.
Honestly.
I mean, you
I
know,
think they were very creative ways
Yep.
to catch everyone.
And
Was
it also,
messaging
it
your
also,
phone.
it also boosts the entertainment segment of the country, because of I realize a lot of local
Yeah, they
artists
were
really came up
employed
with the
to-
song
yeah,
to
right.
these songs. And somebody
Yeah.
told me I'm sure some local artists are wishing that election was next month so they could have got a little extra
Honestly.
money
No, for
to
sure.
get a little more money or something.
not just the local artists. Trust me, those printers. Have you seen those billboards?
That and even that I
printers,
was
definitely.
thinking, I was saying like the boards and placing the boards all around was almost like a traditional way. And then one of my friends was telling me that it's again a mind thing. So when you just see all these yellow boards, these orange boards, these red boards in the area, it's almost like, okay, Labour doing good here, or PLP doing good here, or PAM doing good here. It's just like, I guess the feeling of that you're getting the message across, persons that are seeing you, they remember you, they're seeing the symbol, seeing the hat, you seeing the song, you seeing the hand.
So
It's
like
just
mental
like
pressure.
everything is always in the back of your mind. And I think we oftentimes underestimate the value of these little things in our mind.
But that's what I was just about to ask. How much value do we place on the billboards versus the social media ads versus the face-to-face, house-to-house versus the actual meetings?
Well, if I'm to rank them, I would rank them as in face-to-face house first, because if I'm in constituency 2 and I would love to be seeing my rep. And I don't want to just hear you. I don't want to just see a billboard. I don't want to just see you on social media. I want to actually see you and know that I can communicate with you. Okay. So I would place that first and foremost. Secondly, the community, what are you doing in the community? So then that way the billboards will come in. Your presence being known in the community, and then the rallies and everything else will just be the little icing on the cake for me.
Well, personally, from something that I heard today alone, there was this man in number 1 who said he didn't know who Natasha Gray was, but he know that she's running for PAM and she sound good on the platform, so he put in his expert hat, point blank.
Okay.
He doesn't know who she is, where she's from, nothing. But because he heard her on a platform speaking, he decided that is who will get his vote. It wasn't because of the billboards or anything like that. He said he has never seen her because he doesn't live in one, but he had just recently moved out of one, so he hasn't transferred his name as yet.
Okay.
So she wasn't able to meet with him in terms of face-to-face. Although it is what we should consider a top priority, I don't think we should rely too heavily on it, because we know that houses are built in different constituencies. So you always have a semi-heavy traffic of people moving from one constituency to the next, and it's a 6-month period before you could move your name. So election is called and you don't have the time to move your name.
Yeah,
what happens there?
And I think given the time constraints, as much as I think the politicians were very creative, so they would send a group of persons in this area where the candidate themselves may go in another area, and of course there is still persons saying, "Well, I wanted to speak to the candidate because y'all can't answer my question," but at least persons feel like, okay, they were here. And then with the billboards now, it's just like if you see 2 billboards here and you don't see what and one party is missing, it's almost like, well, this party ain't come up here yet.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, and as I say, it go back to the cycle because that other party might have been the party that was
On the
touching
floor.
each door.
Yeah, in the
But
neighborhood.
because
all
the
the
billboard
time.
end up, it feels like, okay, this
They
party
come
definitely didn't
to
touch this
here.
area.
But there's also the constituency office as well. Knowing
That
the
person,
location of
they
the
were
constituency
encouraged
office
to
and having
attend.
stated time that the candidate is actually at the office.
Right.
People actually go
One-on-one
out and have that
consultations.
one-on-one consultation is actually a good, valid point.
Yeah.
So you think then the mix is what really
Definitely
that's
a
the magic.
mix.
The magic
Yep.
is in the mix.
The mix.
Yep.
Everything
Okay.
you catch
You gotta
somebody
catch
in
one
all,
more
it did
in
with the
between,
Right.
variation.
Catch everybody.
Okay, if we had to, you're under pressure, gun to your head, who would you say, which party would you say in St. Kitts, obviously, because that's where you had most of your experience. Which party had the most appealing campaign? Not the one that you voted for, you're affiliated. Which one, hands down, you would say, gun to your head, had the most appealing campaign across the board?
I want to say it was borderline forceful in a sense that if I'm on Facebook watching a video right now,
Which one though?
I'm just gonna it's gonna pop up. A PLP video is just gonna pop up. And it's just like the next 15 seconds later, another PLP video. And I'm just like, these people took all the interest space. So
It
like
was
your media
quite
presence was
amazing.
it was very present. Like I'm reading an article, not from St. Kitts, and I'm seeing a thing loading in the corner saying Stashia Williams. And I'm not in number 5. I don't know
Right.
how they
I
get
don't
these.
understand it.
No,
but-
it was crazy. I
So
think it was,
PLP for you.
yeah, definitely they were forced.
Well, personally, I think it depends on which age group you're pointing to.
It's a
Wait, hold
subjective
on.
question.
I know it's me, but wait, because I like to think that I have a more of a mature mindset when it comes to those things. So if you were to cater to someone of my age group, they would tell you PLP because of the jump ups and the fanfare that they had. But personally, I think that the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party had a better campaign strategy and pour out, as I would say, this time around.
Okay, I'm going to come back to you on that because I want to delve a bit more into that. But just to give
For
Jelani.
me, it's kind of a tie between the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party and the People's Action Movement because they have been out there rallying like day in, day out. Every major a rally from PAM, a rally from Labour, a rally from this, rally from that. Once or twice you hear a PLP chuck in there in between. And as Hassani mentioned, most of the time you see PLPs when you're on YouTube and you just see this ad pop up. Take up your little 30 seconds of your time, you come back.
Honestly.
The non-skip
But-
ads, yes.
the non-skip ads.
The non-skip ads.
Okay,
But for
so
me, between the PAM and Labour.
between PAM and Labour. And so and that is across the board in terms of their online presence, their meetings, how their meetings were structured, the interest, the hype. Right?
I think as it relates to the meetings, I think they all had a fairly equal.
yeah.
The meetings were always on
On a high.
YouTube, Facebook, ZIZ, with FM Media. They
Freedom.
targeted a lot of
Something
the
on social
Freedom
platform.
FM. They was always on it. So if you're not looking at them on the screen, you're listening to them on the radio. And
Like
that for
you're not
me,
in
they were
person.
always present.
Okay.
So that was, I would say equal for the meetings.
So Malek, I wanted to come back to you because you said the Labour Party. Yes, I wanted you to just explain your why.
I felt as though every time you heard or saw Labour, they were pushing not only their agenda, but the proper agenda for the nation. So it might not be a Labour plan, but it's a thing that has to be done. So I felt as though that was a bit more needy in terms of this campaign and this time around for the election, as well as the Labour Party's digital presence, especially when it comes to their calls, their voicemails. I don't know if any of you got any.
No, I didn't receive, but I know personally.
But I didn't
got
get a call.
messages.
Oh,
I
wow.
got
Yeah,
messages,
calls,
got
messages, voicemails. You pick up the phone and, you know,
Pre-recorded
there's pre-recorded
messages.
messages. They're
Yeah.
waiting for you. Yeah.
Maybe this is because I don't know how to access my voicemail. I actually may have voicemails waiting.
You may.
You probably might.
Set it up.
All right, so they really got more creative. I agree. Certainly for me, I wasn't paying a lot of attention to the campaign. So what I heard were bits and pieces on the radio, and sometimes if I could hear a meeting from my home. But definitely, I think what stood out for me the most, two things: the songs, the songs, the songs, the songs, the songs across the board, the songs.
Yeah.
And two, definitely the digital manifesto. I thought that was, I mean, it's 2022, so it really shouldn't be transformational. We're in the 21st century. We're supposed to be flying around in cars by now. But from where we were
To where we are
to
now.
where we are now, I thought that was brilliant, definitely. So while we're on the topic of manifestos, I know you've all gone through all, what, 3, 4?
3.
3.
3?
You know what
Okay.
I'm saying, kid?
3 on St. Kitts. So let's talk a little bit about that, especially as it relates to you as a youth. Like which party do you feel had a more comprehensive youth plan?
Comprehensive youth plan. I mean, most of the manifestos basically had the same points, but some just trashed it out much more detail than others, and how there's a plan on going about completing it. Some said in the first 6 months, some said in the first 100 days. So it's like, we all know what they're aiming at, but more comprehensive, I would probably give it to PLP.
Okay. Anybody else?
On the flip side, I would definitely give it to the People's Action Movement, because they said how they were planning to initiate their youth agenda. The difference between Labour's own is they gave you the point saying this is what we're going to do, not how we're going to do it. Well, they said when, but it wasn't as detailed. And with the People's Labour Party, it was more of a
People's Labour Party or People's Action Movement?
no, People's
you're doing
Labour.
the comparison.
Okay, so you're doing, okay, so you
Yeah.
change it. Okay.
So with the People's Labour Party, it was more of a, this is what we can give you, not what we can do for you.
Ah. And do you think that most of your contemporaries picked up that fine point? Do you think they even care?
Well, I think that all the parties, they capitalize on the selling points,
Definitely.
which should have been youth, education, healthcare. I think, like, across the board, we saw that in all the manifestos that was screaming at them: youth, education, state of the art, healthcare center. And so I did not necessarily do an analysis of who I thought had the most comprehensive plan, because really and truly, I think at this point, I just want to see delivery of action.
Yeah.
I feel like for a long time,
getting
not just in
empty
this
promises.
election cycle, but we have been seeing the plans and promises that these political parties have had for the youth. And they say these actions and these policies and these plans every election, and it's just like when you're going, it's just like
Where
nothing
is it?
being done to actually bring these plans into fruition.
Or you get the famous saying that my hands are tied. My hands are tied. my
And
hands
so
are tied.
I personally did not do an assessment of the comprehension. I just was just like, whoever is elected, I really just wish they would just employ these.
Okay, then. So let me change the question. From your reading, who has the more realistic plan? Whose plans do you think are more feasible in our current climate and going forward in terms of what they can create? So it's all great to say, yes, we're going to have a state-of-the-art hospital, or we're going to create 3,000 new jobs. But who do you think, based on their manifesto, based on their meetings, can actually deliver what they've said in a realistic way?
I have to think for that one.
Definitely.
Well, as I'm here scrolling through them,
Okay,
Really?
how many of you drive?
I do.
You drive. Okay, you're 27. That's good.
I drive.
Okay, how many of you contribute to the gas bill? Let's get it. Let's get straight into it.
I do.
Look at this one looking over here. Look at her. Look at her.
She don't live in sugar.
Okay, right. So we know the gas prices are crazy high
Crazy,
right now,
yeah.
right? And we have heard all three parties saying that when they get in, they're going to make some adjustments. They're going to fix the gas pricing. How do we feel about that?
I do feel that there's a need to put a cap on it. They need to put a cap on it, but I mean, like, how much can you actually control this? Because you say something, but then do you have control to actually execute what you're saying?
Okay, so how it works, there's a gas price that they buy overseas, the supplier, they buy. Then they have to pay taxes on that to the government. So there are multiple ways that the government can actually do what they're promising, in the sense that they can suspend their taxes to an extent. They can reduce them, or they can lower, like they can remove them completely, as opposed to a suspension for a period of time. They can also do a subsidy. So the suppliers bring them in, but they pay a portion of the cost. So if it costs $18, then the government pays them $4. So they get their 18, but just not from us.
Okay.
So there are multiple ways, but each way affects the bottom line in different ways, because essentially you're taking money from somewhere else. Yeah. Okay, so we are being told we have to wrap this up. This was so engaging. I am actually enthralled. I don't want to leave you all. Our country is in great hands if you are so inclined, and I actually take this opportunity to encourage you to get so inclined. We need more youth activists. We need more youth who understand politics and understand our country and want to serve our country, so that we can remove all the political victimization, we can do better, we can actually implement our plans in a realistic way. So thank you so much to all of you for joining us. Thank you, Sniper, to our viewers, our listeners. We have to say goodbye for now, but we will be back with our second panel, so stay tuned. Don't go too far. I'm getting a message that I didn't read. Okay. So our next panel, so I can let you know who's up next, so you can stick and stay. Our next panel, we have Mr. Valentine Lindsay. We also have Lesroy Williams, who will be joining us. From the Sniper, we have Muriel Knight. We have Mr. Michael S. Blake. And last but certainly not least, we have McClure Taylor. So those coming up in just a few moments. Thank you so much.
Moving your body, come on, get the beat.
Platinum means luxury at your fingertips. Platinum means indulging in a 3-course meal.
Music satisfying me.
Platinum means treating a friend or a loved one. Platinum means completing daily errands with a single tap. Platinum means card-to-card transfers, even when you're on the go. Platinum means shopping anywhere in the world. MasterCard approved. You deserve loyalty. You deserve Platinum.
Moving your body, come on, get the beat.
Platinum means luxury at your fingertips. Platinum means indulging in a 3-course meal.
Music satisfying me.
Platinum means treating a friend or a loved one. Platinum means completing daily errands with a single tap. Platinum means card-to-card transfers. Even when you're on the go. Platinum means shopping anywhere in the world. MasterCard approved. You deserve loyalty. You deserve Platinum.
Moving your body, come on, feel the beat.
Platinum means luxury at your fingertips. Platinum means indulging in a 3-course meal. Platinum means treating a friend or a loved one. Platinum means completing daily errands with a single tap. Platinum means card-to-card transfers. Even when you're on the go. Platinum means shopping anywhere in the world. MasterCard approved. You deserve loyalty. You deserve Platinum.
Welcome back. As the nation prepares for general elections in the coming weeks, ZZ News provides a breakdown of the 2020 election results. Here are the details.
In 2020, the Team Unity Coalition won overall, securing 9 out of the 11 seats. According to the election results, some of those victories were by hundreds of votes, while others were very close. In constituency number 1, Jeffrey Hanley won by 24 votes, winning 8 out of 15 boxes. In constituency number 2, John L. Powell won by 232 votes, winning 11 out of 13 boxes. In constituency number 3, Akila Byron Nisbet won by 89 votes, winning 5 out of 10 boxes. In constituency number 4, Lindsey Grant won by 350 votes, winning all 10 boxes. In constituency number 5, Sean Richards won by 475 votes, winning 8 out of 10 boxes. In constituency number 6, Dr. Denzel Douglas won by 1,077 votes, winning all 9 boxes. In constituency number 7, Dr. Timothy Harris won by 1,263 votes, winning all 9 boxes. In constituency number 8, Eugene Hamilton won by 24 votes, winning 8 out of 18 boxes. Moving on to Nevis, in constituency number 9, Mark Brantley won by 538 votes, winning 14 out of 18 boxes. In constituency number 10, Eric Evelyn won by 543 votes, winning all 6 boxes. In constituency number 11, Alexis Jeffers won by 197 votes, winning 7 out of 10 boxes. Voter turnout last election ranged from 44 to 68% in each constituency, indicating that on average, only about half of the registered voters came out to the polls. This year, there are a few new faces on the ballot, as both the People's Action Movement and the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party have fielded new candidates in some of the constituencies. And for the first time, the People's Labour Party has announced a full slate of candidates contesting seats in all 8 constituencies on St. Kitts. This year's entry protocols are a bit more relaxed, so pundits suggest that the voters who live overseas may have a more significant impact. With these factors, analysts have said it's difficult to predict how this election may turn out, but the one thing that can be agreed upon is that the final outcome lies in the hands of the voters. Jason Davis for ZIZ News.
Moving your body, come on, feel the beat.
Platinum means luxury at your fingertips. Platinum means indulging in a 3-course meal. Platinum means treating a friend or a loved one. Platinum means completing daily errands with a single tap. Platinum means card-to-card transfers. Even when you're on the go. Platinum means shopping anywhere in the world. MasterCard approved. You deserve loyalty. You deserve Platinum.
Moving your body, come on, feel the beat.
Platinum means luxury at your fingertips. Platinum means indulging in a 3-course meal. Platinum means treating a friend or a loved one. Platinum means completing daily errands with a single tap. Platinum means card-to-card transfers. Even when you're on the go. Platinum means shopping anywhere in the world. MasterCard approved. You deserve loyalty. You deserve Platinum.
At ZIZ for SKN election 2022 results coverage panel discussion. We're here with our panelists. We'll introduce them shortly, but if you're just joining us, let me take the opportunity now to tell you all the places you can catch us live. We are on ZIZ TV, ZIZ Radio, ZIZonline.com, ZIZ mobile app, ZIZ YouTube, and ZIZ Facebook Live. That's not all. If you want other options, we have them. We're also on NTV, SKNIS, and Sniper's social media pages. Check us out any way you want. We'll be here all night bringing you your election results coverage for election 2022. I'll now turn to my panelists and give them an opportunity to introduce themselves. We'll start on my immediate right. Go ahead, sir. Please tell our viewers.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here. Michael Blake is the name.
Good evening. It is an absolute pleasure to be here and an honor. My name is Lesroy Williams.
Good evening, everyone. My name is McClure Taylor.
Good evening. I'm Maureen Knight, and I'm proudly representing the St. Kitts National Youth Parliament Association.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Valentine Lindsay.
Okay, thank you so much. Maybe that's on me. I should have asked for a bit more. I was not clear. When I said introduce, I actually meant say a little bit about yourselves. Let our viewers know who they'll be talking to for the next 2 hours. But we'll intertwine that in the discussion as we move along. So let's get right into it. We've been waiting a while. And no election, no results just yet. But what we've been told is to stand by. So hopefully we'll have our first set of results momentarily. In the meantime, though, let's hit some topics. Earlier in the Youth Lounge with Sniper, we had a riveting discussion as it related to political culture in St. Kitts and how it's changed, how it's evolved. I would really love to hear your take on that, especially having a bit more experience in the trend. So let's start with Mr. Williams. I'm sorry, I'm just going to pick on you because you go to my church and we're one. So
Yes, the political culture, of course, and I will begin by making a distinction between political culture and political behavior, political attitudes, because a culture is basically the way that we order our social affairs and so on, which is what politics basically is. In St. Kitts and Nevis, the political culture has been one that is very tribalistic, one that is very divisive, and people often refer to political parties by names. You mentioned it earlier. You're a Labour dog, you're a PAM cat, and recently I've seen that you're a PLP rat.
Oh.
That is the sort of thing. You have people that, people create or accumulate enemies because of politics and so on. But the political culture, I think, in the Federation has been one basically where we are very trusting, I would say, of politicians.
I'd have to agree.
Yes, and not enough questions are raised in terms of, what they promise to do, what they're doing, enough scrutiny, and all of that. I think the political culture is changing because you're having more debates, you're having more talk shows, you're having more people, intervene in terms of what is going on in the political arena. So there is some change, but I do not think that it is enough.
Okay, thank you for that. You made a point. I'll come back to it in a bit, but let me give Mr. Lindsay an opportunity to respond to that. Do you have a different sentiment, or do you share it?
Well, I do share most of what Mr. Williams could have said. But when you look even at the way how adults get their children involved into the politics, I believe it is somewhat more enforcement and sort of rushed, and basically dragging them within to really take a side or take the family line in terms of the politics. So I think in that way the culture it will continue to evolve and grow and set apart, recognizing that the family tie or the family politics will continue based on the culture that inculcate in the youths.
Okay, thanks so much. Marielle?
For the most part, I would have to agree with Nazoy and Mr. Lindsay that we do live in a very tribalistic political culture. I would slightly disagree, though, because I think that there is a change in our affiliation as it is relating to your family line. We are seeing more and more that people are more willing to break away from their family tie and think on their own. So no longer is it that because my grandmother and grandfather voted this way for 25 years, I too will vote that. We've seen, especially in 2020 and so now again in 2022, that young people especially are looking at the issues, they're looking at the politicians and looking at the plans that they can achieve for them and making their decision based on that, as opposed to sticking along to that line that they would have voted for so many years. I want to also return to something that Mr. Williams would have spoken about with not enough scrutiny, because I think that's something as well that we suffer from, not only here in St. Kitts and Nevis, but in the wider Caribbean region, where we allow politicians at times to have a free-for-all. And when you look at countries like the United Kingdom, where there are such vastly different ethics and they hold their politicians and even candidates to higher standards, it shows us just a bit how much more we have to go still. And so I'm happy that while we're slowly moving away from the current culture, that we are slowly heading to that society where we hold our politicians to a higher standard. Because these are the people who aren't representing us, and so we would hope that they emulate the best citizens in society.
Okay, great. Mr. Taylor, I see you looking so pensive. I must know? What is on your mind as it relates to this?
I was just paying attention. I think St. Kitts and Nevis is a liberal democratic society. And periodically we are asked to choose the citizens who are the persons to lead us. And we have an adversarial system in choosing that person. So you have different parties, it's not tribal. We have an adversarial system. Now we have a multi-party system. We used to have two parties most of the times. But it's not that we're tribal. We are basically one family, or almost everybody related in St. Kitts. So it's not like tribal thing like that. But we have the system of governance, the system choosing the persons to govern you. You have a competition for governance. And it's just that's where it is. It's not that when we go too far up, we just compete against other for ideas, and so that's not that's far. Say we are tribal and that kind of thing. I don't think it's that far. It's just adversarial, and we have exchanged ideas and compete ideas and debate about different ideas, and you vote based on who idea you think you prefer.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Blake.
Michael.
I
like the point that McLeod just raised, that we are now into multi-partyism. I'd like to discuss. I hope we find some time during the course of this exercise.
We do have
as to the merits and demerits of multi-partyism in St. Kitts and Nevis, in light of our size, population-wise. Because some persons seem to think that it's a good thing that we now have 3 parties, and at the next election it would be even better if we had 5. I disagree fundamentally, and I hope, like I said, we can discuss that in some more details. But with respect to culture, I believe that culture is born of a philosophy or an ideology. Or perhaps it's the reverse. Perhaps it is the ideology or the philosophy that gives birth to a culture. Here in St. Kitts, over the years, neither of the parties, traditionally Labour and PAM, and now PLP, or CCM or NRP for that matter, neither of them, as far as I recall, has ever articulated a particular definitive philosophy. We assume that they adhere to certain principles. We assume that they are center-left or moderate or steeped in the traditions of capitalist democracy or democratic capitalism, as the case may be. But they have never really, neither in their manifestos, their political utterances, or in their behavior, demonstrated an affinity, in my view, to any particular philosophy or ideology.
I'm glad you raised that. We do have a dedicated segment for party philosophy where we can flash that out a bit more, but I'm happy you raised it, so at least it's in the back of everyone's mind.
But I also wanted to suggest that if we speak of a political culture, in my view, it is neither substantive, it is not mature, it is not deliberate, and it is not definitive. There are too many inconsistent and incongruent elements that define these political parties in order for us to determine, in any real sense, that they are of any particular persuasion along following any political theory. I also believe that because in St. Kitts politicians tend to do as they like, do as they please. In fact, I heard one minister, former minister, say at one time, and it has always stuck with me, that when one is in Rome, he does as the Romans do. But when he is in St. Kitts, he does as he pleases. Let's think about that for a minute. Does that reflect the kind of culture that we have? And whenever you use the word culture, it is in inverted commas, by the way.
Right, but that's what we're here to. That's what we're here to discuss. I mean, let me set some parameters then.
Okay.
Let us look at the last 20 years. Maria, apologies in advance.
Yes.
But I really want to tap into these gentlemen while I have them. Let us look at the last 20 years. Have we seen any evolution, positive or negative, in that culture? So Mr. Blake, you spoke, Michael, apologies.
Yeah,
you spoke about, not being mature, not having political maturity and that sort of thing. Are you saying that 20 years ago, my math sucks, but I think that puts us somewhere in 1990 something, right? 1995, 2000, that's what we're talking about. So from then to now, are you saying that our political parties have not shown any kind of maturity? are you saying that there has been no movement, no improvement in their, and again, I use your inverted commas, in the political culture that they have put forward or tried to push in the country?
Certainly there has been movement. I am not so sure that there has been improvement. But because politicians do not have to meet any moral qualifications, because a politician assumes that position not based on a record of performance or achievement, and this runs the gamut of the political spectrum. It includes all political parties, bar none. Because this is the reality in which we operate, I have not been able to arrive at the conclusion that there has been improvement. And if there is, it is minimal. It is minuscule. Because I would like to see a situation where once politicians arrive on the platform, they have to deal with matters of substance.
Okay, let's stick a pin there.
Yeah.
Let's stick a pin there.
Before
you move on, yes, let's give some persons the opportunity to respond. So, do you have a different opinion on that?
I have a different opinion. I do not want to limit political culture to political parties. When we speak about political culture, we are speaking about the electorate, the political society
Certainly.
in which we live. And there has been some shift in terms of the political culture. And that shift has come about because of we've had a rising level in terms of education. Most people have secondary education. We have now some people the population who are now being tertiary trained and so on. And they are making some contribution, not enough, in terms of, looking at the politics and sort of, critiquing the politics. We have more talk shows. We have access to information.
Okay,
like we've never had. So people have more information now. And even with this political campaign, I have been in circles where I've heard people say, but who does he think he's fooling? Or who does she think he's fooling? Why now? Why couldn't this be done all along? Why wasn't the focus on water all along? Knowing that, of course, we're having more houses being built, more hotels being built, more factories, whatever it is. Didn't you foresee that you were going to have a water problem? Because there's more demand. And if there's more demand, and even in this time now of climate change and all of that, shouldn't that have been foremost on the agenda? So there are people who are thinking, and a lot of our young people, we don't underestimate them. They are thinking as well. So we may think that, sometimes they're only going for the entertainment. Sometimes when you have all these political meetings and so on, yes, they're going for the entertainment. But there are a number of them who are really thinking and asking the critical questions in terms of their own development, their human development, and the development of the country. So, and then when we speak about the political culture as well, we're talking about opportunities. I think now that people are having more opportunities in our society, and inequality, in some sense, is being reduced somewhat.
When you say inequality, in terms of what? Are we speaking socially? Are we speaking economically?
Right, and people are showing, for example, their dissatisfaction when there is inequality. People are showing their resentment. People are asking certain questions, but why are some of these people doing so well? Because of the politics. And why are other people being ignored?
So essentially you're saying a big part of the evolution has to do with the electorate, and that they're now more critical in terms of their thinking, their assessment
Yes.
of the parties, the
Because
candidates.
it is the electorate that will have to change the political culture. There must be a bottom-up approach. We cannot have the politicians all the time having this top-down approach. It is the people that have the power, and the people have the power to change the culture. For example, we speak about socialization. We are a Christian society. Many people go to church. Many people will tell you that they're Christian. They go to church every Sunday. Well, if they go to church every Sunday, well, the church teaches values, Christian values, kingdom values. It teaches things about lying and stealing and corruption. And if we have a Christian society that is Christian-minded, then they're going to say, well, look, political corruption, we don't want it. They're going to say we need our politicians to be honest.
So you're saying
We
this
need
is
them
the
to be
trend
fair.
you're seeing, that we're moving more away from what Michael said in terms of the electorate being just absorbing and trusting, and we're moving towards persons questioning and demanding more.
Yes, and I am also saying that there still needs to be more. In other words, there must be no divorce. For example, in terms of us being a church-going people, a Christian people, and not demanding those values that are Christian of our politicians. Honesty, integrity, lack of corruption, fairness, justice, righteousness, and all of those things should be a part of the political culture, because we say that we have a Christian culture. So there should be no divorce. There's some of it, but there's not enough of it.
Okay, I understand what you're saying.
You're saying about developments and maturity, whatever, within the past 20 years, 30 years. But I like us like they have like signposts of what happened in the past 30 years. We went from 93, where there's open violence and riots in 93, and a new government. You had Four Seasons Accord back in 1994. You had a level of violence happening in 1994. You had a change of government in 95.
Mm-hmm.
But you didn't keep on to having, like, say, unity concept coming together, where people who are at different parties and antagonists to each other, they came together by 2015 and were able to form a different thing. It lasted for until like last year, this year.
7
But
years.
it's 7 years, at least there was something different happening.
Mm-hmm.
You have had, even within the political parties, where leadership contests in the political parties, and that so that there have been different things happening. It's not that
So it hasn't been stagnant.
it's not been stagnant. Things been happening over the past 20 years and developing in the political culture that's going forward. It's not, and so it's things that's happening, and we are all for public for the better, having different things happen like that. We don't have to just decadent, as Mr. Blake wanted us to say.
No.
Okay, Michael, before you respond though.
No, not respond, but that's why I spoke of movement, but not improvement. Certainly that's an example of movement. But in my books, that's not improvement necessarily. And they're not axiomatic. But sorry,
Yes.
Valentine.
Muriel wanted to interject.
I can't talk for the full 20 years, but looking at the movement, if you want to call it that, as you say, perhaps it's not improvement. I think it comes down to within the ingrained culture that we have as Kittians and Nevisians, that we tend to put politics above everything. And so when we put politics above everything and then we become diehard supporters of one party or the other, the issue then isn't, are we a moral society following ethical standards, but is it my party doing it? And if it's my party doing it, then it's not wrong. And if it's the opposition party, then it's wrong. And so I think then in our movement, we need to then move to that place where wrong becomes wrong and right becomes right, no matter who's doing it. And until we come to a position where we don't put politics above everything else, and we still have those standards and we still respect each other, then I think we still won't reach there.
And that segues nicely into my next question that I was going to put to you, actually, as it relates. Somebody said earlier that we had the differing views on tribalism versus adversarial season. But to move from what Muriel said, have we seen a trend where politics does come first? Politics permeates every aspect of our society. So if you go to church, decisions are being made based on political persuasions. If you go in private sector, jobs are being given based on political persuasions. Are we seeing this? Has this changed over the years? Has it gotten worse? Is it improving? Like these are the areas I want us to really delve into.
Yes, politics is not only confined to government and party politics. You have politics in all institutions. In the family, there's politics. In the church, there is politics. In the school, there is politics.
But what I'm talking about is the party politics.
You're talking
being the determinant within these non-party organizations and pushing decision making within that school. So in terms of our evolution.
Well, some of it happens because of policy.
We're going to have to wrap up. And you have 15 seconds. We have our first set of election results coming in all the way from our beautiful sister Isle of Nevis in constituency number 10. We'll be heading to that shortly. Please stand by to hear from our supervisor of elections for results coming in from Nevis constituency number 10.
Okay.
Fellow citizens and residents, we have come to the end of the 10th general elections to choose the representatives for the Parliament of our beloved Federation. Tonight, I would want to acknowledge all the participants in today's processes. You, the voters, the observers, international, regional, and local, the candidates, all 34 of them, the workers at the stations, the returning officers, presiding officers, poll clerks, the Electoral Commission, the workers at the electoral offices, the private and parastatal bodies, individuals and churches who allowed the use of their facilities, the public work departments of both islands, employers who allowed leave for workers to participate, the volunteers, the caterers, the drivers, the security personnel. The registration officers must also be thanked for being the guardians that they have become. We owe them all a great debt of gratitude. And now I have your first result, which comes from the constituency of Nevis number 10, polling division 1, which is located at the New River Methodist Church. At that station, there were 207 voters registered. That's 207. The number of votes validly cast were 111. 111. There were no rejected ballots. There was one spoilt ballot. Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 80 votes. That's 80. And Rohan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party received 31 votes. That's 3-1. I will be back with further results as they become available.
Welcome back, everyone. We just heard from the supervisor of elections And we had our first set of results coming in from Nevis constituency number 10, where we heard Eric Evelyn is ahead of Brian Isles, but just in one polling station so far. A little too early to talk predictions, I'd say, but we are anxious to hear more, and we'll continue our discussions. We were discussing the evolution of political culture within St. Kitts Nevis. We had some excellent points, and I think we were just about to go into Michael?
Yes. Right. I wanted to point out a very critical issue raised by the youngster on the panel. How could we speak, ladies and gentlemen, of political maturity and improvement if such thinking still obtains as described by Mauriel? Where? If it is my party, once my party does it, you can talk to your blue. It is right. If it's another party, the opposition party that does it, you can talk to your green. It is wrong. That has obtained over the past 20, 25, 30, 40 years. That has obtained from the time I know myself, quote unquote. It still exists. It is still extant. Today, I wish it were extinct. And I'm arguing, if you wish, I'm suggesting, I'm submitting that Mauriel is right. This thing still bedevils our political system, and it does not bespeak either maturity or change or improvement.
Okay, Mr.
And that's just one element, by the way.
Mr. Valentine, Mr. Lindsay.
Yes.
Haven't heard from you since the beginning.
Wow.
Let's hear from you.
Well, in terms of changing political culture, I believe over the years, the same 20 years which we would have speaking about, you would have had the citizens a little more knowledgeable of the Constitution. Because when you have different ideas, different conversations about like the emotion of no confidence and that kind of stuff, you find people are paying attention to what the Constitution says. So I believe that we were more enlightened, over the years we were more enlightened with knowing the Constitution or some aspects of it. Prior probably 95, we knew there was a Constitution and there was no attention to that. So I believe that we are now more paying attention to what the Constitution says. So I think that's an improvement.
Okay, so on and I know this is very controversial. This sense of whatever my party does is right and whatever the other party does is wrong. Let's stick a pin there, because on the one hand, we may subscribe to, yes, we're trusting and we believe our politicians, so we are led by them, almost in a sheep-like manner. However, wouldn't you agree that when persons do become vocal with their dissatisfaction or with their disagreement to a particular issue or concern, that they are then branded as non-supporters and that they're essentially castigated?
Yes.
So how do you then balance that? If you're saying you want the electorate to be more like that, you don't want them to just accept. Shouldn't we then move to a point where you can disagree with a party that you support without any sort of fallout coming? Leslie, I see
Yes, Leah, and that's a very good point, because it all has to do with leadership. And we are in a democratic society, and we say that we value democracy and all that goes with democracy, the rule of law and freedom and justice and equality and all of that. And over the years, leadership has evolved. We moved from this sort of a paternalist kind of a leadership where, the father type of a leadership, and you have to obey me, and everything that you say is correct and so on. Move away from that sort of a thing with Robert Bradshaw and some of those Bustamante and all of those sort of leaders and so on. And then you move probably to a more managerialist, you have managerialist type of leaders where they want to be called the boss. The boss is always right. And you heard a lot of that sort of a thing coming from the electorate as well. Top dog. And things like that. The boss. You still hear these kinds of things. So it simply tells me that it is still ingrained in our society that politicians, those in leadership positions, prime ministers and so on, people still view them as boss and top dog and all of that sort of a thing, which to me is a wrong concept in terms of viewing a leader. Then you have, of course, you can talk about the more egalitarian type of a leader, who does not really surround himself with sycophants. People who are always going to say, yes, 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 yes. That even though they are wrong, and even though they are going down the wrong road, they do not correct them. They do not give them good advice. It's like the emperor. The emperor is naked, right? And the people who you surround yourself with are saying that the emperor has new clothes. And it took a child, an innocent child, to say, but the emperor is naked.
So are you saying then that within the same parameters, the last 20, 25 years, you've seen a shift from that?
I am still seeing in our politicians sometimes this whole thing about being the boss and being the top dog and not really listening to the people. And if our democracy is to mature, there needs to be more listening from the people and more input from the people in terms of decision making in the political process. And
in terms of selection of candidates.
Selection of candidates and the decisions that are made in general. Sometimes you have more of a top-down approach. You need to listen to the people. That type of culture is something that we basically need to have. So what is the attitude of people to leadership? Do you view people as the boss, or do you view them that everything that they say is the gospel truth? Can you criticize them and not feel the wrath from them? Can you say something in opposition, but yet you are not ostracized, you are not victimized? Can people openly criticize their leaders? And when I say criticism, I'm talking about constructive criticism. I must be able to constructively criticize you without you thinking that I am your enemy or that I am against you.
Understandably so. But in our society, can we say then definitively that that has been the case for the past 20, 25 years? Have we seen any mitigation from what you just described?
I have seen very, very little of it. Yes, you have people who are out there and they're criticizing and they're commenting on the issues and they're commenting on policies and what is happening and the behavior of leaders and all of that sort of a thing. But then these people are seen as the enemy.
So we need
that
more
when you really
evolution
listen to them, listen to them and pick right and sense from basically what they're saying, because they're only there to help you to improve. And they have a right to criticize. It is a person's right to criticize. It's a person's right to offer an opinion, to share an idea, without you thinking that they are against you.
Okay.
And I think that is what Muriel was basically saying as well.
I agree. Let's hear from Mr. Taylor on this.
I'm thinking all three things are kind of interrelated in that it is level of you support your party, you back your party, what may, because the level of dependence upon your existence and with your party in power. So if your party is in power, you have a level of existence, a good life. And in fact, all the power you get, it's not so good. So, and so the top down, whatever politicians think, knows that. So the answer to it is being for people to be more independent in existence. If you can work for yourself or you have to depend on the government to live, then you'll be able to be more forthcoming in your criticism of the government and be more have your conscience more at ease and have to bite your conscience because the party is in power. But you don't need to the government to provide for you. You have to have a level of certain of existence, and so that partially don't want to give you that level of independence, though.
So we haven't seen that evolution. Is that your
well,
standpoint?
I'm saying there's where you need to go. You have to get at that level of individualism and say, I don't need the government that much. I don't want to depend on the government that much to get what I want. And then you're able to say, like, spade is a spade. And then you get what he's thinking about. You don't want your party to be all right because your party. But then it all depends on who you depend on for your existence. And it will mean that going more towards individuals being more independent in whatever you get, education, get whatever jobs, be more entrepreneurial, doing the things, rather than working for government.
So essentially you're saying what we've seen is that who pays the piper picks the song.
No, the culture is that
is what
the culture developed that you go to school to go work for the government. And so you go to busy town or the government. And so you didn't go to school to do anything else but work for the government. And so if you
we need government workers though. The country has to function.
Yeah, but I'm saying
a strong civil service is the backbone of any country.
Leah, but what I'm hearing him saying is because the government is paying you, or that you work for the government, then you cannot be critical of the same government. Because you depend on them, and so therefore, if you're critical of that very same government may divorce you. And so therefore, you will lose what you're gaining.
But it's
from
back
that
down
government.
then to the victimization. So we're not seeing any improvement in that.
You say victimization, but the person say, if you're not being my, it depends on how you're going to frame it, at what level, right? Because if you are at a policy level, the person can say, if you are not with my policies, you can't be within my governance structure. If you're at a different level, a different thing. But it's not necessarily victimization, because if you're not part of my system, you can't be part of my system. That's not victimization. But because it comes out to something I think you said in the earlier panel, if you're a civil servant should ideally be nameless, faceless people without party colors. If you're a public servant, you should not have party colors. You go to work, just go to your work and perform. There should be no red, yellow, blue, or green.
But let's
as a civil servant.
Yeah, but let's face it, Macleo. In recent times, and in the last 20 years that you're talking about, we have seen a corruption of the public service in terms of that. You are saying that they should be nameless, you're saying they should be faceless, and
no
all
color.
of that sort, with no color and so on. But today what you're seeing is that you're seeing civil servants on political platforms.
Well, you see,
we attempted that would say that there was a court case that allowed that.
Well, okay. We've gone a little further than I wanted us to go to. I'm happy because this is where I wanted us to end up. But let's take a few steps back. So we are at the point of civil servants and whether or not we have a culture or our culture has changed of civil servants being vocal in terms of who they support, whether it's their current administration or the opposition. We know that we had a very popular court case recently that basically identified that as an individual, it is your fundamental right to support your party, have your freedom of expression, etc. And you should not be victimized, lose your job, etc. over that choice. What I think happened with that, though, is persons took that as a beacon to say, it's now a free-for-all, and I can do as I please. However, I think that stemmed from how they were placed in the civil service in the first place. So when you handpick, and we spoke about that earlier in the earlier panel, when you handpick your supporters and plot them into the civil service, how then can you expect them to be non-partisan when their very partisanship is what got them the job?
And so they will be able to criticize the government either. You want to consider the party in power. That and come back to his thing earlier. That if you're there not based on a particular qualification, but based because you're a party supporter, then you won't be able to criticize the government because you criticize just while we give it a job.
I think it's important that we interpret the case, the seminal case that we had in the proper way, in the correct way. I'm not suggesting that my interpretation is in fact the correct way. But I think that it should be seen as the court vindicating the right of the individual to participate in the electoral process at a particular level without fear of being victimized, quote unquote. Because the practice was, up to that point, the understanding was that if you occupy a particular position, you are not expected or allowed to engage in a certain kind.
It was more than policy. It was
wrong and bad.
It was actually the law. So it's in
the
Constitution in the sense that it speaks to you.
In the Constitution?
The statutory rules.
General orders. The general orders.
The rules of the civil service.
Right. But okay, so we're just gonna take another 30 seconds on this as it relates to the positioning of civil servants. I think there was yes some legal concept where you were not allowed to, and the court as the overall interpreter of the law can make certain changes where they feel our society has gone to a different level. So they were within their right. However, I think what has happened is that now persons have taken that and said, we can do as we feel. But we have some more results for you coming in from Nevis 10 and St. Christopher 4. We stand by for the supervisor of elections for the results for Nevis 10 and St. Christopher 4.
Good evening once again, and I have further results to share. Again in Nevis number 10, the Gingerland area, polling division number 2, located at the Gingerland preschool, where there were 233 voters registered. The votes cast, validly cast, were 99, that's 99. There were no rejected ballots. There was one spoiled ballot. Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 67 votes, that's 6-7, and Rohan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party received 32 votes, that's 3-2 votes. And we have our first result from St. Kitts in the constituency of St. Christopher 4, polling division 5A at halfway tree, where there were 395 voters registered. The number of votes validly cast was 257, that's 257. There was one rejected ballot. There was no spoilt ballot. Samuel Duggins of the St. Kitts and Nevis Labour Party received 123 votes, that's 1, 2, 3. Lindsay Grant of the People's Action Movement received 92 votes, that's 9, 2. And Kende Liebert of the People's Labour Party received 41 votes, that's 4, 1. I will be back with you with further results, but over now to Master Control.
Okay, and welcome back. We just heard results from Nevis 10, additional results, and Mr. Evelyn is still inching ahead of Mr. Isles. Then we heard our first results from St. Kitts coming from constituency number 4. And of those 3, Samal Duggins is leading, followed closely by Mr. Lindsay Grant. And bringing up the rear, we have Mr. Liebert. It's too early to tell at this time, but stay with us. We will be bringing you as soon as we get them. back to our discussion, and as a side note, we earlier in the panel, we were in the youth lounge. We were discussing the whole improvement and move away from paper to the digital age using our technology and how that was so great. And it turns out here that those of us using the digital stuff, it failed us. And good old paper came to the rescue. And that was an off-camera joke that we had, but I felt we had to share it with you. Paper is king. Okay, back to our discussion. I know we spent some time on this. So I really want to wrap it up. If we had to do a blanket statement, what areas would you say then? Because we've raised several concerns about the evolution or that lack thereof of our political culture, if it even can be considered such. So what areas then, and I'll give each of you 30 seconds to fill this in. What areas do you think are the priority areas for us as a people looking at politics, looking towards moving forward and improving our level of politics within our country? What are our priority areas of focus for evolution?
I think first and foremost, it needs to be a change in the distribution of political patronage. I think that is corrupt to the core. That is where I would begin.
So that's a reward system for the foot soldiers. That's what you're referencing.
If I were to see that happen, then I would begin to say, we are seeing not just movement, but improvement, and we are seeing change. But that aspect of political practice, or culture, if you wish, is, to me, in my mind, one of the worst that we see from time to time, stretching back to before independence, but for a mighty long time. The distribution of political patronage.
Okay, thank you so much. Leroy?
Okay, to continue on that, we go back to the political culture, and we look at how the political culture has affected the work culture in the civil service. Because of a political culture of patronage, which he mentioned, and entitlement, what you have in the civil service is that you have people who feel that they are untouchables. You have people who lack professionalism, and people who feel that they can do as they like because it is my representative that sent me here. And so therefore, you can't do me anything. As head of department, as permanent secretary, you can talk until you drop. You can write until you drop. You can speak until you drop. But I will not be moved. I don't have to take you on because you didn't give me any work. It is my representative that gave work. So that political culture of entitlement and patronage affects the work culture that should be that of professionalism.
So that should be a priority.
And that basically should be a priority.
Thank you so much. McClure?
It's a priority. The thing that if you are up for elective office, you want to be a public servant, right? Up for elective office, you are asking people to help you to come into office. You're not independently wealthy. You're asking people to do the things for you. So why would they be doing things for you in a volunteer basis? Because they expect things in return. You could say with patronage and decadence and so, but if they were contributing $50,000, they may get something someplace else. They may get an investment deal, something. But somebody put the heart and soul to campaign for you. They expect the little daughter to get a job. I mean, they put the thing down, you get a job where they campaign for you, they give you something, they give some exotic position, so something back for them too. There's nothing. I mean, you see, it's like...
So you're saying you don't see that as a priority area then? We don't need to make any changes there?
Because you think that is look at it as something negative and bad. I'm saying that if human nature always want that if rewards and such, you cannot just take away human nature from politicians either, because they're still human. if you are asking them to like to go ahead, if asking some interject. Yes.
Wait. No. Everyone has 30 seconds.
Yes. Okay.
Everyone has 30 seconds. I'm so sorry. I mean, I know it's great, but Moriel, wait, sorry. McClure, did you want to identify any priority area though? Because you didn't actually identify one. What you did was negate one that was raised.
Attempt to negate. Yeah.
Well, correct.
Sorry.
Are you okay? Moriel,
Well,
let's hear
my
from you.
area would be changing how we look at politics. So moving away from seeing politics as that divide and that thing that makes us enemies and that's so ingrained in our work culture, our church culture, and seeing it then as just us choosing the leaders. And so we may disagree on policy, but we don't have to disagree as friends. We don't have to disagree as people. And I think that's that moving away from that tribalism aspect of the politics here in St. Kitts and Nevis is what I think I would choose as my priority area. I'd also like to give my opinion on what was mentioned, but we'll come back to that.
We will.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, well, for me, the priority area, I believe that we need to develop a culture of seeing citizens first and then politics second.
Yes.
And I think once we are able to do that, then we will be able to be fair and just in our dealings. And so education, I believe, should be a priority area, and then we maybe accept that a little more.
Okay. Thank you so much. We have not exhausted this topic. However, we have several more, and time waits for no one. So we must forge ahead. Let's talk a bit about party strongholds. And I'm coming here because we just spoke about the tribalism, because we just spoke about my party right and your party wrong. How does that now translate into perceived or actual party strongholds in geographical areas? And are those still a thing? I know certainly 25, 30 years ago, you had several constituencies. We could predict by now, number 6 is so-and-so, number 8 is so-and-so. Is that still the case in your mind? Do we still have these strongholds, and where do you consider they are?
That is where I see change. That is where I see movement, not necessarily improvement. I hope it eventually results in improvement, but definitely we are seeing, I'm not sure if it's, well, maybe it's evolution, but I'd like to see a revolution in that respect. In other words, where at no point in any election can we manfully say this constituency, even this village in a particular constituency, is going to vote this way. We know that this candidate is going to be returned. I'd like to get to a point where we cannot accurately predict that, because people would have become so intellectually, academically, politically aware and mature that they would be weighing their decisions not based on individual or party, not individual personality or party platform, but on the substance of what was platform and on what the realism is, the pragmatism is, the possibility of translating theory into action. That is what they base their decisions on. And because of that, you can't decide, oh, candidate A is going to win in constituency 4, candidate B is going to win in constituency 12, and so on. That is what I would like to see happen. My question is, how do we get there? But certainly, that is what I would really love to see develop in the next election cycle or two.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. People have normally voted along traditional lines, and what I mean by that is according to family patterns, because if you realize the primary political socialization is at the family. You hear it in the family, the political friends and the political enemies, it's being discussed and all of that. You grow up hearing that, and sometimes you may tend to vote along those lines. However, secondary political socialization is where you go to school, you go to churches, you go to university, and so on, and you start thinking for yourself. right? You start thinking for yourself, you're learning, you become an independent thinker, you become a critical thinker, a critical listener, and so on. And so therefore, you must be able to be conversant with the issues and so on, rather than just saying, oh, my family voted for so, and so therefore I must vote for this person as well. And that comes, as I said, with education and people thinking outside of the box, the political box. You know, so therefore, and Sniper earlier in their, you know, the discourse,
youth lounge.
yeah, the youth lounge,
Yeah.
mentioned that the PLP was using that and saying that maybe you were traditionally PAM or that you were traditionally Labour. And so therefore, you don't have to be enslaved or incarcerated by tradition. You can think for yourself and come to us. But my question with that is that when they come to you, do you then incarcerate them and say, well, look, do not go back to them because you're now with us?
That's a good question. While we ruminate on that, McClure, you have an addition?
I mean, it's yes and no. How Mr. Blake approached that thing about the education, Michael, about the education, as though we're going to develop. Is there room though for a good performing legislator, a good performing representative? If you are representing your constituency and you're doing things good for them, when election time comes, shouldn't be sure vote you're going to vote back in?
But what if you're a new contender?
No, but I'm saying you to be re-elected. So you're saying what he said, so that there should be no position where you know you're going to be sure to be re-elected. But if you're doing a good job, and all year long for the 5 years you've been doing a good job, you've been in your neighborhood doing a good job.
A good job in
But
his
is
view.
that
In the view of the
party
constituents.
stronghold though, or is that
No,
individualism?
but
Because what we're talking about here is party strongholds.
Party is a composition of people, of candidates. So if I'm doing this thing as a representative in this constituency, my party gonna be strong here. If I'm doing the work every week in the neighborhood, I'm doing this stuff, I'm seeing the people, I'm going to the funeral, I'm going to the churches, I'm doing everything, I'm gonna win.
So then you're saying
that there is room for performance of representative. It's not just saying that the people just lackadaisical and but the people in their minds. You have to give people the faith that people in them doing the assessment. They say this guy is good for us.
Then
this guy is good for me. And so
let him finish.
When there is a sure seat, it's because the people in the constituency, that man is good for us.
So you're saying then that the surety isn't because of the party, but it's because of performance.
Because of performance and because of a record of achievement.
I'm saying
that's
that
the difference now.
I'm saying that the constituent have faith in constituent, have faith in people.
That's the difference.
People are not stupid. When people do make a decision, right? They don't calculate. I like him mother, he's a good guy, he ain't thief, he ain't a lot of different. So they're making decisions. I mean, they may not go to a lot of big school, but in their own way, the calculating way, it's a man for us. And so it is, they're doing these good calculations. They can't educate them in a form of that.
Okay, let me then, let's bring it, we're speaking theoretically.
Yes.
Let's bring it practically. Let's bring it home. We just heard from our results from 4. We have 2 new contenders there, and we have the incumbent.
Yes.
If we're to take your argument, then how do we determine where the 2 new contenders fall?
But if we take 4 as an example, that constituency has changed hands several times in the past 40 years. So you had in 1980 that constituency was split in two, right? In 1984, Miss Mitchell won Mr. Moore. Then Miss Mitchell won twice. Then you had
three times.
Miss Mitchell won twice. 84, 89,
and 93.
3 times. And then Mr. Herbert won. And then Mr. Herbert won, then Glenn Phillip won. And so you had different people winning. So it's not, there was a marginal seat. People are winning by less than 50 votes.
Okay, so then if we have to use that to, and I know it's still early, and I don't want to force you into any predictions, but let's look at the results so far. We have the new contender leading. Is that an indication of a swing?
In a box.
Yes, one box, but I'm saying if then we look at, because he has no track record to go on, based on what you're saying, he has no performance record, certainly not within office, right? So then there has to be, the parameters have to be broader, I would suspect.
That is what I'm talking about. Where an individual gets elected, not because he's associated with a particular party, so that we are voting for this individual because he represents a party. As we heard earlier, you can put a dog in a
number 6
market, right? In a particular constituency, or a cat in any particular constituency, or according to you, a rat in any constituency, and paint it with a particular color, label it with a particular symbol and so on, it's going to be voted for. No, we need to move away from that. We elect the individual based on his, not, by the way, I'm talking about his record of service, not just as a politician.
Okay.
But in the community.
Yes.
What is he bringing to the table? What is his claim to fame? And this is why I'm saying that when we get to that point, we can manfully boast that we are looking at some maturity politically. Now we look at number 4, just one box, yes. And my personal belief, ladies and gentlemen, is that number 4, perhaps more than any other constituency in this election, is going to give us a very good indication as to how the election is going to flow. That's my view.
Okay.
And here we have, if the incumbent then, in my view, had done a near perfect, since no man can do a perfect job, they say, a near perfect job. One might argue he should win in every box.
Well, my understanding is that he did win in all the boxes in 2020.
He'd lose by very small margins. So I am saying that perhaps people are now looking at what I'm talking about. Record of performance.
So you're saying the mature.
Or lack of it.
So you're saying the mature.
So then that would begin to show.
So you're saying the mature.
He's saying that if it continues along a certain trajectory, then he would be in a position to say that maturity has begun.
If he has the results he likes, he's a mature. If he doesn't have the results he doesn't like.
Not about like.
You don't know about
like. Let's hear Lesroy, and then I need to hear the quiet one in the room.
Let's face it. In 2020, there was a different arrangement, a unity arrangement. You now have a new party on the block. And so therefore, of course, the votes are going to be divided in ways that they were not divided before. We have to take that into consideration.
So then do you think in 2020...
Although we are saying that what we are seeing here on the chart is that Lindsay is 3% and Samal is 3% because...
3% of votes cast.
3%,
yeah.
The 3% of the votes
cast.
But
we see that he has a 25. Well, I'm not good with math. I'm not going to embarrass myself.
Yes, it's about 31.
No, so
in that box last election,
it was 155 for Lindsey Grant. So it's interesting that Lesroy spoke about the split ballots, and you're seeing it live playing out.
So are we then going to say that Lindsey, Mr. Grant winning all the boxes in 2020 was more because of the unity construct or his track record, because he was the incumbent then as well.
What, 192?
Because
it could be, because I don't think it's an either or, it's a both and.
So we think it's a mix.
It's a mix.
So the unity construct helped, but his track record also played a factor.
Yes. But if you look at the results from last time, you say how much was in the same box last time?
In the same box, it was for Mr. Grant 155. For Jason Thomas was an independent at the time, it was 2. And then it was 95 for the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party.
He won by 60
so
in that box.
In that box, he won by 60. And
Mr.
what
Grant
was
won
the
by
voter?
60
What
in
was
that
the
box.
voter turn up for that box?
No, wait, we talk
The
about
voter turnout
absolute
was-
numbers, not the turnout. The absolute numbers.
No,
Say
for that box, I
40
mean
and
the overall box.
No. Say,
I want to compare the number of persons, the number of voters in that box in 2020 versus
In that box, there was
2022.
369 registered voters.
how much voted?
And 252 voted. 255 voted.
255 voted. And how many
Including
voted this
3
time?
spoiled ballots.
357. 257. So just 2 more voters. And he moved from 255, 155 to 92.
Yes.
And so we think that the breakup of the unity construct and the addition of the new party is what chipped away at that deduction.
You see, my argument is not necessarily that because of the breakup of the unity construct, but because perhaps of the individual's performance.
But no, but you can't both ways. You can't both ways.
I'm just suggesting
you can't both ways.
Gentlemen,
McClure,
sometimes...
Lesroy, if I may, I need to hear from the quiet one in the room. I'm going to pick on you all night. Wow. Just get ready.
Well, I think we started the conversation about stronghold. And I believe halfway through, within the concept of Constituency 4, was a stronghold of the People's Action Movement. And for the last couple of years, Pam has always been in the halfway tree box. And so now we are seeing a shift. I accept that we now have, at least a new party.
Some of the votes.
But a stronghold is a stronghold.
In 2015, for example, Grant won 145 versus 124 to Glenn Goose Phillip. 145 in that box, 145 versus 124.
He has lost some ground there.
He's lost some ground. And the number of voters were the same. Average,
right, just about the same.
Right. He has lost some ground, and that is expected. I think it is expected. I do not think it must come as a surprise, because now you have a new party. And
yes, but then
people are going to gravitate towards a new party as well.
But then both sides should have been affected if
well,
you want to look
that was
at
going
it.
to be my question.
If you want to look
Who
at it
is
straight
most
over.
affected with a new contender entering? Because we've traditionally been a two-party country. We now have this third party who came up. I mean, they were in the last cycle, but now put out a full slate in a relatively short space of time. Kudos to them, I must say, though. I mean, fielding a slate of candidates in what, two months?
Correct.
That was commendable, and the caliber of candidates, I must say, as well. Definitely within the short space of time.
And I think, given the fact that it's a new party, PLP, in that area, I would say that Kendale has done well.
So who do we think?
Even to garner
whose
41
base do we think that 41 came from?
Well,
do we think it came from Pam, or do we think it came from
Well,
Labour?
it's clear it came from Pam.
It came from Pam.
Numbers don't lie, right?
In numbers, the Labour held the numbers.
Yes.
Labour held its numbers.
And
how much think on last time Labour
both
got?
96.
2015 both got 124, you said, right?
Pam and New Vote.
Both in 2015, Mr. Phillip
28 more.
Got 124 votes.
Got 124 votes.
Mr.
And
Grant,
in
145.
In 2020, the Labour candidates.
In 2020, the Labour candidate got 95.
95.
Versus 155 for Mr. Grant.
And then now we hear
123 versus 92.
You know, Mr. Blake mentioned...
Michael.
Michael mentioned something that people... He was speaking a lot about people's track records and all of that, and people voting for a person's track record in a particular community or constituency. But sometimes people don't vote and no track record. People vote basically on their attitude, their feelings towards you, their emotions towards you, and all of that sort of, whether they like you or
Yeah, but I'm speaking about what should obtain.
What should have said?
So the idea.
Now, what I'd like to see happen going forward.
The idea. Okay, and that's acceptable. I mean, we do need something
good at
to
making
move forward.
relationships with people and all of that sort of. You may not have a track record of all things in the community, but at the very same time, people view you as an amicable person, as a likable person.
Okay, well, let's put that into
and
perspective.
so on.
In the same box, number 4, I'm going to call on Muriel, just simply because he's young and I can. When we look at the candidates, based on what Leslie just said in terms of how people vote, right? If we look at the human element in it, then as a new voter, this is your first time voting?
Yes.
Right. As a new voter, looking at these candidates, let's say you were registered in 4, which one, based on their campaign, would you be more inclined to vote for if you weren't affiliated? Like, forget your party affiliation, so don't tell me, Samal, and that's, it's because you're a Labour. No, I want objectivity here. So you look at their, as Leslie said, their personalities, who's approachable, who's likable, popularity, their mandate, their platforms. Which of these 3 would you select?
Well, I can't say I would have been monitoring the race number 4 too closely, so I think, but I see where Leslie is coming from, where you want that approachable candidate, and I think that the age relation has something to play with it. So someone perhaps in my age, I would have probably related more to Samuel and Kendall because they are a bit closer in my age. However, someone of a different age group may have related better to Mr. Grant. So I think it comes down then to that individual. What are you looking for in that approachable candidate? And not only that, but we know even as different individuals that we may relate to different people better. So some candidate might come and relate to Mr. Lindsay different to how he might relate to Leslie. So I think then it comes down to that individual perspective. So as a young person, then I think it's easier for young people to connect to young people. So then I guess in that regard, it would have been between Mr. Liebert and Mr. Duggins.
Okay, and Mackie. So he gave his perspective from a young person. I want you now to give me the perspective from a reasonable man voter. So again, party politics aside, and you're familiar with the reasonable man concept. This is just your average voter who, and we're going to go to the ideal. They are politically astute. They understand the concerns at hand, the philosophies, if you will, and they want to make the most informed choice. But before they get there, they're looking at these 3 candidates. How do you think the reasonable man as a voter would choose here?
Reasonable man don't go in politics that much.
I know, but I gave it to you. I specifically gave it to you because I wanted to struggle with this.
Let me finish.
I wanted to struggle and emerge because I want that brain to work tonight.
I'm an ethnic Pam, so
exactly, and that's why I put it to you.
But the thing is, if that would, because I'm thinking factors that someone going to in making a choice of who to vote for. And I think by far the biggest factor, by significant factor that you go into is that we have a reasonable, your likability is good, your policies is good, but that's 5 and 10%. 75% is your party affiliation.
Right, so that's why I said remove party affiliation.
So that's the main reason we vote for somebody, the party. Whatever party it is, and the person good. That's the person. And so that on the edges is that likability, the manifesto, which is not that as important, policies and that kind of stuff, and if you rub the wrong way once or twice. The thing that incumbency has a burden because you have a record to measure against. Somebody who is not in power could make all kinds of promises. I'm going to do this when I go in and do this when I go in, and somebody who's an incumbent has a record to come up against. And so if you have if you're going to be doing measurements, I mean, if you have personality, but you don't have any record, there's nothing to judge against. But if you have a record, there's something to judge against. So you can't be saying, I'm going to do that.
I feel like you're dodging the
No,
question.
it's not dodging. I'm saying, you say it was difficult, right? So I'm saying that an incumbent has it more difficult to defend himself against two fresh-faced persons who has no record of anything. And they could say,
that's not so. That's not correct.
We
don't have no record of anything.
So your answer is then?
That
Just let him answer. You don't want to answer?
I'm introducing a separate point.
Okay.
Right. So let's finish off you, and then we move into.
I'm saying, if you're incumbent, it's stacked against you. Into wait.
Michael, a moment.
Sorry.
Do you need me to make a proviso for you that, whatever you say here doesn't affect your actual party affiliation?
No, I don't need that.
You're not answering the question, and I think the
Well,
question
he will not
is...
answer it, so I think you should move.
Right, so then I'm that's what are we going to get an answer? Or?
What the question was?
Which of these three would the reasonable man
gravitate
towards removing political affiliation?
Wait, one second. You can't remove a political affiliation because the biggest factor in voting is a party affiliation.
Okay. I take your point. I take your point, so we'll move on.
There's another factor that we have not spoken about in terms of what we are seeing now in terms of voting, that sort of a political behavior and the political culture in which we find ourselves. And that is, a lot of people now are saying that, look, I am indifferent really to what's taking place, and my vote is transactional. And we saw a lot of that, people saying, look, my vote is for sale. It's for who brings the money and who gives this to me. I am going to vote for them. So the transactional component is that somebody may say, look, I am really not tied to any political party. I am not affiliated. I am really indifferent. But if you bring some money and give me, I am really willing to give you a chance. And that transactional component is something that we have seen that have crept into our political culture, and the politicians are yes, they're making hay while the sun shines.
And so
therefore, can I finish, Mr. Blake? And so therefore, at election time, you see a lot of these things. It's almost as though it is so blatant that it is vote buying. It is vote buying. And sometimes you see this happening, not so much in the Frigate Bay area. You don't see it happening in the Bird Rock area because these people are not begging for bread. These people are really not saying that, look, I want to be on the path. You understand? And so therefore, it is playing on, if you want to put it that way, those in society who are most disadvantaged, those in the lower income bracket, and so on, who you can bring and offer something and say, well, look, take this $500 to put on a shirt, or take this $1,000, and things like that, with the hopes that they, in turn, will give you the vote. It's a sort of a quid pro quo around that time. And that dimension, we have to look at as well.
So we think that played a huge factor in this election? Is that where you're going with this?
I cannot speak for the huge factor, but I think it plays a factor in that some people are really willing to sell themselves, to sell their vote.
Okay, Michael.
Madam Chair, then Lesroy is supporting my thesis that there is no improvement in the culture. Because this new element of transactional politics contaminates, adulterates body politics.
I don't think he was suggesting that it was new. I think
I didn't say it was new. I said in 20 years.
Right. Yeah.
So it is more pronounced now. That's your position.
Well. I did not say that either, Mr.
I am asking
Blake.
you.
What I have said, it has been perpetrated
No.
I'm not saying it is more pronounced. That is, if you want to come to that conclusion, you're free to. But what I am saying that it is something that we have seen evolve.
Right. I'm not sure if that's a case of it evolving.
So as you were saying, Michael,
I don't think that that shows improvement in any regard. I think it's a step in the wrong direction, and I think that it is something that needs to be arrested, because it means that eventually we will not be electing individuals because either of their track record or what their potential to bring to the table, their ability to be innovative and creative and to present that which benefits the public. Let me finish, please.
Go ahead.
But instead, we are electing individuals simply based on the fact that those individuals can give me something in return. So that we are placing a value now, a measurable, tangible value on our vote.
Okay, and I think the points have been merged to an extent, and I do think, Maklo, you raised that earlier in the sense that there is a legitimate expectation that when one pours one's heart and soul into a campaign and the subsequent successful election of the candidate, that something should flow your way. And how that flows, I guess, they determine amongst themselves. But I think what Leswar was speaking to, and not necessarily in terms of improvement or not, was just because of the discussion surrounding who of the candidates would persons would more gravitate to. He was saying another thing to consider is that it wouldn't just be about likability, popularity issues, but it could also be because they were offered a monetary
It's
That's not what Leslie said.
That's what I said.
That's what I understood.
Mr. Blake, that is what I said.
That is what I understood him to say.
You only built on what I said, but that is what I said.
Okay, so let's move into voter swing, and some of this I think would also factor in here, because if we're talking about what would push you to vote in a particular way, then that determines whether you vote where you traditionally voted or you switch. So in 2020, we had in 2015 actually is where it was conceptualized, unity construct. And so that historic event showed us parties coming together ahead of elections, because we had coalitions in the past, so parties coming together was nothing new to form the administration, but actually campaigning together as a construct to say we are together. When you vote for one, you vote for all. That was something quite novel in 2015, creative and out of the box, I would say. So we saw a huge shift. I mean, they took out the incumbent. How do we then account for that, for voter swing? In that instance, is it then the alacrity of the voters? So they said, well, we don't want this anymore, we want this? Or does the same popularity, personal feeling, relationships, and of course, the buying of the vote come into play as it relates to voter swing? Valentine.
Well, I believe that the country over the same 20 years that we looked at before, you had the tribalism approach, PAM versus Labour, and you had that going on and on. And I believe that the citizens were asking for something different and something new. So I believe the drive towards the unity construct came from
Bottom up.
And so I believe that because the citizens were asking for that, the politicians then now just step up. I still think that to the large measure, there is still the appetite for that. But based on what has transpired,
The politicians have destroyed it.
That's correct. And
okay, so you think that the success of the unity construct in 2015
was based or grounded in the fact that the buy-in came from the electorate.
That's correct.
But let us bear in mind, because I like to look at elections involve individual voters. And of course, well, we happen to have a system where we are divided into constituencies, and it's the party that wins the larger, or well, we now have 3, so the largest number of seats. But in 2015, although the unity construct ended up being the government, so to speak, the Labour Party won the largest percentage of the votes.
That's traditional. I mean,
Okay.
the Labour Party has historically
And that
always
obtained as well
captured
in
the
the last
popular
election in
vote.
2020.
But that is a discussion, I think, more along boundary issues. I think that's where that, in terms of how we are split up, that's where that could be the factor that feeds into that popular vote.
I have problem.
Simply because the constituencies that the Labour Party have traditionally held, or they have strong footings in, the numbers are higher. So it comes down to a numbers game. So even when they lost the election, they have the popular vote, but our system doesn't give that any.
I have had a problem responding to a number of my students asking that question. If one of the definitions which we tend to accept of democracy is the rule of the majority, because there are a number of definitions of democracy. One of it, and a critical one of it, is the rule of the majority. And I really have not been able to answer the question. How is it that year after year, a particular party gets the majority votes, but is not allowed to rule?
It's not allowed. It's not allowed.
Something, can I say something?
Right? But not only is the party which achieves the larger number of votes, the majority, not allowed to rule all the way, but their very views and suggestions are discarded.
Can I say something?
I have not been able to properly address this.
So that's why you're responding to this?
Yes, I'm responding to Mr. Blake. It is because of the system, Michael. It's because of the system that we have. We have a majoritarian model from Westminster, first past the post, and it's about the number of seats.
Suffice.
We do not have proportional representation, which is basically a percentage of the votes. And so therefore, proportional representation, for me, reflects more fairness in terms of people being included in government and so on. What happens is that the winner takes all in first past
So is that democratic?
majority. Well, that's the question.
That's a debate we could
But
have.
yes, that's a debate that we could have.
But
the answer is yes, it is because of the Westminster model, the Westminster system.
I was actually going to make the same point, Leslie, that it does come down to the system that we chose to adopt. We chose to take on that and continue that system from the United Kingdom. Inherited, if you want to say, from the United Kingdom. Because when you look at the
other countries have chosen not to follow that pattern.
Yes, because there are countries around the world that follow the proportional representation system. And that's a debate that we did have in SKN a few years ago at one of our parliament sittings. And so when you analyze it, though, there are advantages and disadvantages for the two. And I think the quick fix, if you want to call it that, if you don't want us to switch a whole system, is simply to empower the opposition. Because what you realize in the Caribbean is that when a party goes into opposition, they basically become obsolete. And the only place you see them is Parliament, and they barely are able even to have a say, except in, say, larger territories like Guyana and Trinidad, where it's almost an equal balance of the two parties. Where you see in the smaller territories where there's one party overshadowing the other, is that party basically then controls and has at its whims all the branches of government, and they can basically then squash the democratic process. And coming back to your definition and interpretation of democracy, the fact that we need to respect not only the rule of the majority, but respect the opinions of the minority, then comes down to, in my opinion, a discussion of opposition empowerment, giving the opposition a larger say in Parliament and a larger say in the performance of the country's affairs.
Yeah, but my assumption is that to say that the answer is because of the system inherent does not suffice to kind of satisfy the inquisitive students' search for answer by telling them, oh, it's because of the system that we have inherited. Because then in his mind, democracy has not justified its existence.
It's how you define democracy. That is part of democracy. That is one way of democracy. You can't say that it's not democracy.
It's two systems. They are basically two systems. But if you listen carefully on the political platform in the campaign just concluded, you hear parties, the only party I didn't hear saying, really, but maybe they said it too, but I didn't hear. We want all 8. Well, if you want all 8, then there is no opposition. There is no opposition if you have all 8 seats.
So we have had that.
And we have had that.
We've
So
had
is that the best thing for democracy? Not to have an opposition?
But then,
Nevis.
well, I understand your point, but let's look at Barbados, for instance.
And what may have been?
They've just had their elections, a snap election as well, and they received their mandate, and they won. It wasn't as powerful as before in 2018 when they won every single box in every single constituency, but the mandate was clear. That person still wanted all of the candidates
Is
fielded
it every Bajan
well,
or
no,
the majority?
as in the majority.
Because that's the distinction we have to make. Yes.
Thank you for that. Thank you so much for that. I do not want to misspeak. So yes, the majority of persons of the electorate who voted, they still wanted each candidate from the Barbados Labour Party to be their representative. And so how do you then tell these people that you gave the choice to that, no, you made the wrong choice? So how does that affect democracy then?
I agree with you, but in the case that I spoke about earlier, these political parties in their campaign saying that they are going to win all 8, and they know that they are not going to win all 8. Because as it stands, it will be very difficult for any one of these political parties in St. Kitts to win a majority, which is 6 seats. And so therefore, I think we are looking at another coalition government.
Yeah, a majority of 8 is not 6. A majority of 8 is 5. But
you mean 11 of the 11.
That's understood. No, that's understood.
Yes, of the 11.
St. Kitts Nevis.
6 is a majority of the 11, Mr. Blaze.
Okay, we're going to have to wrap up this.
And I would like to know,
have,
how do you know that no party is going to
that is my projection. That is my prediction. That no party is going to win 6 seats in St. Kitts and form the government.
Okay.
Without a coalition government.
Okay, we have been advised that we are waiting for new results coming in from the supervisor of elections for St. Kitts 4 and St. Kitts 7. So we'll head over to the supervisor of elections to hear those results. St. Kitts 4 and St. Kitts 7.
Good evening once again. I have results to share. Constituency number 4. Halfway Tree Polling Division 5B, where there were 411, that's 411 registered voters. The number of ballots validly cast was 273. There were no rejected ballots. There was 1 spoilt ballot. Samuel Duggins of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 127 votes. That's 127 votes. Lindsay Grant of the People's Action Movement received 102 votes. That's 102. And Kende Liebert of the People's Labour Party received 44 votes. That's 44 votes. And in that same constituency, number 4, polling division 1A in the challengers area, the number of registered voters was 322,322. The number of votes validly cast was 195,195. There were 2 rejected ballots. There were no spoilt ballots. Samuel Duggins of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 104 votes, that's 104 votes. Lindsay Grant of the People's Action Movement received 72 votes, that's 72. And Kende Liebert of the People's Labour Party received 17 votes, that's 17. And in polling division 1B, also in the challengers area, where there were 284 registered voters, the number of votes validly cast was 178. There were 3 rejected ballots. There were no spoilt ballots. Samuel Duggins of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 94, that's 94 votes. Lindsay Grant of the People's Action Movement received 60, that's 60 votes. And Kende Liebert of the People's Labour Party received 21 votes, that's 2-1. In the constituency of St. Christopher 7, Tabernacle and its surrounds, at the Edgar T. Morris School, there were 538 registered voters, and the number of votes validly cast was 329, that's 329. There were 2 rejected ballots. There were 2 spoilt ballots. Lincoln David Pell of the People's Action Movement received 22 votes, that's 2-2. Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party received 188 votes, that's a 188. And Leon Natter Nelson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 117, that's 117 votes. In polling division number 2, Tabernacle Community Center in St. Christopher 7, where the number of registered voters was 497. The number of votes validly cast was 293. There were 3 rejected ballots. There were no spoilt ballots. David Lincoln Pell of the People's Action Movement received 20 votes, that's 20 votes. Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party received 202 votes, that's 202. And Leon Natter Nelson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 68 votes, that's 68 votes. I will be back with further information, but right now it's over to Master Control.
Platinum means luxury at your fingertips. Platinum means indulging in a 3-course meal. Platinum means treating a friend or a loved one. Platinum means completing daily errands with a single tap. Platinum means card-to-card transfers. Even when you're on the go. Platinum means shopping anywhere in the world. MasterCard approved. You deserve loyalty. You deserve Platinum. Platinum means luxury at your fingertips. Platinum means indulging in a 3-course meal. Platinum means treating a friend or a loved one. Platinum means completing daily errands with a single tap. Platinum means card-to-card transfers. Even when you're on the go. Platinum means shopping anywhere in the world. MasterCard approved. You deserve loyalty. You deserve Platinum. Platinum means luxury at your fingertips. Platinum means indulging in a 3-course meal. Platinum means treating a friend or a loved one. Platinum means completing daily errands with a single tap. Platinum means card-to-card transfers. Even when you're on the go. Platinum means shopping anywhere in the world. MasterCard approved. You deserve loyalty. You deserve Platinum. Platinum means luxury at your fingertips. Platinum means indulging in a 3-course meal. Platinum means treating a friend or a loved one. Platinum means completing daily errands with a single tap. Platinum means card-to-card transfers. Even when you're on the go. Platinum means shopping anywhere in the world. MasterCard approved. You deserve loyalty. You deserve Platinum.
And we're back with our coverage of SKN Elections 2022 results. We just got a mouthful from the Supervisor of Elections and we are ready to jump on that. Okay, gentlemen, how are we looking? Let's go to St. Christopher 4.
Yeah, well, clearly, St. Christopher 4, what we're seeing is that Lindsey Grant has lost significant ground in constituency number 4. Constituency number 4 has 10 boxes, and so far, Samuel Duggins has won 4 of those boxes, including challenges and halfway tree, which are big wins for him. So Samuel Duggins clearly is confidently leading in constituency number 4. Whereas we see in constituency number 10 in Nevis that Eric Evelyn certainly is leading Rohan Isles in that constituency. And then in constituency 7, we see that Timothy Harris is leading significantly in that constituency.
Okay, let's focus on one constituency at a time.
Yeah.
So we started with 4, let's continue with that. You've indicated 4 boxes have come in, 4 boxes have been won by the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party candidate, Mr. Duggins, and those 4 boxes were won last election in 2020 by the People's Action Movement candidate, Mr. Lindsey Grant. We do see the new player, the second new player coming in PLP, and he has been holding his ground, I would say, as a new entrant from a new party. But back this shift. We were talking about voter swing earlier, and this is significant voter swing. I would think 4 boxes have come in, a clear majority for the St. Kitts Labour Party. What do we think could have caused that?
I think we needed to point out earlier, I don't think we did, that Lindsey Grant won all 10 boxes last election. All 10 boxes Lindsey Grant won last election.
And now he's
That is
lost
significant.
4.
Okay. Steve Rensford did not win in any of the boxes last election. Okay. So we now have Samuel Grant. Samuel Duggins. My apologies. My apologies.
I'm sure he'll forgive you. I'm sure they'll both forgive you.
That's my partner in literary, in things literary. Yeah. So clearly, it suggests to me that the people of constituency 4, so far, and we're looking at the 2 extreme ends of the constituency, by the way, were not satisfied with the performance, with what the incumbent had achieved. And so they have opted, or are opting, for an alternative.
Can we look at it another way? Can we look at it not so much in terms of dissatisfaction, but hopeful, and they are anticipating much more from Samuel than perhaps they think Lindsay can take them. Not necessarily that they're dissatisfied with him. Do we think that could be a possibility?
But I'm also thinking that not a possibility is that it is not so much a Mr. Grant himself as the individual. Perhaps the folks are deciding that the party he represents. I mean, an individual might tell you, Grant is a good man, I like Mr. Grant, he's done this, he's done that, but the party he represents has failed, quote unquote, and so, because as we discussed earlier, not many people vote along the vast majority is opposed, party lines, opposed to the individual, him or herself. So that's not what we can interpret.
And we look at the low turnout as
But
well.
I was about to ask
In number
about
4, the low turnout.
So what are
that we see.
comparative numbers? 2020, these same boxes.
What I noticed that in
I don't
the
agree.
second box,
No, the low turnout,
1B,
There was no low
279.
turnout. I don't think it's a low turnout.
No.
There were 279 registered voters in 1B, that's in challengers, and this year there were only 284
registered
voters.
Okay.
284 this time around versus 279 in 2020.
And how many actually voted?
178 voted of 284, and the last time 160 voted out of 279.
So a higher
Mathematicians can
turnout.
perhaps work that out percentage-wise, but
okay.
and those are the requisite tools.
So then, so based on your numbers there, we see a slight increase in terms of voter turnout between 2020 and 2022 in that box. It was 160 in 2020, and this year is 178.
Right.
Okay.
For a smaller number, so clearly that's an increase in that particular box, because for a smaller number we had a larger turnout.
Okay, so then, along that trajectory, do we also think there's a possibility that with the injection of the new party, that it may not even be a matter of dissatisfaction with Mr. Grant or a preference for Samal, but just that there's a new person and we want to vote for this new person.
Well, I'm not
this
sure
new
how
party.
significant this is, but gentlemen, in challengers, the combined votes for Mr. Grant and Mr. Liebert, combined votes are less than those for Samal.
Right, and it is significant, and maybe it is too early to ask the question if this is an indication of the national mood.
It's a little
Yeah,
too early
too
for
early.
that.
Still too early. Just
It is still too early for it, but
it's something to watch.
But
definitely.
it's definitely something to watch, because I've always been told that constituency number 4 is a very important
I made the point earlier.
Can you imagine how it's
Okay, so let's look at the other boxes. We had some, the other constituency, we had some for St. Kitts 7.
Well, I want to
Any
point
surprises
out,
there?
definitely. But in number 7, last election, the opponent, who is the same opponent to the incumbent, he did not reach triple figures in any of the boxes.
He's doing better.
He did not reach triple figures in any of the boxes. His best figure was 97.
In box number 5.
He has now gotten 117.
In Tabernacle.
All right.
I think that is significant.
Yes.
Because that is the hometown of the
incumbent.
And how
Timothy
much did the
Harris.
incumbent get in that box?
He got 117 votes in that box, and Timothy Harris got 188. That is significant in Tabernacle.
So we think it's safe to say that Mr. Natter has made some ground despite the
He has
entrance
made,
of a new
yes.
party.
in those two boxes, he has made some ground.
Because looking at the comparative figure in 2020, he would have only had 17 that same box, whereas Timothy Harris would have had 262. And the other box that came in would have been number 2. And in that one, Timothy Harris had 302, while he had 45. And so both boxes we see a jump. So he has made some ground in that constituency.
But very importantly, I thought you continue to add that Timothy Harris got 302 in the last election.
Yes.
Versus 202 now.
Yes. So he's been reducing.
So
302 last
and-
election versus 202 now.
So tell me about the PAM candidate numbers, because I'm trying to see where the numbers came from, and I'm trying to see who eroded the incumbent's numbers, whether it's Mr. Natter or, remind me of the candidate for
David Pell.
David Pell.
Lincoln David Pell.
Correct. So he got 42 overall. The incumbent is leading with a significant 390, and we have Mr. Natter Nelson 185. And we're saying that in these two boxes, last year, he's made ground.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Do we think in the other boxes that this trend will continue?
Of not I'm predicting
Gaining
that.
ground?
Yeah.
And do we
I'm
think
predicting
it would be significant enough to unseat the incumbent?
I don't think it
No,
will be
definitely not. I don't think so either.
significant enough to unseat
But
the
we are
incumbent.
very close in the gap.
But I think that he is improving in terms of the number of persons that are now supporting him in that constituency.
Okay, so this leads me to my next question. And this has always been a touchy topic, I find, for a lot of persons. How many times do you think a candidate can face the electorate and be unsuccessful before it is time to say, hang up his or her hat?
Thank you for raising that, because that question was raised in my A-level students recently as well. In the same way that we're talking about term limits for prime ministers and perhaps the ministers of government, should there be limits on the number of times an individual can offer himself without having one? In other words, he offers himself election 1, loses. Election 2.
But that
election 3 and election 4. Should he be allowed to run for election 5?
But Mr. Blake, that is dependent on the party.
Is that democratic?
That is dependent on the party. And
But
what
that
the
has
party
never
wants.
happened,
So that's determined by the party
It's
constitution.
determined by the party constitution.
Sure.
Okay, but do we think
Private.
then, okay, in this instance, Mr. Natter has made some ground, and then next election, then what? We'll come back to that though. We have been advised we have more results coming in from Nevis 10. We have first time results from St. Kitts 5, and we also have more results from St. Kitts 7. Stay tuned to hear from our supervisor on
Welcome back, and I have some further results to share. Nevis 10, Gingerland. Polling Division 3 at the Hanleys Road Community Center, where there were 339 registered voters, there were 158 votes cast. That's 158. There were no rejected ballots. There were no spoiled ballots. Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 109 votes. That's 109. Rowan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party received 49. That's 49 votes. Also in Hanley's Road, polling division number 4, where there were 141 registered voters, 77 votes were validly cast. There were no rejected ballots. There were no spoiled ballots. Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 56, that's 56 votes, and Rohan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party received 21, that's 21 votes. In constituency of St. Christopher 5, we have 3 results to share. Polling division 1A at the Sandy Point Recreation Ground, where there were 414, that's 414, registered voters. There were 266 votes validly cast. 266. There was 1 rejected ballot. There were no spoilt ballots. Kenneth Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 101 votes. Sean Richards of the People's Action Movement received 132 votes. That's 132. Stachio Williams of the People's Labour Party received 32 votes. That's 32. Polling division 1B, again at the Recreation Ground in Sandy Point, where there were 382 registered voters. That's 382. The number of votes validly cast was 257. There was 1 rejected ballot. There were no spoiled ballots. Kenneth Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 108. That's 108 votes. Sean Richards of the People's Action Movement received 122 votes. That's 122. Stachio Williams of the People's Labour Party received 26 votes. That's 26. Polling division 1C, again at the Recreation Ground in Sandy Point. The number of registered voters was 412. There were 278 votes validly cast. There were 2 rejected ballots. There were no spoiled ballots. Kenneth Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 106 votes. Sean Richards of the People's Action Movement received 141 votes. That's 141. Stachio Williams of the People's Labour Party received 29 votes. That's 29 votes. In St. Christopher, number 7, at the Estridge School, polling division 3, there were 365 registered voters, and the number of votes validly cast was 225. 225. There were no rejected ballots. There were no spoiled ballots. Lincoln David Pell of the People's Action Movement received 7 votes. 7 votes. Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party received 111 votes. That's 111. Leon Nathan-Nelson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 107 votes. That's 107 votes. That's all I have in this section. I will be back with you, but right now it's over to Master Control.
And we're back with our coverage of SKN Elections 2022. We have more results in for you, and we're just going to get straight to it. Gentlemen, let's go to the new one, St. Christopher 5. Any surprises?
Okay.
No surprises?
For me, there are no surprises there.
So the incumbent is leading.
The incumbent is leading.
And how do we feel
But
about...
it is important to note, ladies and gentlemen, that in all the three boxes, compared to the last election,
Kenneth Douglas has improved.
Has improved remarkably.
Yes.
Remarkably. The distance between the incumbent and Kenny has narrowed quite a bit. That's important to note. Although he has won in all three boxes.
Okay, here we see it. I mean, it's 395.
Last election, for example, in box number 1B, Kenny Richards received only 87 votes. Now he got 108. In box 1C, last election, he got 86 votes. Now he gets 106. In 1A, last election, he got 105. That has been reduced to 101. But so has Sean Richards moved from 156 to 132. So both of them have experienced some reduction, clearly Sean by a larger margin.
And how do we think the entrance of Mr. Williams has played into that reduction?
Well, unlike the other constituencies, it's not as clear because in number 4 you saw the clear reduction in Mr. Grant's his numbers. But here you see Mr. Richards remaining quite consistent, winning in the 3 boxes so far, and keeping a relative close margin, although a bit reduced to how he performed then. So I wouldn't say it has affected Mr. Richards too much as of now, looking at the results we have now.
So do we think then, early prediction, Mr. Richards is well on his way to being re-elected?
Yes.
There are 10 boxes.
Well, you have 7 more.
7 more boxes?
I believe.
3 out of 7?
Yes.
Well, that's the Labour stronghold.
Right. So I think that it is a bit too early still.
Still too early?
Yes.
Okay,
So you think that let me ask you, Mr. Lindsay, you think that the competition in number 5 is between Kenneth Douglas and Sean Richards?
That's correct, yes.
Oh, clearly.
So how do we feel about Sashio's performance? Do we think that this is going to improve, or do we think that this is going to be the trend as we get in the next 7 boxes?
I would dare to predict that it's going to be similar throughout.
Yes, because in all 3 boxes, he seemed to have an average, let's say, 27 votes, really. 32 in one, 26 in another, and 29 in one.
So again, we're seeing the Labour candidate doing well. Well, not in the sense that he's leading, but
doing better than on the last occasion.
Time. And in some cases, more than just imperceptibly so.
Okay, and we got some more results from St. Christopher 7, correct?
Yes, and that result is very shocking.
Yes.
Telling.
Because the incumbent won that box only by 4 votes. That is...
He won by 56 last time.
Yeah.
And the PAM candidate only got 7 votes, so it's definitely not gone there.
No.
Timothy Harris won by 56 votes last time around. Now he has scraped through, shall we say?
He has scraped through.
Scraped
4 votes.
Scraped through. Such a strong
4
term.
votes. There's one nonetheless.
He has emerged victorious in that box.
Yes.
But I think what you're pushing towards is the incredible improvement of Mr. Nathan Nelson.
Right, correct.
I would say laudable, more so than incredible.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Okay, and I know this is what, the 4th box now or the 5th?
That was the 3rd box.
The third.
The 3rd? Oh,
Yes.
okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay, gentlemen. Did we have any more for St. Nevis 10?
Yes, we got some from Nevis 10.
Okay, and
the trend still continues to favor the incumbent, Eric Eaton.
any surprises? I mean, historically.
It's a sure seat.
And so, okay, and so we think then that party stronghold will prevail in this sense, or?
And you see, we're going back to political culture, because look at the language that he's using. It's a sure seat.
St. George's, Gingerland is a sure seat for Cicero. Was so advanced and restored.
It has been since the formation of
it's been so.
So, okay, one last point as we get to wrap up, because we have to head back to the youth lounge. One last point. Do we think then, since Nevis has had the emergence of a new party over there as well, the MRM, do we think that they will make any significant ground or significant impact to the traditional CCM, NRP?
Well, for now, it's left to be seen. I'm actually eagerly waiting to see either 11 or 9, which one comes in first, to get an idea of the MRM's performance. I don't know, though, how much of an impact they would make in this first election, but I would look to see from this election's performance how they do going forward. Because I can't say too much that I would have seen them as much as I would have seen the NRP and CCM, but it could be perhaps because they were the new party on the block. So I look eagerly to see those results when they come in.
Yeah, I look forward to, but not with much hope.
Okay, thank you so much, gentlemen. I'm going to give you 20 seconds each just to give your parting remarks. It's been incredible having you with me, but I have to go back to the youth. My youth is calling me. So we'll start with Mr. Lindsay and we'll work our way around. 20 seconds each. Your closing thoughts.
Well, I believe we are looking at a trend in number 4. I know the two challengers and Harvey usually two PAM stronghold. And we are seeing that Mr. Samuel is moving ahead of Lindsey Grant in constituency 4. So that to me is very telling, and it almost can cause us to give a prediction of that seat. But I still will hold on that. And in number 7, we recognize that the Labour candidate is moving steady along, and I believe that too may sort of bring out where the country is leading in terms of, thinking and the government in which they are leading towards, and so that may be something that we have to look closely at.
Great, thank you so much. Moriel, your last words?
Well, the results have been quite interesting thus far, and I will certainly continue to monitor and look as we continue to receive these results. I want to thank everyone who went out to vote, and thank everyone who has been listening. And I encourage everyone to respect the results at the end of the day, and so that we could have continuity and stability as we move forward as a country.
Great job.
I don't have any closing remarks. I'll need my time to.
Yeah, I believe I'm looking at number 5 and I'm looking at number 7. And while we're seeing some change in the political behavior in those constituencies, in terms of voting, I'm talking about, I do not think that it will be enough to change the political culture in those 2 constituencies, number 5 and number 7. Even though we realize that the incumbent, Timothy Harris, has not done as well as he did in the last election, it is not enough for him to lose that seat. And equally, I do not think that even though Kenneth Douglas has gained some ground in number 5, I do not think it will be enough for Sean Richards to lose that seat.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Leslie. And Michael.
Yeah, my parting statement is we have had 3 sets of results for 3 constituencies in St. Kitts. I would like to suggest that Number 4 is going to go the way of the Labour candidate. Number 7 is going to go the way of the PLP candidate. And that number 5 is too close to call at the moment. In Nevis, I think that the CCM is going to prevail in Nevis 10. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It was good sharing with you.
Thank you much. Thank you so much to all of you panelists. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with Youth Lounge with Sniper and more election results right here on ZIZ.
Platinum means luxury at your fingertips. Platinum means indulging in a 3-course meal. Platinum means treating a friend or a loved one. Platinum means completing daily errands with a single tap. Platinum means card-to-card transfers. Even when you're on the go. Platinum means shopping anywhere in the world. MasterCard approved. You deserve loyalty. You deserve Platinum. Platinum means luxury at your fingertips. Platinum means indulging in a 3-course meal. Platinum means treating a friend or a loved one. Platinum means completing daily errands with a single tap. Platinum means card-to-card transfers. Even when you're on the go. Platinum means shopping anywhere in the world. MasterCard approved. You deserve loyalty. You deserve Platinum. Platinum means luxury at your fingertips. Platinum means indulging in a 3-course meal. Platinum means treating a friend or a loved one. Platinum means completing daily errands with a single tap. Platinum means card-to-card transfers. Even when you're on the go. Platinum means shopping anywhere in the world. MasterCard approved. You deserve loyalty. You deserve Platinum. Platinum means luxury at your fingertips. Platinum means indulging in a 3-course meal. Platinum means treating a friend or a loved one. Platinum means completing daily errands with a single tap. Platinum means card-to-card transfers. Even when you're on the go. Platinum means shopping anywhere in the world. MasterCard approved. You deserve loyalty. You deserve Platinum. Platinum means luxury at your fingertips. Platinum means indulging in a 3-course meal. Platinum means treating a friend or a loved one. Platinum means completing daily errands with a single tap. Platinum means card-to-card transfers. Even when you're on the go. Platinum means shopping anywhere in the world. MasterCard approved. You deserve loyalty. You deserve Platinum. Platinum means luxury at your fingertips. Platinum means indulging in a 3-course meal. Platinum means treating a friend or a loved one. Platinum means completing daily errands with a single tap. Platinum means card-to-card transfers. Even when you're on the go. Platinum means shopping anywhere in the world. MasterCard approved. You deserve loyalty. You deserve Platinum. Platinum means luxury at your fingertips. Platinum means indulging in a 3-course meal. Platinum means treating a friend or a loved one. Platinum means completing daily errands with a single tap. Platinum means card-to-card transfers. Even when you're on the go. Platinum means shopping anywhere in the world. MasterCard approved. You deserve loyalty. You deserve Platinum. Platinum means luxury at your fingertips. Platinum means indulging in a 3-course meal. Platinum means treating a friend or a loved one. Platinum means completing daily errands with a single tap. Platinum means card-to-card transfers. Even when you're on the go. Platinum means shopping anywhere in the world. MasterCard approved. You deserve loyalty. You deserve Platinum.
Welcome back. We're here back in the Youth Lounge with Sniper. We have some new faces with us. We'll get to them. But first, let me let you know where all you can see us. We are live on ZIZ TV, ZIZ Radio, ZIZonline.com, ZIZ mobile app, ZIZ YouTube, and ZIZ Facebook Live. You can also find us on NTV, SKNIS, and Sniper's social media pages. Please follow us on all our ZIZ social media platforms for results as they come up. Now to our panelists here in the Youth Lounge with Sniper. We'll start on my extreme right. Can you introduce yourself first, young man?
Hi, good night, Leo. My name is Malachi Ferguson, the Vice President of the St. Kitts National Youth Parliament Association.
Good night. My name is Jalen Manzak of the St. Kitts National Youth Parliament Association, and I'm the Treasurer.
And I've been with you before, Leo, but those who are just joining, I'm Sandy McDonald, a General Member of the St. Kitts National Youth Parliament Association.
Okay, gentlemen, we have lots to discuss, but before that, we have to go to the supervisor of election. We have quite a number of ballots coming in. We have our first for constituency St. Christopher number 3. We also have our first in for St. Christopher number 6. We have follow-ups for St. Christopher number 4 and St. Christopher number 7. At this rate, we may be out of here sooner than we anticipated. Stay tuned. Let's hear from our supervisor of elections.
Good evening again. I am back with further results. This time for St. Christopher 3, West Bastille. In polling division 1 at the St. Johnson's Community Center, where there were 621, that's 621 registered voters. The number of votes validly cast was 379. 379. There were 4 rejected ballots. There were no spoiled ballots. Akila Byron Nisbet of the People's Labour Party received 96, that's 96 votes. Kervin Freeman of the People's Action Movement received 33, that's 33 votes. Conris G. Maynard of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 246 votes, that's 246 votes. In polling division 2 at the Antioch Baptist Church, where there were 269 registered voters, the number of votes validly cast was 167, that's 167. There were 2 rejected ballots. There were no spoilt ballots. Akila Byron Nisbet of the People's Labour Party received 44, that's 44 votes. Kervin Freeman of the People's Action Movement received 11 votes, that's 1-1. Conris G. Maynard of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 110 votes, that's 1-1-0. In polling division 3 located at the Methodist Schoolroom on Cardin Avenue, where there were 404, that's 404 voters registered, the number of votes validly cast was 235, that's 235. There was 1 rejected ballot. There was no spoiled ballot. Akila Byron Nisbet of the People's Labour Party received 64 votes, that's 6-4. Kervin Freeman of the People's Action Movement received 18 votes. Conris G. Maynard of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 152 votes, that's 152. A further result from St. Christopher 4, polling division number 2A in Old Road, where there were 403 registered voters, 403. The number of votes validly cast was 253, that's 253. There were 2 rejected ballots. There were no spoilt ballots. Samuel Duggins of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 165 votes, that's 165. Lindsey Grant of the People's Action Movement received 62 votes, that's 6-2. Kende Liburd of the People's Labour Party received 24 votes. That's 2-4. And in constituency number 6, St. Paul's area, we have 4 results. In polling division 1A, located in the Newton Ground Primary School, there were 352 registered voters. That's 352. There were 236 votes validly cast. 236. There were no rejects, but there was 1 spoiled. Dr. Denzel Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 196 votes. That's 196. Carlton DuPont, independent candidate, received no votes. Troy Flanders of the People's Action Movement received 11 votes. That's 1-1. And Thomas Mark Williams of the People's Labour Party received 28 votes. That's 2-8. In polling station 1B, also at the Newton Ground Primary School, there were 296 registered voters. There was 191 votes validly cast. There were no rejected ballots. There were no spoiled ballots. Dr. Denzel Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 166 votes. That's 166. Carlton DuPont, independent candidate, received no vote. Troy Flanders of the People's Action Movement received 11 votes. That's 1-1. And Thomas Mark Williams of the People's Labour Party received 14 votes. That's 1-4. Polling division number 2, located at the St. Paul's Community Center, where there were 479 registered voters. The number of votes validly cast was 333. That's 333. There were no rejects and there were no spoiled ballots. Dr. Denzel Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 310 votes. Carlton DuPont of the independent candidate received no vote. Troy Flanders of PAM, People's Action Movement, received 6 votes. And Thomas Mark Williams of the People's Labour Party received 17 votes. That's 1-7. In polling division 3A, St. Paul's Primary School, where there were 399 registered voters, the number of votes validly cast was 296. There were no rejected ballots. There was 1 spoiled ballot. Dr. Denzel Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 273 votes. That's 273. Carlton DuPont, independent candidate, received no vote. Troy Flanders of the People's Action Movement received 5 votes. Thomas Mark Williams of the People's Labour Party received 17 votes. That's 1-7. And in St. Christopher 7, polling division 3, located at the Estridge School, Primary School, there were 365 registered voters, and the number of votes validly cast was 225. That's 225. There were no rejected ballots. There were no spoiled ballots. Lincoln David Pell of the People's Action Movement received 7 votes. Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party received 111 votes. That's 1-1-1. Leon Nathan Nelson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 107 votes. That's 107. That's all for now, and we will be right back. But right now, it's over to Master Control.
Welcome back. We're here in the Youth Lounge with Sniper. We are tracking our SKN election 2022 results right here on ZIZ. We just got 3 new constituencies, ballots from 3 new constituencies in St. Christopher 3, St. Christopher 4, and St. Christopher 6. Let's delve a little bit into those. Who's going to start? Let's start with St. Christopher 3. We got some new numbers there. How are we looking? The incumbent.
I think right off the bat, we see that the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party would have basically been increasing the momentum from the last election. We would have seen dramatic increases for all of the boxes that were just announced, and we would have seen decreases for the incumbent.
So, Mr. Maynard is leading in all the boxes. How many boxes did we get?
I think it was 3.
3 boxes, and
Yes,
he's
in
leading
all 3.
significantly in all 3.
Yes.
No scrapes.
No.
No.
Sorry, that's a term I picked up in the other panel. Okay, so let's discuss this for a while then. I mean, so we had her winning that seat in 2020 as a new entrant from a new party, and she won it convincingly from what I recall. How does 2020 compare to her numbers in these boxes? Who's going to do that for us?
Well, I know historically, number 3 has been what we would call a stronghold for the Labour Party, the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party, that is. And in the 2020 election, we would have seen history taking place where Akila Byron Nisbet would have, for the first time, defeated the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party. But so far, with the trajectory that we would have just received, I think I want to say that the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party seems to have been back to reclaim their throne.
So she's lost some ground?
Significant ground.
Significant ground. Did she win these boxes in 2020?
We have to pull up our stats.
Guys, you're the tech guys.
Well,
do I need to get my paper? Do we need more proof that paper is king?
In 2020, in polling division 1, Congress Maynard would have won that seat. And, well, he would have won all 3. But just that the margins were not so far.
Okay, then. So what we're saying is we're seeing a repeat of 2020. Insofar as these 3 boxes have come in, there is some ground gained by Congress, but no major surprises as yet.
In terms of the winning?
Yes.
That's basically the same as 2020, but the margin differences.
The margin differences. What do we want to put as the determining factor for those? What about the overseas vote? We know in 2020 we were under lockdown. I myself was disenfranchised, having been
same.
Right. So how does that reflect today? Do we think that has had an impact?
I want to say it has an impact. I think that, of course, with the influx of overseas voters, we would definitely see the numbers increasing. And I think that it's evident in the numbers that we have already received. I also want to think that perhaps in the last election, the People's Labour Party, having announced a female candidate, perhaps she received more. She was well welcomed in that era. So that's what I think contributed to these numbers.
Because as you rightly said, in 2020, she made history. That is the first time that the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party had ever been unseated in St. Christopher 3. Ever. No one else from the inception of our elections has ever held that seat other than a St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party candidate. And she made history, and convincingly so. But you are saying that within these 3 boxes, she did not win. So it may be too early to suggest that an unseating will happen here. Is that where we're at?
But
or do we think that the ground that he has regained is so significant that even if she does maintain in other boxes, he may still be able to edge her out?
Well, I think that these boxes were from the village area. I think that this is a stronghold for Congress, has always been a stronghold for Congress. And so we would have to wait until we reach the perceived strongholds of Akila to see what would that be like.
Okay, so we're saying then that he had to show out here because this is his area. But it's left to be seen what happens in the other boxes. So while we're talking about party stronghold then, let's look at the results for St. Christopher 6, which has long been lauded as a St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party stronghold. How are the results there? How is the incumbent looking versus the new entrants from PLP versus the new entrant from PAM? And not that PAM is the new entrant, but a new candidate has come forward for this cycle.
Well, looking at the numbers, we've seen that the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party is still maintaining their position in constituency number 6, but we also do see that the People's Labour Party is receiving a good amount of votes. Maybe not enough to compete with Dr. Denzil Douglas, but still he is receiving votes and more votes in some cases than the PAM candidate.
Actually, when I look at the results from 2020, I see that Dr. Douglas, his votes are increasing, and the support that would have been received from the People's Labour Party, well, of course, it's now being split between the People's Labour Party and...
Yes, because remember, there was... PLP didn't run a candidate there last time because of unity, so PAM ran...
The People's Action Movement didn't run a candidate, so we had only PLP. And so with the split now, not even if you add them together, we are seeing the support that PLP received in 2020 in all of the boxes.
You mean that PAM received in 2020?
No, PLP.
PLP is who would have run a seat
in 6.
In
in 6.
2020,
Okay. Yes. Thank you. Okay, so then we think Dr. Denzil has regained ground. He's certainly leading. His percentage is 27.3. The PAM candidate, Mr. Flanders, has 1% of the votes cast so far, while the PLP candidate, Mr. Williams, he has 2.2%. So 76 votes as compared to 33 versus a whopping 945. And how many boxes we had here? 3?
3.
Okay, I mean, we've spoken about how the party stronghold plays a role in the determining of the successful candidate. And certainly we've discussed the culture of voting for your party no matter what. Do we feel that there's going to be any shift here? Do we think that that's what's going to continue?
Well, to me, putting everything into perspective, you had Dr. Denzil Douglas, who has been there for years. You've had newly launched candidates, first-time nominated candidates. So you could see that in relation to relatability, persons would gravitate towards someone that has been there longer, in some instance, even because they were just launched as candidates for their respective parties. So how much did they or could they have accomplished under that banner?
Okay, I take your point. So you're saying experience is really what's ruling constituency 6. It may not necessarily be a party-driven results, but more an individual in the fact that they feel confidence in him, in his ability to represent them in Parliament.
I feel like it is party-driven, but I think the numbers might have differed. Maybe some PAM would have gained more votes or PLP would have gained more votes if their candidates were launched ahead of that time. So, in 2020 election, they had Mr. Williams, another Mr. Williams. So if he would have won maybe this time around again, you might have seen different results coming up.
Yeah, so you think he may have gained some ground simply based on familiarity and time working within the constituency?
Yes, because I think even at the last election, persons were surprised at the support that Kevin Dinky Williams would have received, and I think it would have been the most in a long time. And so there were persons saying that if it is that they stick at it and keep a consistent candidate who would actually, when it's not election time, of course, deliver, continue to work along the people, then they were thinking that another party could gain grounds in that Labour stronghold. But of course, what has happened, and so we are now back to square one. We have 3 candidates running in this constituency, and so the Labour Party would of course been showing up and showing out.
Okay, so back to what Malachi said about the new entrants and not having enough time. Let's compare this then with constituency number 3. Certainly, the incumbent is not a new entrant. Certainly, Mr. Maynard is not. But what about the PAM candidate? He had a similar time to get to know his constituents and run his campaign as the candidates in constituency 6, both for PLP and PAM. How would you compare his performance as a new entrant to these versus the experience? I guess, well, I'll let you answer.
Well, again, Mr. Kevin Freeman is a first-time nominated, and he again was recently launched under his party's banner. So then it will be very similar, especially that People's Action Movement have never won that seat. So the results really, what I would have expected, is not surprising from Mr. Freeman, but between the PLP and the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party candidate, that's what, to me, where the battle is between. But right now, as you're seeing it, we have St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party 11.5%, and the People's Labour Party, Ms. Keela Byron Nisbet, at 4.5%. So I think the same applies here in relation to Mr. Freeman being a new candidate.
And I think we can't forget to mention the role that Kevin Box Freeman would have played in Mrs. Nisbet election campaign in 2020.
Yeah.
I think that, well, based on what has been said in social media, he played a pivotal role, and so now he has been launched under his party's banner. We're now seeing that the seeds are falling where they usually fall.
Yeah, but
then wouldn't the argument be, if he was so pivotal in her success, then translating that to him should have been.
But then we see how the collaborative efforts would have resulted in the victory. And now that there is a split, as we would want to put it, then we are seeing that.
Yeah, but what is most interesting to me is, when we normally discuss, we said, okay, well, are the votes split in this constituency, right? We note so far that even if these votes are added to Ms. Byron Nisbet's overall count so far, she still is nowhere close to Mr. Maynard. So to me, a split did not, to say that she has gained ground, she has lost ground from Ham being split, it does not correspond.
Because that was going to be my next question. How much of the PAM vote, which I presume that was his pivotal role, taking the PAM vote to her, how much of that did he take, and why wouldn't he be able to get it back?
And I believe that there are a number of factors that would have also played into itself, in that Congressman would have first been elected, he was sitting on the opposition benches. And then we know that Akila Byron Nisbet was the senator. And so having her party in government, she was able to get things done. And so I think her success from those activities would have helped to gain some momentum. And so I think that even though the split does not reflect a majority, I think there are other factors. So I'm saying the collaboration, her party was in government, she had, I want to say, an upper hand on Congress Maynard in the 2020 election.
Okay, but do we think that there are any other factors? Was it more of we spoke about the unity construct in an earlier panel. So do you think that it was a sense that people wanted unity, that
Yes.
people wanted to move away from the tribalism,
Yeah.
and so they gave her that chance?
Yes, and I think, well, I communicate with persons in that constituency, and something that stuck out to me was that in the 2020 election, it is said that Miss Byron Nisbet would have been doing a more personal door-to-door. And on the other hand, we would have seen Connis Maynard coming around on a truck with his loudspeaker saying, "Vote for me." And I think that perhaps the personal touch and, that passion that went into it, persons might have given into her request of lending. I know, that was something that she always said, "Would you lend me your vote?" And so I think persons in 2020 decided, let me give this candidate a try and see if she can deliver.
So then you're saying visibility
Yes.
was one of her major factors in
Yes.
2020, along with the fact that her party was the administration of the day.
Yes.
So compound the two and you had the winning formula.
In my opinion.
Well, yes, I mean, obviously that's
But
why
I
we're
think-
here.
I think the fallout of the unity played a major role across the line for these votes, even for Labour regaining ground. I think that the fallout played a significant role. That's why Labour has, as you've seen from constituency 5 and constituency 4, and now constituency 3, and even constituency 7, you have been seeing an increase in the margins that even if they've not been winning in those boxes, they're still increasing their margins.
And let's not forget the confidence that Conris Maynard is displaying again, especially with the singing of the calypso. I think that's something that persons really
reacted to.
And that's something that gives people some energy and we got this again. I think that really plays a factor.
I think that was a major part of Conris, right? A major part of how his personality and what he sold himself as. So I feel like his basically, I won't call it a rebrand, but relaunch of who he presented himself to be years ago, vying for Calypso crowns and so on. I think he really went back to his roots of who he is, and he came out and he showed out.
Okay, do we have anything on him from 2015? I want to compare his 2015 to now and see how much ground he's actually regained. Because if he was successful in 2015, lost in 2020, and is now seemingly successful again so far, how do these boxes compare? 2015, 2022. Historian?
I'm looking at my results. But what I would say, in 2015, we know that was the first time that Sam Condor would have switched from the Labour Party and would have joined the People's Labour Party. And I think that constituency number 3 was one of the constituencies that did not receive that switch so well. And I think that him coming in fresh off of his Calypso high and all that good stuff, I think he sat in a comfortable seat for the St. Kitts Labour Party.
Okay, we're going
and
to
was
have to
successful.
hold that thought. We do have some results coming in. We have fresh results from St. Christopher 1. We also have new results from Nevis 9. And we have additional results coming in from St. Christopher 7. We move now to our supervisor of election to hear our results.
Welcome back, and I have our first result from East Bastille, constituency number 1. At the Catholic Church Hall, polling division 1, where there were 570 registered voters, the number of votes validly cast was 316. That's 316. There were 2 rejected ballots, and there were no spoiled ballots. Jacqueline Bryan of the People's Labour Party received 85 votes. That's 85. Natasha Gray Brooks of the People's Action Movement received 78. that's 78 votes. Jeffrey Hanley of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 151 votes, that's 151. We have a further result from St. Christopher's 7, Tabernacle and its surrounds. At the Covenant Outreach Church, polling division number 4, there were 394 registered voters. There were 261 votes validly cast. There were 2 rejected ballots, no spoilt ballots. Lincoln David Pell of the People's Action Movement received 17 votes, that's 1-7. Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party received 132 votes, that's 1-3-2. And Leon Nathan-Nelson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 110 votes, that's 1-1-0. At the Joshua O. Williams Primary School, there were 542 registered voters in polling division number 5. That's 5-4-2. There were 305 votes validly cast, 2 of which were rejected. There were no spoilt ballots. Lincoln David Pell of the People's Action Movement received 14 votes, that's 1-4. Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party received 154 votes, that's 1-5-4. Leon Nathan-Nelson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 135 votes, that's 1-3-5. And from Nevis 9, we have 5 results. In polling division number 1, located in the Cox area, there were 476 registered voters. There were 202 votes validly cast. There were 3 rejected ballots, no spoilt ballots. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 103 votes, that's 1-0-3. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 90 votes, that's 9-0. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 6 votes. In constituency number 9, Elizabeth Pemberton Primary School, polling division 2A, there were 355 registered voters. That's 355. The number of votes validly cast was 137. There were no rejected, there were no spoiled ballots. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 67 votes, that's 6-7. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 66 votes, that's 6-6. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 4 votes. At the St. John's Primary School Annex, constituency number 9, Nevis, where 332 voters were registered, the number of votes validly cast was 145, that's 145. There was 1 rejected ballot. There were no spoilt ballots. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 52 votes, that's 5-2 votes. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 91 votes, that's 9-1. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 1 vote. In polling division 3A, we had 412 voters registered, that's 412. There were 216 votes, 216 validly cast. There were 4 rejected ballots. There was 1 spoilt ballot. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 88 votes, that's 8-8. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 122 votes. That's 122. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 2 votes. And in polling division 3B, where there were 328 voters registered, 165 votes were validly cast. That's 165. There was 1 rejected ballot. There was no spoilt ballot. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 64 votes. That's 6-4. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 100 votes. That's 100. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received no vote. That is all. I will be back with more results after this, but right now it's back to Master Control.
And we're back here at Master Control, as the supervisor of election likes to call us. We're here in the Youth Lounge with Sniper. We just got a mouthful. We got results in. First time for constituency St. Kitts 1. We got further results for St. Kitts 7 and new results for Nevis 9. Let's start with Nevis. We've been heavily focused on St. Kitts for the majority of the night. Let's head over to the beautiful Sister Isle, Nevis. We got 5 boxes, that's correct? From Nevis.
Yes.
Okay, and Nevis 9, we have the contenders, NRP, Patricia Bartlett. Then we have CCM, Mark Brantley. And then we have the new entrant, MRM, in the person of
Mr. Samuel Keynes.
Samuel Keynes. Okay. So then let's hear how they did.
Okay, so as you said, there were 5 polling divisions, and in the first one, polling number 1, Patricia Bartlett would have got 103, and Mark Brantley would have got 90, and Samuel would have gotten 6. So as you can see, Patricia Bartlett is leading in that polling division, and for the second division that was called, she would have led in that one by 1 vote, and Mark Brantley continued to gain some momentum, not much, but there was some momentum in the third division that he would have called, and he would have continued to gain some momentum in the others.
I think when you compare that performance to 2020, we see that the Nevis Reformation Party has increased the number of votes that they have been receiving. I know specifically in box number 1, where Nevis Reformation Party would have won that seat, would have won that box. Sorry. In this 2022 election, but in 2020, that box would have been won by the CCM, and so that was notable.
So they made some ground. They made some headway there.
Yeah, and even in the disparity, I think, especially for the first 2 boxes, we would have seen some consistent grounds being built there. But as Jalen would have rightfully said, in polling division number 3, we would have seen CCM picking up some momentum there as the boxes and the numbers were called out.
But by the time we got to boxes 4 and 5, we saw the emergence of CCM.
Yeah.
We saw Mr. Brantley take a strong lead there, and I think he has almost a 10-point percentage lead overall off of those 5 boxes. How do we feel about that? How do we think this one is going to go?
Well, it's really hard to tell, to be honest, at this point in time. It was quite surprising for some of the boxes. that Matt Brantley, he usually controls that constituency. So to see the NRP coming up and, actually leading by far in some of the boxes is pretty interesting to see that. I think it might be too early to call, as some of the votes are pretty close, especially where we see Patricia getting 67 and Mark getting 66. And I believe that...
Certainly a scrape.
Yes,
that's definitely a scrape.
And I believe that as we continue along getting the results for the rest boxes, we will see more scrapes, as you rightly says.
Okay, but let's look at 2020, and not for these ones that we have. But let's look at the ones that we don't have. Who was successful there? If we just so we can try and anticipate.
That's what I was about to say after Jayla would have finished speaking, in that the other boxes from 2020 would have been won consistently by CCM. And so if that continues to be the trend, then we, of course, will be able to give that seat to CCM. But if it is that NRP continue building ground, then I would say it's a close call. But based on 2020's results, we see that CCM would have won the remaining boxes consistently.
Does that carry for 2015 as well?
Not quite. For the overall, let me just give the overall percentage that in 2015, NRP, CCM won by 33.18%. NRP lost they were at 27.99%. We've just seen it was consistent now that Matt Brantley in one, he would have gotten 142 votes, and Belto Hector would have received 145. So in relation to that, these first boxes that were called out, to me, it's consistent
NRP.
In that way, what we're seeing this way now in 2015.
I think the earlier boxes seems to have been
consistent.
NRP,
yes,
strong. Those strong boxes for NRP, what we call strong boxes. And so, if that's the trend, because we see that happening in 2015, we see it happening in 2020. We also see the struggle that happened, that took place here for the CCM party. And so, if it is that the other boxes, as per the history, shows that the CCM would win the other boxes, then I think that CCM would be claiming that one again. But as I said,
so 2020 and 2015, the remaining boxes went convincingly to CCM. That's what I'm hearing.
For most parts.
For the most part.
Yeah, for most. Well, in 2015, for most parts. But in 2020, what I have here, one or two boxes were not won. But for most parts, again, in 2020, they were won by CCM.
So if we're to follow the historical trend, while it's still, you don't want to proceed in any one given way, we are saying that if we follow that, we will have CCM being successful.
Yes,
in
to me, honestly, it's too early because of how the boxes are called and the trend throughout from 2015.
How many boxes do we have in all for this constituency?
I am seeing, is it 9?
9 or 10?
I'm seeing 9.
Nine?
I'm seeing 9 boxes.
Yeah, 9 more to go. 9 more.
9 more to go? Yeah. Or 9 in all?
9 boxes, but when they're broken up.
Okay. I see what you're saying.
9 divisions, yeah.
I see what you're saying. Okay, so too early to call on Nevis 9. I personally think that it will go home to the incumbent. I don't anticipate much of an unseating, but certainly we see that
NRP would have gained some ground.
Yes, definitely gain some ground. As much as I've enjoyed my time here with you tonight, young men, sadly it has come to an end. We do have the other panel eagerly awaiting to come on. Thank you so much for being here. You each have 30 seconds to give your final thoughts to our viewers.
Starting with me, I guess. So, I want to thank persons who are watching and following the election SKN 2022 coverage. I think that the panel so far has been doing a really good job, and I just hope that we can have a speedy end result coming soon.
Thank you.
Okay. Good night once again, St. Kitts and Nevis. I had a great time here. This is my first time being here, and it's been an experience, and I hope that this election the results can be done as soon as possible, as swiftly as possible, so that we can go home and celebrate. Thank you.
Thanks, Leah, for having us at SKN2022. I think it was very important to hear the youth perspective and youth voice in this deliberations, in the coverage. So I want everyone to stay tuned to the ElectionSKN2022 coverage, as it's going to be a very interesting one, as we've seen so far.
Well, thank you all for being here at the Youth Lounge with SKN2022. Coming up next on our panel, we have Iseline Phillip, Lachlan Tatum, Azard Gums, Cara Daly, and Craig Tuckett. Stay tuned for a scintillating conversation and election results analysis.
Platinum means luxury at your fingertips. Platinum means indulging in a 3-course meal. Platinum means treating a friend or a loved one. Platinum means completing daily errands with a single tap. Platinum means card-to-card transfers, even when you're on the go. Platinum means shopping anywhere in the world. MasterCard approved. You deserve loyalty. You deserve Platinum. Platinum means luxury at your fingertips. Platinum means indulging in a 3-course meal. Platinum means treating a friend or a loved one. Platinum means completing daily errands with a single tap. Platinum means card-to-card transfers, even when you're on the go. Platinum means shopping anywhere in the world. MasterCard approved. You deserve loyalty. You deserve Platinum. Platinum means luxury at your fingertips. Platinum means indulging in a 3-course meal. Platinum means treating a friend or a loved one. Platinum means completing daily errands with a single tap. Platinum means card-to-card transfers, even when you're on the go. Platinum means shopping anywhere in the world. MasterCard approved. You deserve loyalty. You deserve Platinum. Platinum means luxury at your fingertips. Platinum means indulging in a 3-course meal. Platinum means treating a friend or a loved one. Platinum means completing daily errands with a single tap. Platinum means card-to-card transfers, even when you're on the go. Platinum means shopping anywhere in the world. MasterCard approved. You deserve loyalty. You deserve platinum. Platinum means luxury at your fingertips. Platinum means indulging in a 3-course meal. Platinum means treating a friend or a loved one. Platinum means completing daily errands with a single tap. Platinum means card-to-card transfers. Even when you're on the go. Platinum means shopping anywhere in the world. MasterCard approved. You deserve loyalty. You deserve platinum. Platinum means luxury at your fingertips. Platinum means indulging in a 3-course meal. Platinum means treating a friend or a loved one. Platinum means completing daily errands with a single tap. Platinum means card-to-card transfers. Even when you're on the go. Platinum means shopping anywhere in the world. MasterCard approved. You deserve loyalty. You deserve platinum. Platinum means luxury at your fingertips. Platinum means indulging in a 3-course meal. Platinum means treating a friend or a loved one. Platinum means completing daily errands with a single tap. Platinum means card-to-card transfers. Even when you're on the go. Platinum means shopping anywhere in the world. MasterCard approved. You deserve loyalty. You deserve platinum. Platinum means luxury at your fingertips. Platinum means indulging in a 3-course meal. Platinum means treating a friend or a loved one. Platinum means completing daily errands with a single tap. Platinum means card-to-card transfers. Even when you're on the go. Platinum means shopping anywhere in the world. MasterCard approved. You deserve loyalty. You deserve platinum. Platinum means luxury at your fingertips. Platinum means indulging in a 3-course meal. Platinum means treating a friend or a loved one. Platinum means completing daily errands with a single tap. Platinum means card-to-card transfers. Even when you're on the go. Platinum means shopping anywhere in the world. MasterCard approved. You deserve loyalty. You deserve Platinum. Platinum means luxury at your fingertips. Platinum means indulging in a 3-course meal. Platinum means treating a friend or a loved one. Platinum means completing daily errands with a single tap. Platinum means card-to-card transfers. Even when you're on the go. Platinum means shopping anywhere in the world. MasterCard approved. You deserve loyalty. You deserve Platinum.
Welcome back, and we're here with our new panel as we cover the SKN Elections 2022 results. Before we go into introductions, here's where you can find us live on ZIZ TV, ZIZ Radio, ZIZonline.com, ZIZ mobile app, ZIZ YouTube, and ZIZ Facebook page. You can also find us on NTV, SKNIS, and Sniper's social media pages. Follow all of our social media pages for ZIZ for up-to-date election results. Now we move to our panel. We'll ask you to introduce yourselves. Let's start with the ladies.
Hey, good morning, everyone. My name is Cara Daly. I am a member of the St. Kitts National Youth Parliament Association. I have been a member for 9 years now, serving in different capacities, including presidency in 2017 to 2018, and I also served as General Secretary during Azad's years of presidency.
Good morning to everybody listening and viewing. My name is Iceline Phillip. I'm happy to join this panel today in my capacity as a political scientist. That is my background in education and training. And so I'm here to offer some analysis in different aspects in terms of our election campaigns that we've seen, which is actually a historic one this year. So I'm happy to engage in discussion with all the other panelists here today.
Yes, my name is Craig Tuckett, Director of Communications for the People's Labour Party, one of the founding members as well. Also a former member of Sniper in the first batch in 2001. Indeed a pleasure to be here, and we look forward to a very lively discussion, and hopefully you all will not be too bored, but you'll be entertained to stay with us. Thank you.
Greetings to all listeners and viewers of our program or gathering this evening. My name is Lachlan Tatum. I am an educator, and I consider myself a writer, a serious writer.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Azad Gums, attorney at law. I am the deputy chairman of the People's Action Movement and a former president of the St. Kitts National Youth Parliament Association.
Fantastic. You've heard who our panelists are, and you see why they're here. Let's get right into it. We have some results in constituency St. Kitts 1. We have St. Kitts 3, 4, 5, 7, 6. We also have Nevis 9 and 10. Let's start with Nevis. How do we see 10 playing out? How many boxes do we have in for those, for that constituency?
We have 4 boxes.
4 boxes
So
in.
that's fair, yes.
And the CCM is leading. That's correct?
At this point in time, yes.
Okay then, so let's start off with Isoline. This is if we're talking about party strongholds, as we've been discussing so far all evening, is this a traditional trajectory for the CCM? Do we see them continuing along this line, or do we think that there's possibility for some upset here?
Well, based on the past 2 election cycles in 2015 and 2020, CCM has led and they've been victorious. This year, based on the results that have come in so far, the lead by CCM is, you could say it's significant enough to say that projected that we'd probably see CCM maintaining this seat. There are 4 boxes in so far, and there are 2 left. And so we have CCM leading. So, like I said, I think it may be safe to say that we can predict a CCM win in constituency number 10. So, and that is also based on historic trends where we've seen that CCM has maintained this seat. So Mr. Evelyn could be projected as the holder.
And are they the same contenders in the last 2 cycles at least?
Yes, for CCM, yes. Well, for 2020, it was Eric Evelyn, and 2015, it was Vance Amory.
Okay, so 2020, 2022, we have Mr. Evelyn and
Yes.
NRP candidate.
NRP has had different candidates in the past cycles. So in 2020, it was Bjorn Hanley. In 2015, it was Corey Tyson. And this year, we have Miss Bartlett.
Patricia
Patricia Bartlett.
Bartlett.
Dr. Bartlett, yes.
Dr. Bartlett.
No. If this is with Evelyn, then isn't it?
Rohan Isles.
Oh, Isles. Yes, Rohan
Rohan
Isles,
Isles,
my
sorry.
bad. Yes, Rohan Isles for number 10.
Okay. So then, NRP's position in 2015, 2020, and now, having had 3 different candidates, has it changed significantly, or has it maintained the
NRP's
trend?
position. So in relation to the trends that we've seen for votes from the past 2 election cycles to this one, it seems like voter turnout has been less, it seems. Votes cast. Yeah, so voter turnout has reduced in Nevis for number 10. And so for NRP votes, it's also reduced from over the past 2 election cycles. That you can add some kind of theory to that and wonder, the question is why. I don't know if it's that Nevisians are not particularly interested in federal elections as much, and we also need to pay attention to the fact and consider that there's supposed to be elections in Nevis.
They're constitutionally due.
Constitutionally due for the Nevis
Before the
Island
end of the year.
administration. And so I don't know if like 2 election cycles for Nevis, 2 elections having to be held, some people may be disinterested in federal. So we don't know why that may be, but.
What do we think about the fair share for all argument? Do we think that they've been told and it's been prodded and pushed on them that they're not getting their fair share at federal? So perhaps they've decided we don't care about federal? How do you look at this, Mr. Tuckett?
Well, first let me say that the electorate in Nevis do take their politics very seriously, especially at the federal level when you look at the history, because of our cultural, historical perspective between both islands, even though we have very close blood ties. It is important to note that the issue of secession is still very pertinent within our constitution, which I believe needs to be addressed, and it's still a political football to be played, whether expressly or inadvertently, or I would say implied by those persons who would be trying to foster old traditional pains that would have caused much discomfort to our brothers and sisters in Nevis. And so when you see a situation now that the voter turnout was low, somewhat, it was not by a large percentage, it was just a small percentage, I would say, you would see that it has to do, to me, with some level of fatigue. Bearing in mind that we just came out of elections just 2 years ago, and also the fact that we would have had a lot of rhetoric coming from all political parties across the board in the Federation in regards to this issue of fair share. Now, dependent upon what will happen in the NIA elections, the local elections, that is when we could do a little bit more analysis as to what and how that situation has affected the psyche of the people. But, you know, I think what we have seen so far is that CCM has maintained its 2 seats, basically. I'm not saying it's too early to call, but still.
Yeah,
I can say
we'll go into 9,
number 9
as soon as we finish
right.
here.
But basically, we can definitely see that we're going to have a situation where the people of Nevis will have a say in any government or any type of relationship between St. Kitts and Nevis in regards to the economic wealth of the country and the Federation.
Okay, great. Let's move to Nevis 9 then. We see the incumbent is leading by 11 percentage points, that's correct? And we have 5 boxes in for there.
Yes, it's 5. Yes, yes.
Okay. So, traditionally, we see that the incumbent has been successful. I think this is his third, or
yes,
the short term
federal.
is throwing me off.
Yes,
his third federal
yes
candidacy, and as Mr. Tuckett said, it may be a little early, but it seems to be heading that way.
Call me Craig, please.
Craig, thank you. So, what do we think? I mean, I know the fallout of the unity construct has seemed to play seemed to have played a major role, or let me not say major, a significant role to an extent in the regaining of ground so far for the St. Kitts Labour Party. On the flip side, do we think that that has any negative impact for the CCM in Nevis?
I think that both being from different islands, I think that the momentum perhaps gained in St. Kitts by the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party really has no effect in Nevis. And the reason why I say that, if you were to...
Well, not the momentum by the Labour Party, the reason for the momentum.
Well, I have not seen a clear connection between the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party and the NRP, like I have seen with PAM and CCM. And so I cannot say that they have benefited from any momentum gain by the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party.
So you're saying then that you don't think with the fallout of the unity construct that has had any negative impact whatsoever on CCM, and it won't carry into them losing any ground then?
I don't think, from where I stand and from where I'm looking at, I don't think that it would be significant.
Well, what I would like to say to that is two things. One, in regards to the NRP, the Nevis Reformation Party, we could understand, and this is from a political scientist point of view, the party has been going through reformation in sorts from since their former leader, the Honorable Parry, permitted office as political party leader. And you now have a situation where, in my view, it's a very unique situation based on the party's constitution, where the persons who run in local elections cannot run in federal elections. That is different to the CCM's constitution.
That's right.
And then you have a situation now where the electorate does not have the opportunity to really and truly get to know or love or endear themselves to their candidate and of the NRP, because there's always seemingly a new candidate that comes up every cycle. That is something that is novel. I've never seen that really done in the Caribbean politics. It's something that they themselves will have to understand and, I guess, reason out and philosophize why they are doing that. But that's something I think that will always play in general politics as a whole. People need to know you. They need to be able to know that even if you lose, you will be there for them, and then that builds trust, and then they will consider you for the next cycle or the other cycles. That is coming out of the discussion I heard earlier about how many times should a candidate present themselves to the electorate before they actually should be ousted, whether it's 2 or 3. Traditionally in the Caribbean, we see 3 times, sometimes 2, unless it's a real case where you saw in the terms of Sandy Point, where Jacinth Henry Martin, she won, and then after that, that was it. We didn't see her again. So in regards to the question in regards to the team unity construct and how that may have negatively, or if at all, affected the CCM, the people of Nevis historically can say that under the team unity administration, as was said by the Premier of Nevis, was the best time that the Nevisians ever had in regards to their fair share. And that is factual as well. It cannot be denied. The question is, why would the Nevisians, having that fact declared by their Premier and their political leader of the CCM, then decide to continue in another route politically?
But that's what that's where I was heading actually.
Yes,
because
exactly.
if as the Premier stated publicly, it was the best time,
Right.
and now he's made a clear decision not to go there.
Right. And the people seem to
Does
follow.
that translate to the
Right,
electorate? Do they see it then that, okay, are we just following our leader because we trust him?
Right.
Or do we think that he's making a mistake and the best time for Nevis
Right.
is under Timothy Harris-led administration? So that's where I was going in terms of any negative impact.
And that's the point I want to make now. I would like to take it from a different slant, not a slant, not in terms of CCM, but you would have thought that the people of Nevis would have had more voter turnout, and then maybe in regards to that statement, and they're saying that, well, you're now going away from it, that the people would have voted for NRP. And I'm saying that we're not seeing that trend per se. So the Nevis situation is a unique one politically, and again, I think that has to do with our cultural and historical relationships of the past, which we still need to work on, and I think we have achieved somewhat, but we need to work further and deepen the ties.
Okay, let's go to Nevis 9 then. We have 5 boxes here, or 3?
5.
5, and we see the incumbent holding on. We see the NRP made some headway, but albeit not significant enough to make any.
Right.
Right. So, but it is a close call. I mean, 11%. Do we see any upset? Do we see any dark horses coming out here?
We're at the stage now where I think we're beginning to sense where things may go. But I'd just like to add here that leadership is crucial. Leadership is very important. And the CCM has a charismatic, very, very vocal leader. And that is very key, it's pivotal. And you mentioned earlier the idea, the thought, the notion of fair share, which I think is a very impactful demand to me because of the emotive nature of the expression used, the fairness. You can negate things like that. You can devalue things of that nature. The implications that are all bound up in that type of phraseology is very meaningful, and we can't negate or we cannot, ignore things like that. So leadership is very important, and that to a large extent determines what people do when they're going to the polling station.
So you're saying that you're saying that leadership in regards to the NRP is what we're seeing the increase.
Well, I'm seeing leadership coming out to the pertaining to the matter of fair share and the type of language used. That's pivotal. It's very, very important, and especially for a politician, if you want to get somewhere, because people are human beings, and you have to study them. You have to know your people.
Yes.
Right? It's not just a matter of going out there and campaigning and smiling and touching and helping. You have to make people feel something. You have to make them feel cheated. You have to make them feel unfair, and that I can do something about it. And that is exactly what's happening. And if the CCM comes through at the end of the night, that type of thing will play a pivotal role.
Yeah, if you were to go back to the 2015 results in Nevis 9, and why I said the 2015, because the 2015 was a time where overseas voters were allowed to vote. In 2020, there were no overseas voters, and so I go back to the 2015. If you look at those boxes, I know some persons might have been surprised when Dr. Patricia Bartlett got the 103 and Matt Bratney got the 90. But going back to that, the Cox box seemed to be a box for the NRP. And if you look at it very closely, in the Elizabeth Pemberton Primary School, you see Matt Bratney getting 66 and Dr. Patricia Bartlett getting 67. In 2015, NRP and CCM were tied at 87. So you could see some similarities in the results. So based on the similarities, if they continue, I foresee a victory for the Honorable Mark Brantley.
Okay, and so if we then, I'm just playing devil's advocate here. We call 10 for CCM, we call 9 for CCM, they have 2. That now puts them smack dab in the middle of the negotiating market. Because some have said on this panel earlier that no party in St. Kitts has a clear mandate to get majority on their own, which means, it follows, that a coalition may be the way for the government to be formed. If that is the case, then Nevis now becomes the prime target. I know they've aligned themselves with the People's Action Movement, but what obtains if the People's Action Movement don't get enough seats? What do we think will happen?
Well, I would say this. I'll tell you the honest truth. I might say something now that at this. What time is it?
It is 12:37.
All right, good. So there's still much time. But let me say this.
33.
I do not foresee the need for a coalition government in this election.
It's too early to
Allow me. I tend to be a maverick sometimes, but let's see. What I'm saying, and I'm in public, I do not foresee there needing to be a coalition government in this election.
Let me prod you a little
No,
bit.
don't prod me. let me finish.
Okay.
And so that then would be the question, whether or not the government that will be formed with the majority here in St. Kitts, is there a need to involve another party who clearly did not engage them in terms of the campaign, who they did not go to the electorate to say they were going to engage them, bearing in mind of the historical, cultural perspective that I've just mentioned between St. Kitts and Nevis. How would then the relationship and the benefit to fair share play out for the benefit of Nevisians? And then that might have a repercussion in the upcoming local election. And this is something that nobody tends to want to address. You had an opportunity to be at the table in government, but nobody is in politics to be in opposition. And that has been decimated. And you are facing down the barrel of a possibility of being out in opposition. And that is going to be a unique situation. And so the reason why I know you could partner, because they will answer.
Right, because I take your point. So no, I must ask. I'm compelled.
Yes.
You've said clearly you think that there is going to be no need for coalition.
Yes.
Then who do you foresee as being victorious?
Well, I will not say it at this point in time, but I think it is something that can be clearly seen. If a person's trending,
But if I read between the lines,
yes, trending.
You said.
It's clear. For me, it's clear. For me, the statistics are clear. The trends are clear. Numbers don't lie.
Numbers don't lie because
Right.
but what I can do then, let's play a game of exclusion based on your words, using and I'm trying to read between the lines. I don't have my glasses, so bear with me.
No problem.
You said, and correct me if I'm wrong, that even with their 2 seats, and we're going on the merit that they have at least 2 seats.
Correct.
That because they did not go to the electorate saying that they have engaged this particular party, nor did they engage that particular party prior to, then we can exclude the People's Action Movement as, you are saying, we can exclude the People's Action Movement as being any part in this, in terms of forming the government.
And let me go back to history, political history. There was a time, if I recall, in 2010, that the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party had got 6 seats, and the NRP got 1 seat. They did not campaign together, nor did they tell the electorate that there was going to be a coalition, but there was. That was the only time, and that was known to be a situation where you saw the people of St. Kitts reaching out to our brothers in St. Kitts, brothers in Nevis, trying to say, come and be a part of the government and see how we could work together. We know the history. The people of Nevis said, and the Premier said, that was not a good time. It was not a good relationship. And the people of Nevis then came out and spoke to the ballot.
But what about the earlier coalition of People's Action Movement and NRP?
That, again, was not a situation that was, it was a unique situation. Because, of course, you had no clear majority, which, again, I don't see that happening in this election. And so then you have to have negotiations. Even though people did not, or the parties, or the electorate was not engaged in terms of saying what they're going to need a before coalition. I'm saying now in this situation, there will be a majority in St. Kitts. There will not be a need for a coalition. And then the people of Nevis will say, but what is, right? Then we'll see what will happen. And that's just, for me, I'm going out. I'm taking the leap.
I see that.
Good.
Do we have any dissenting opinions, Carol? Where do you fall on this?
I still think that it's a bit too early to tell. A lot of the boxes, I mean, we don't even have half the number of ballots back in as yet. So, I mean, a lot is left to see. In terms of, the fear share for Nevis, I mean, the word fear is relative. I mean, how do you determine what is fear? What is fear to me might not be fear to Azad. I mean, as the Matt Brantley had mentioned, I mean, they had the best relationship, CCM was receiving more funds than they had in the past. So, I mean, every year they're getting more and more funds, but still, it was not fear. So, I mean, it's really left up to see what the electorate feels about that fear share and whether or not this whole, destruction of the Unity Coalition was worth it.
I like that word, destruction.
Any other views on this before we come back over to St. Kitts?
Go ahead.
Sure. I mean, I in terms of the point that Mr. Craig made just about, I don't think that. I think it's very possible for us to not need a coalition. I think it's very possible for one party to pull the majority of votes and seats. I think that's very possible. In terms of a coalition and what that possibility might look like, I think for the leader of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party has said that there is no possibility of having a coalition with the PLP, and it's highly unlikely that there will be a coalition with the People's Action Movement. So if there is any coalition, it would be for the Nevis side, whether that's NRP or CCM, just depending on who polls and how many seats are gathered. But I think it's highly probable that there won't be a need for a coalition. I believe that's possible.
So are you ready to say who will get that majority, or you want to wait?
I will wait.
Like
I will wait.
I think we should
before
wait.
I declare.
It's still
Yes,
a
I
very
would
long
absolutely
night.
wait before I declare.
Okay,
I know that is quite optimistic.
we are getting notice from the supervisor of elections that we do have a number of results coming in. St. Christopher 1, St. Christopher 7. We have first-time results from Nevis 11 and further results from Nevis 10. We hand you over now to our supervisor of elections.
And I have some further results to share from St. Christopher 1, polling division 2A, located at Warner Park, where the number of registered voters was 473, that's 473. The number of votes validly cast was 251,251. There were 2 rejected ballots, no spoiled ballots. Jacqueline Bryan of the People's Labour Party received 43 votes, that's 4-3. Natasha Gray Brooks of the People's Action Movement received 52 votes, that's 5-2. Jeffrey Hanley of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 154 votes, that's 1-5-4. At polling division 2B, located again at Warner Park, there were 439 registered voters, and the number of votes validly cast was 253. There was 1 rejected ballot. There were no spoilt ballots. Jacqueline Bryan of the People's Labour Party received 46 votes, that's 4-6. Natasha Gray Brooks of the People's Action Movement received 60 votes, that's 6-0. Jeffrey Hanley of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 146 votes. That's 146. In St. Christopher number 7, polling division number 6, located at the Molyneux Health Center, where there were 471 registered voters and 293 valid votes were cast. There were no rejected ballots, there were no spoiled ballots. Lincoln David Pell of the People's Action Movement received 25 votes, 2-5. Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party received 147 votes. That's 147. Leon Nathan-Nelson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 121 votes. That's 121. At the Mount Carmel Community Center, polling division number 7, St. Christopher 7, there were 322 registered voters. There were 202 votes validly cast. That's 202. There was one rejected ballot. There were no spoiled ballots. Lincoln David Pell of the People's Action Movement received 25 votes. That's 2-5. Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party received 88 votes. That's 8-8. Leon Nathan-Nelson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 88 votes. That's 8-8. And in Nevis number 11, we have some results to share. Polling division 1, located at NEPAC, there were 389 registered voters. 215 valid votes were cast. That's 215. There was one rejected ballot. There was no spoiled ballot. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 90 votes. That's 9-0. Alexis Jeffers Creeley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 123 votes. That's 1, 2, 3. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement received 1 vote. At polling station 2A, where there were 379 registered voters, there were 220 ballots validly cast. There was one rejected ballot and one spoiled ballot. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 124 votes. That's 1, 2, 4. Alexis Jeffers Creeley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 91 votes. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement received 4 votes. And at polling station 2B, where there were 395 voters registered, there were 241 votes validly cast. There was one rejected ballot. There were 3 spoiled ballots. Dr. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 148 votes. That's 148. Alexis Jeffers Creeley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 89 votes. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement received 3 votes. And in Nevis 10, polling division number 5, located at the Harder Times building, where there were 565 voters registered, there were 255 votes validly cast. That's 255. None were rejected. 1 spoiled ballot. Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 204 votes. Rowan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party received 51 votes. That's 5-1. And at the Gingerland High School, polling division number 6, where there were 360 voters registered, The number of votes validly cast was 145 votes. There were no rejected ballots, and there was one spoiled ballot. Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 100 votes. That's 100. Rowan Iles of the Nevis Reformation Party received 45 votes. That's 45. Therefore, in summary, number of registered voters in constituency number 10, 1,845 voters. The number of votes validly cast, 845. That's 845. No rejected ballots. 4 spoiled ballots. Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 616 votes. That's 616. Rowan Iles of the Nevis Reformation Party received 229 votes. That's 229. Therefore, I can declare that Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement has been returned at the polls. We will be back, but right now it's over to Master Control.
Welcome back. We're here at Master Control and we have exciting news. Our first declared winner, Nevis 10, Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement. Congratulations to him, our first winner of the night at 12:49 a.m. Hopefully more to follow shortly. But we also had results from St. Christopher 1, St. Christopher 7, and Nevis 11. We go back to the panel to dig into these. Let's start with St. Christopher 1.
Well, let me be the first to jump on that, seeing that that's my constituency.
I was about to ask.
Oh, it is. Okay.
What is also important to note is that the statement by our former Prime Minister, Dr. the Honorable Timothy Harris, in regards to where you were weak, we made you strong, is becoming self-evident. If you look at the situation in all the constituencies presently, there is splits, and that is more evident, more so in number 1. It is clear again that the base of the People's Labour Party is still developing. The base of the People's Action Movement is decreasing. The base of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party has been sustained. So, again, in my original statement, if you look at trends, and if you look at the figures and the statistics, there will not be a need for coalition government. And so
Can you hear more clearly now?
I will say that we will be no need for a coalition government. And the people of Nevis will have to ask themselves, what the hell is going on?
Well, the night is still young and we have lots of time here to go. Anyone else on constituency 1? How do we think the overseas voters have impacted this cycle versus 2020?
I mean, I would say based on the results, so last year, Dr. Jeffrey Hanley, he was declared victorious when it was a small margin, but this year we're seeing that it's a larger margin, and I think that's because, you know, like we said, the PLP candidate, Jacqueline Bryan, you can call her like a swing vote. She's splitting kind of the as Craig mentioned, the PAM base is reducing, and we see PLP is kind of growing, but SKNLP, the increase is there. Perhaps that may have been a few overseas voters who's come in, because in these same boxes, Dr. Hanley in the Catholic Parish Hall, it was 126 in 2020, and it's 151. So that could be as a result of the overseas voters who came in and voted in that box. That's just 20 people on a flight. You know,
I was about to
so
say, is it
it's
worth
very
them
small.
or, you know,
I mean,
should we save some
the conversation and the debate over overseas voters is always kind of back and forth, whether it's worth it or not. But I think every vote counts in an election. So is it worth it? Yes. You know, this is an extra, it pushes out the margin a little bit further.
Yeah.
And so I anticipate, as the boxes are called for number one, that we'll see a similar trend continuing, just in terms of PLP and PAM being a lot closer, but then a bigger margin when it comes to the SKNLP.
But just for clarity, for audience and viewers, how many boxes have come in for one so far?
3 boxes.
3 boxes, and how many overall boxes?
There are
Seems like 15.
15.
So 12 more to go?
Yes. 12 more to go.
But we anticipate a similar trajectory in favor of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party.
Yes.
And I would just like to say, I don't want to say that it's really the PLP or Jacqueline Bryan splitting the votes of PAM. I would like to say that maybe it's really PAM splitting the votes of PLP. But then again, it's left to see ultimately what will be the end of it.
Well, to be fair, the PAM candidate, PAM had a candidate there in 2020, so the PLP candidate is
Team Unity had a candidate.
PAM had a
Team
candidate.
Unity had a candidate.
PAM had a candidate who had
Unity.
aligned themselves with the Team Unity construct.
That is important to know.
Constituency 1 has
That is
always
important.
had a PAM candidate.
That's true. Constituency 1 has always had a PAM
Well, all I'm
candidate.
just saying is this. We have to understand where the psyche of the people were from 2012 to up to, 2020. The issue of unity is always going to be in the hearts of the people, I believe, even though you're seeing what we're seeing now. The question will be whether or not the unity construct, as there's like to be said, failed the people or not. And the historians will have to write that in the end. They have to look at the performance, then they will look at how it was destroyed.
I disagree that the concept of unity is in the hearts of the people. The Unity Coalition was formed on the basis of trying to get rid of Dr. Denzel Douglas. So that was what held the unity construct together until it no longer held the unity construct together.
I don't necessarily agree with that, and I don't mean to prolong the discussion. It's important to note, even Labour people voted for Team Unity. PAM people voted for unity. CCM people voted for unity. And the undecided or persons who were not aligned voted for unity. That's why we saw the resounding victory in 2015. It was, yes, maybe stimulated by the fact that Denzel Douglas was the person of focus. But I think even within the hearts, people were tired of the tribalism. They were tired of people seemingly on one side after the end of a bloodless war. The spoils go to all one side and persons are victimized. We have to remember that rhetoric, remember that history. And so that is why we had Team Unity and why it resonated in the hearts and the minds of the people. That's why it was very important for the players of unity to keep it together because they will be judged by the people going forward. But that's, remember, I must say I'm biased. I must say, as I declare.
I appreciate you acknowledging that. I don't think it went without saying.
Talking about unity as if unity was a party. We understand there were separate entities together that unified. So the People's Action Movement had its base. Then the PLP was formed during that time. You had Constituency 3 and Constituency 7. And then you had CCM over in Nevis. So at the end of the day, yes, but in each constituency there was a direct individual representing various parties that came together under the umbrella of the unity. But how you have spoken about it made it seem like unity was a party.
Well, to be fair to Craig, and if I understand what he's saying,
Labour people voted for that candidate.
the persons who represented the parties that came together to form the unity construct had the benefit of persons voting for them, not simply because of their party now, but because of the fact that they were part of this coalition. So you had persons who historically, traditionally, never voted in that way, never voted with that affiliation. But because they believed in the overall construct, they said, you can get my vote, wherein you otherwise would not have.
But I still maintain that they didn't get the vote because of the fact that they believed in the unity construct or felt that that was necessary at the time.
But that happens all the time. We have traditional PAM supporters who may have voted Labour in this.
Yes, we have the swing. We have the swing.
We talk about the Labour Party supporters who voted for the unity construct. But again, that was because on the basis of, understanding what was happening at the time in terms of Dr. Denzel Douglas. But now that has been removed in terms of Dr. Terence Drew being the leader of the SKNLP, and you talk about tribalism, I think even in this election campaigning, we haven't seen as much tribe. There has been definitely an uplift in terms of the kind of. But yes, absolutely, we can see a maturity in terms of our ministers on the platform, and so that tribalism, I don't believe is there. So in the absence of that, and also in the absence of the fact that Dr. Douglas is no longer the leader of the Labour Party, and we're seeing the transition is continuing with his retirement out. Eventually, I don't agree. I think you will see what we will see in this year's cycle is the Labour base, the people who may have voted PLP or the people who may have voted for the unity construct, are returning to vote for the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party candidates in their respective constituencies.
Let me make a point about statistics. The statement that was made earlier by my colleague and my senior in regards to there were swings where persons who were traditionally Labour would sometimes vote for PAM. I would say to you, for instance, in number 1, I'm giving the stats. No, that's not the case. The last PAM candidate was the Honourable His Excellency Michael Palmer. If you look at the...
When you say last...
Sorry. Okay, let me rephrase it. Let me rephrase it. Because I still say that it was a unity candidate.
Okay, I understand.
The last PAM outright candidate that won in number 1.
That won.
In number 1.
Okay.
Is the Honourable His Excellency Michael Palmer.
When you go to
wait, let him finish.
Yes. If you look at the numbers, you will see that he was on mark at one of the most successful candidates in that constituency. And if you were to look at the stats, besides Dr. Timothy Harris and Douglas, he was one of the most successful, and of course Bradshaw, who was one of the most successful politicians. After that, the other most successful PAM candidate was Blanchard. He got 1,300 and thereabout, and was unable to reach that ceiling from ever since. So if you were to say from a historical perspective, number 1 has always been Labour. But because of team unity, that historical win, because of that historical win, you saw where the Honourable His Excellency Ian Patches-Livett was able to win, though on a PAM ticket, but it was always team unity campaign. You must always remember the campaign is what is important, that wins the hearts of people.
And we're going to get into the campaign a bit more later, but as we're on this point, do we think that there was some fatigue with the then incumbent who had been in incumbent for 4 terms? Do we think that had anything to do with the success of His Excellency Ian Patches-Livett at that time?
I think if you look at the statistics, that seat was trending towards the People's Action Movement after.
Never.
It was trending towards the People's Action Movement. And there, if we were to look at the ballots, you see clearly there are different symbols, different parties represented, and we vote for that symbol or the party, the person there. I understand, and Craig, if you're going to say that it is because of team unity why the People's Action Movement was successful in 1, then I would... Then I would say this likewise would be in constituency number 3, because it would not have been the PLP alone in constituency number 3.
That is debatable, but I will give it preference.
So
I will defer on that one. I will defer on that one.
Okay, I take your point, Azad. I do take your point. However, when you look at even immediately preceding 2015, you had a 4-term candidate. And if I understand what you're saying then that the numbers of the PAM candidates over those 4 terms, the number were increasing steadily enough to suggest that there was, even without the unity construct, a possibility of them unseating the Labour Party candidates?
We have to look back at the situation. Craig, I allowed you to speak.
Oh, sorry, forgive me.
You have to look back at the situation.
My apologies.
In 2013, we had a situation where there was the no confidence issue for 2 years not being heard. There was a frustration of the people. And so, as a result of that, 3 persons came out and voted. And so we have to look at the situation at hand and the circumstances at that point, not just the results, but what was happening. We saw with Privy Council making a judgment when there were boundary changes last minute. So the atmosphere was trending away from the Labour Party then to something else.
Okay, so then you're saying the unity construct simply capitalized on the inevitable,
Yes.
in essence.
Yes.
Okay, I take that point. We will have to hold that thought though, because Supervisor of Elections is coming back to us and we have further results for constituency St. Kitts 3, St. Kitts 4, St. Kitts 5, and Nevis 11. So we hand over to Supervisor of Election now for these results.
And we are back with further results from St. Christopher 3, West Bastyr and its surrounds. Station 4A at the Apostolic Faith Church, where there were 478 registered voters, 478. There were 318 votes validly cast, that's 318. There were 2 rejected ballots. There were no spoiled ballots. Akila Byron Nisbet of the People's Labour Party received 76 votes, that's 76. Kervin Freeman of the People's Action Movement received 33 votes, that's 3-3. Conris Maynard of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 207 votes, that's 207. And in polling division 4B, also at the Apostolic Faith Church, where there were 517 voters registered, that's 517. There were 346 votes validly cast. 3 were rejected. None were spoiled. Akila Byron Nisbet of the People's Labour Party received 80 votes, that's 8-0. Kervin Freeman of People's Action Movement received 41 votes, that's 4-1. Conris Maynard of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 222 votes, that's 2-2-2. In St. Christopher 5, polling division number 2 at the preschool in Sandy Point, there were 400 registered voters, that's 400. The number of votes validly cast were 258, that's 258. There were 2 rejected ballots and there were no spoiled ballots. Kenneth Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 84 votes, 8-4. Sean Richards of the People's Action Movement received 138, that's 138 votes. And Stacia Williams of the People's Labour Party received 34 votes, that's 3-4. In polling division 3A, located at the former Xylee supermarket, there were 286 voters registered in 3A. The number of votes validly cast was 204, 204. None were rejected, none were spoiled. Kenneth Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 92 votes, that's 9-2. Sean Richards of the People's Action Movement received 94 votes, that's 9-4. Stachio Williams of the People's Labour Party received 18 votes. That's 1-8. And in 3B, also at the former Xylis supermarket, where there were 297 registered voters, 200 votes, 200 were validly cast, 2 of which were rejected. There were no spoiled ballots. Kenneth Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 86 votes. That's 8-6. Sean Richards of the People's Action Movement received 81 votes. That's 8-1. Stachio Williams of the People's Labour Party received 31 votes. That's 3-1. Further results from Nevis 11. At the Cotton Ground Community Center, polling station 3A, where there were 323 registered voters, the number of votes validly cast was 189. There were 2 rejected ballots. There was 1 spoilt ballot. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 125 votes. 125. Alexis Jeffers Quealy of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 61 votes. That's 6-1. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement received 1 vote. And in polling station 3B, also at the Cotton Ground Community Center, there were 357 voters registered, and there were 201 votes validly cast, none rejected, 4 spoiled. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 103 votes, 103. Alexis Jeffers Quealy of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 96, that's 9-6. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement received 2 votes. And in polling station 4A, located at the Violet O. Nichols, Jeffers Nichols Primary School, there were 369 voters registered. 167 votes were validly cast, 167. There were no rejected ballots. Spoiled ballots, there was 1. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 68 votes, 6-8. Alexis Jeffers Quealy of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 99 votes, that's 9-9. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement did not receive a vote. And in constituency of St. Christopher 4, polling station in Old Road 2B, where there were 327 voters registered, 217 votes were validly cast, 4 were rejected. There were no spoiled ballots. Samuel Duggins of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 116 votes. That's 116. Lindsay Grant of the People's Action Movement received 67 votes. That's 6-7. Kende Liebert of the People's Labour Party received 30 votes. That's 3-0. In polling station 3A, located at Virchild School, there were 395 voters registered. 281 votes were validly cast. 2 were rejected. None were spoiled. Samuel Duggins of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 161 votes. That's 161. Lindsay Grant of the People's Action Movement received 77 votes. That's 7 votes. And Kende Liebert of the People's Labour Party received 41 votes. That's 4-1. In Virchilds also, at polling station 3B, where there were 423 voters registered, the number of votes validly cast were 286. There were 5 rejected ballots. There were no spoiled ballots. Samuel Duggins of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 149 votes. That's 149. Lindsey Grant of the People's Action Movement received 84 votes. That's 84. Kendall Liburd of the People's Labour Party received 48 votes. 48 votes. In Middle Island at polling station 4A, where there were 318 registered voters, 318, there were 202 ballots validly cast. That's 202. One was rejected. None were spoiled. Samuel Duggins of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 149 votes. 149. Lindsey Grant of the People's Action Movement received 84 votes. That's 84. Kendall Liburd of the People's Labour Party received 48 votes. That's 48. I'm sorry, I'll go over that. In Middle Island polling station 4A, 318 voters were registered. Votes validly cast were 202. One rejected, no spoiled ballots. Samuel Duggins of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 113 votes. That's 113. Lindsey Grant of the People's Action Movement received 69 votes. That's 69. Kendall Liburd of the People's Labour Party received 19 votes. That's 19. And in 4B, Middle Island, where there were 301 voters registered, there were 201 votes validly cast. There were no rejected, no spoiled ballots. Samuel Duggins of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 117 votes. Lindsey Grant of the People's Action Movement received 76 votes. That's 76. Kendall Liburd of the People's Labour Party received 8 votes. And polling division 5A at Halfway Tree, where there were 395 voters registered, 257 votes were validly cast, one of which was rejected. There were no spoiled ballots. Samuel Duggins of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 123 votes. That's 1, 2, 3. Lindsey Grant of the People's Action Movement received 92 votes. That's 9, 2. Kendall Liburd of the People's Labour Party received 41 votes. That's 4, 1. And polling division 5B, Halfway Tree, where there were 411 voters registered, there were 273 votes validly cast. There was no rejected ballot, but there was one spoiled ballot. Samuel Duggins of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 127 votes. Lindsey Grant of the People's Action Movement received 102 votes. That's 102. Kendall Liburd of the People's Labour Party received 44 votes. In summary, therefore, in constituency number 4, there were 3,579 registered voters. There were 2,343 votes validly cast, 2,343. There were 20 rejected ballots. There was one spoiled ballot. Samuel Duggins of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 1,269 votes. That's 1,269. Lindsey Grant of the People's Action Movement received 761 votes. That's 761. And Kendall Liburd of the People's Labour Party received 293 votes. That's 293. Therefore, I can report that Samuel Duggins of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party has been returned at the polls for constituency number 4. That's all for now, and I will be right back, but over to Master Control.
No, but okay, welcome back to Master Control. More exciting news. We have our second declared winner for the night. Samal Duggins of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party for St. Kitts 4 has been declared the winner in that constituency.
First time candidate.
First time candidate. Not a bad showing. He demolished the incumbent.
He did.
He demolished, you said?
Demolished.
Okay.
I mean, 1,200 odd votes to 700 for a first timer.
Over 500.
That's over 500. That's over 500 votes.
Yes.
I think you need a stronger word than
Oh, I was about to ask, but my word too soft.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Well, first, let me say on behalf of the People's Labour Party, I would like to congratulate the Honourable Samuel Duggins. Of course, as you know, he was from the bowels of Labour, but also he was one of the important factors of the People's Labour Party and Team Unity in 2015. And I wish him all the best. Also, we'd like to congratulate the Honourable Eric Evelyn, the parliamentary representative for constituency number 11, and we wish them all the best. And I would just like to say we are looking at number 3, if I may. The statement that was made by my, again, senior and colleague, that if it was not for...
Craig,
you're going to cut
you.
All right.
But I have
take
to.
your time.
All right.
Let us deal with 4. Let's finish off 4 since the electorate has done that for us.
Yes.
And then we move on to 3 because that still has a bit more meat on it.
Yes.
So let's wrap up 4.
Yes.
Any surprises here?
Not for me. Not for me at all.
Not for me.
I want to hear from Mr. Gums.
Who was supposed to be
Simply because this is close to his heart, and I know this must be difficult for him, but I just want to hear from him, Azad.
First, let me join and likewise congratulate the new representative for constituency number 4. I mean, people have spoken. Samuel Duggins. I also want to congratulate Eric Evelyn. And how it's looking, I want to congratulate Candice Maynard, who is, yes.
Let's wait till the rooster comes home.
No, you can say.
I mean, in constituency number 4, I think it has always been a very tight race there. I mean, last time the Honourable Lindsay Grant won by 351 and won in every box. This time, you know that it was different. We were no longer together with the PLP. And of course, that played a role because we had a candidate there in the person of Kendall Liburd. And so that would have done that would have created a difference. We realized in constituency number 4, there were some persons who I think, like, if we are being honest, because we were all part and parcel under the unity, in the sense that you had PAM, PLP. There were persons who would have indicated at some time that although they might be wearing their PLP shirt, that they're still with the People's Action Movement. And so you saw that kind of dynamics into the constituency, where you thought that, okay, it was just wearing the shirts. In the end, based on the results, I don't know if they were just wearing the shirts, believing and telling us that they're going to vote for the People's Action Movement, and in fact voted for the Labour Party. Some of that might have happened.
Let me bring you home with a direct question. Are these results surprising to you, having been in the belly of the People's Action Movement's campaign?
I think it is in fact surprising. We thought number 4 was a very strong seat for us, to be honest. I
Let him
mean,
finish.
based on the statistics, you might have
You're
heard
nice, I'm not as well.
things on the ground, but usually they are grumbling on the ground, but persons come out on election day and still support the party.
I
You understand?
Are you finished,
I
Azad?
have seen where they might have been grumbling before, but at the end of the day, they come out and support the party, and you still see that candidate elected.
So you
This-
felt that he could have pulled through?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank
Clearly,
you.
we have seen that the grumbling might have been more than just grumbling.
I am. This is just leading me to wonder, on a different note, what does this say about the polls? The people who do the polling. What does that say about?
Well,
Because the
Yeah,
last
because
poll
this is-
said,
yes.
based on Peter Wickham and I think Don Anderson,
Yes.
that it was between PLP and
Labour.
Labour. But we've seen where, although the Labour candidate is dominating, that the People's Action Movement is second, and
that's true.
the PLP is trending behind.
Well, I don't know where the analysis for the pollsters would have come in, but I'm not surprised at this result, and I'd like to take the time to congratulate Honorable Samuel Duggins for his win. This is not surprising at all. I know that Mr. Duggins has been doing quite a bit of work in Constituency 4, and I think in terms of, even though he's a first-time candidate, he's been a very strong candidate, especially for the Labour Party, and the party itself has put a lot of support behind Samuel Duggins in terms of his own campaigning and in terms of making sure that we can raise just kind of support behind the candidates. And I think when it comes to, if we look at the numbers, you know, the loss for the People's Action Movement for Lindsey Grant has actually been great. So, you know, we're in these boxes that we see, like, he has lost a lot of traction.
Before you continue, just for my own edification, did he win any boxes?
Where,
No. In this cycle?
No, he did not win any
So he
boxes.
moved from, in 2020, winning all 10 boxes.
Yes.
To in 2022, 2 years later.
Only 2 years later. And
he's lost every single box.
And I think it's really important for us to note and remember throughout our analysis and looking throughout the rest of the night that this is only 2 years later. This is only 2 years later, and we see Samuel Duggins, a brand new candidate who has been able to win by, you can call it a landslide. And I think, you know, even though it's only been 2 years, a lot has happened within those 2 years politically on the scene. A lot has been exposed, a lot has been revealed, and I think people, and I think even maybe supporters of the People's Action Movement, and this is, you know, just me speculating as to what could have accounted for the loss of Lindsey Grant, such a loss. I think people are tired of the perhaps lack of decorum, the lack of professionalism in the public office. Because I think people, you know, Lindsey Grant has, you know, presented himself to be a man that demonstrated himself in public office to be a man who you could say lacks integrity. And I think people are tired.
Heavy words there, boy.
I'm just saying, based on the professional presentation in public office, I'm sure, you know, Mr.
So you're speaking politically.
Yes, politically.
His political performance has lacked integrity, in your opinion.
In my opinion.
In your opinion.
In my opinion, his behavior in terms of as a leader in public office, it's been questionable, and I think people perhaps may have been tired. And you have a presentation of, even though a brand new choice, it may be a better choice in some people's minds, and there may also be people who may just have not voted as well.
What was the voter turnout like? And do we, I have to come back here again to the overseas vote. Do we think that this has any part to play in this resounding victory, or do we just think
Very good question. Very good question. First, let me also say, I'd like to congratulate Mr. Kendall Leiber, candidate as brand new, only had about 2 months to be on the ground, and he was able to get 293 votes. That is a resounding success in a short period of time. Imagine what he will do going forward, remaining on the ground in terms of that constituency. It is important to note as well, the voter turnout was very low. You know what that tells me? That tells me that all constituencies are very right for the People's Labour Party to present themselves as a viable option, whether it be in opposition or in the future, for this great country of St. Kitts and Nevis.
Thank you
Those
so
very
much for
important,
that.
those very important points that were made. I wouldn't have said it, but I'm glad you were brave enough as a woman to say it. And truth be told, those are things that will have to be discussed, and the people will have to make a decision. We have to have a higher standard of our representatives in public life and also in private.
I think another
Carol, wait,
factor.
I'm sorry, I want to hear from Carol because she's been notably quiet for most of the panel.
Okay.
So on these two issues, one raised by Iselin in terms of the political performance of the candidates and the political behavior or in public life, as well as the impact of overseas voters on this particular seat.
Well, to be quite frank, I think that the win with Samuel Duggins, I mean, there was a lot of contention because, I mean, he's originally from constituency 3, but has been involved and doing a lot of work in constituency 4 from a young age. And what we spoke to, the previous panel spoke to about performance in the community. I mean, he's been out doing different projects and, you know, being heavily involved with the community. So, I mean, the community is familiar with him, they've grown a relationship with him. So it's clearly reflected in the votes here. And even if you combine the PLP and PAM votes together, I mean, that's only 1,054 compared to Samuel's 1,269. That's a difference of 215. So even though the votes there were split, I mean, that would not have affected Samuel and his performance there.
So you think his campaign style then is really what was a major impact for him?
I
in
think so
securing
too,
this seat?
and as Mario would have mentioned previously, the electorate, I mean, young people, there are many young people, especially in that constituency, I mean, they're looking for somebody relatable, you know? Samuel is young. I mean, even with Kendale, I mean, he's a younger candidate as well, and you could see, even though he's a first time, you know, nominated for the first time, I mean, 293 votes for just 2 months of campaigning. I mean, that's
a great entrance.
By
any man.
It's notable, for sure.
Very notable.
I'm the simpleton here, but I'm just kind of wondering whether weren't we able to look at the crowds, the type of turnout?
Well, I was going to go back to Iselin for that to get the comparison between 2020 and 2015.
Oh, so the actual voter turnout?
I'm talking about the public meetings. Was there indication in what we saw in public meetings that this was likely to take place?
For PAM, yes.
Well, yeah, for PAM, I would say so. But I don't like to use...
We're talking about just physical
yes.
or
physical
online
of the persons in the matches.
How
reliable is that type of...
It was very reliable.
I mean, I don't like to...
Because that determines the confidence level.
True. You
of
can
the
say
leaders
that.
and so on. And that matters. It matters
does.
emotionally, it matters in terms of drive.
They all proclaimed large crowds, whether virtually or in person.
I don't believe that is true.
No, I mean they all said it at their meetings.
Okay, but
Some people
I think one of the things when it comes to
you can gauge the trend of thought in the populace by the turn up at the meetings.
I don't think we can use that as an accurate representation. I don't think so. It can give some indication.
The non-registered voters.
Yeah. That's can make sense. But also, I think one thing I always like to say is, you know, elections are not won at rallies and public meetings. Right. And I also want us to, you know, I think if we want to talk about actual turnout for public meetings, I think the SKNLP, the Labour Party, has always had the largest turnout. But also, we have to consider the fact that the nature of voters for these parties, like PAM people aren't rally type of people. You don't tend to find that the nature of a PAM voter is not to attend public meetings. So you'll have fewer people actually showing up to a PAM meeting. They're not rally type of people. Labour people are rally type of people. So you'd always find large crowds at Labour rallies. But that in the same
translate.
But it doesn't always translate. It doesn't necessarily translate to the vote.
I understand.
And I mean, you know, there may have been smaller crowds at PAM meetings and rallies. But and then there would have also been, you know, particularly like I think the youth rally for the PLP was extremely large, but the crowd at that rally, perhaps 50% of, it was all young people, it was young people, and perhaps 50% of that demographic were not even eligible to vote.
Yes.
So you cannot, I don't think we necessarily use turnouts at meetings as a fair judgment into how it will translate into actual votes.
I guess you can say the same thing about polls as well.
Well, the polls, from what I understand, is in this last cycle, the polls, a large number of the persons were undecided.
That's true. That's true.
And didn't indicate anyway.
That's true. That's true.
So then you're then making your decision on the lesser number of persons who actually chose.
That's right. And then with the thing with polls, I think as a society, we're not the type of people to do surveys. That's always a struggle. So I'm a researcher, and it's always a struggle to get people to do surveys. And so, with that, you also need to consider, well, who is publishing this poll? A lot of these polls came from SKN Vibes, I believe, and different media houses. And so who is publishing these polls, where are these polls reaching to, and who's actually doing these polls? So I'm kind of like, when it comes to polls.
And are the people who are doing the polls eligible to vote?
If I may,
that is true.
If I may address Mr. Tuckett's
Craig's
earlier comments about the coalition between the Nevis and St. Kitts.
There won't be need for a coalition.
But the thing about it is, I'm thinking that regardless to what, we are a federation.
Yes, we are.
We are.
That's why we need to fix that constitution.
And
the way we do federal politics is not the way we.
What would be the outcome if there's,
If there's what?
Let's finish.
As Craig is predicting, that there will be no need for coalition. What is going to be the situation? What will emerge out of
Well,
this?
before we answer that question, let's look at the other boxes,
Okay,
the other seats. Let's head to
So
7. We got in some additional results for that.
Yes.
Let's see how that's looking, and then we got for 3, 5, and 11. And then we could discuss more about whether or not we are heading to a coalition or there's no need.
Yeah. So I mean, in number 7, there are 2 boxes that still remain outstanding, and currently Timothy Harris is leading, which is, I don't think, surprising, which is not surprising. However, what I think is important for us to note in number 7 is the margin at which Timothy Harris is leading, and the number of votes that he has been able to gain versus Leon Natter Nelson compared to just 2 years ago. I think it's quite significant in terms of Leon's, it's not that big of a margin. And so, for the Labour Party, Leon is a very strong candidate, and this is the second time at the poll after the first time, which was just 2 years ago. So I think it's significant to note that and to pay attention to
If you look at that very polling station 7,
Yes.
the Mount Carmel Community Center.
They tied 88.
Yeah, and in 2020, even though we are not considering the overseas vote, let us look at the number still.
That's
We
true.
had Timothy Harris with 152 and Leon Natter Nelson with 59. So if you're looking at it now, that they have now tied in that box.
Yes. So
it's a great momentum. For the
there is
St.
great
Kitts Nevis
momentum.
Labour Party.
Well, let me say one
Craig?
thing. Yes,
What-
thank you
yes,
so much.
Craig.
I'm going to talk to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. I want you to know that numbers don't lie. You have to be able to pick and choose between the rhetorics. Again, where you were weak, we made you strong. Clearly, in
And
number
I guess
7.
we did the same thing.
Let him finish.
Clearly, in number 7, if there was any weakness, we would have seen more votes coming out for the PAM candidate. So, as in the case of number 3.
But
You have to, let me finish.
Okay, you're not finished. All right.
You have to be able to understand, my people, is that we are seeing a change in the political environment of St. Kitts and Nevis. The question that my colleague on the panel has asked, which I have raised, which I still hold to, there will be no need for a coalition. The people of Nevis will then have to make a decision. Where do they go from here? Because they will most likely not be in government. And having had a great relationship, as was proclaimed by all, in the team unity, and now being destroyed, decimated to nothing, they will have to make a decision in the upcoming elections. And we will see what will happen.
Okay, so
Could I say something?
sure, but I just want to tie in this point. your thing about where they were weak, we made them strong.
100%.
Traditionally, though, this seat, St. Christopher 7, is the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party.
So
stronghold.
was number 3.
Right. Okay. However, how do we feel about the fact that the same candidate is who transitioned from the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party to the People's Labour Party? So in terms of strength and weakness, does that apply here since it's the same person that has been vying for the seat?
And this is my
The
point.
entire time?
This is my point, and you even strengthen it. St. Kitts and Nevis traditionally has always been a Labour country.
Still
Except for, well, I understand your position. Let's say, not Nevis, sorry, St. Kitts, okay? What you saw with unity, with that same historical fact, that's why the former Prime Minister said, where we were weak, we remain strong. He was fighting to keep this thing together for the benefit of the people. Now that you're seeing clearly the numbers, even in this election, are coming clear, who is really the weakest?
Could I say
And
something?
so,
You're up next.
Yeah, and so,
You're up next.
I'm sorry, this is not a battle. This is just numbers. I'm not here to it's numbers.
I understand your
It's
point.
numbers
I
are clear.
think you may have missed my point, but I'll reiterate it after
Yeah, sorry.
Azad makes his.
Craig, right? I will call you Craig.
Of course.
Yes, Craig. So Craig
Just
is
a
using.
gentle reminder
been the
that we are going to be respectful to each other.
Of course, always. Craig is
Okay, Craig. Craig is using this terminology that where
We were weak.
you were weak, we made you strong.
I think it's a statement by.
Yes,
the
I know,
people
I know.
Going well.
The former Prime Minister. But I think if we're looking at the statistics as well,
Yes.
we made you strong as well in 3 and 7 because we had votes in constituency number 7 that were PAM votes that went to the Honorable Timothy Harris. And likewise, we had PAM votes that went to the Honorable Akila Byron Nisbet.
We would have seen that in the numbers now.
I think.
And so you now take it away.
We would have seen that numbers now. We would have seen that in number 3, instead of 11, and instead of 20, we would have seen 100.
So okay.
If
So then.
and in number 7, instead of seeing 11 and 7, we would have been seeing hundreds.
But Craig, if you look at the statistics, let's look at.
We're not seeing that because the people.
Give us that the opportunity
Okay, sorry.
to relay the statistics to us, and we can then analyze from there.
If you look at in 2010, and this is before Unity, you had in the People's Action Movement constituency 3.
No, we're on 7, huh? We're on
Yeah,
7. We
but I'm
are not
making the
on
point.
3 yet. We are on 7.
Okay, let me go to 7 because I think it's better printed. You had 570 votes for the People's Action Movement. And for Timothy Harris, 1,635. That is when he was
That's
with Labour.
2015?
That's
2010.
That's a number
2010.
Number 7.
Number 7. So before the Team Unity, we had 570 PAM
That's
votes.
overall.
Overall.
Right? Okay.
Yes.
So 2010, 500 plus PAM votes.
You must recognize that if it is that we didn't run a candidate in that constituency, it meant that PLP would have gained some ground on our supporters. Our supporters would have gone over and supported number 7.
Based
Timothy
on your
Harris.
campaign of unity.
And what the issue there then is that because of the familiarity, it's hard to then take away persons who might have been, it's like you're saying, I'm going to give you, you have a child. Doesn't mean use the analogy, you have a child, and you say, I'm going to leave you with your adopted mother, you know?
Okay.
And then they go and they get a bond with that person, and then afterwards they say, no, come back to me. So you will have seen the effects.
She was my child, so.
So you will have seen the effects.
But then that would have been, if that was the case.
So you can just pull it back one time. You take some tea, then you take some.
Okay, so let's move on then. You said 2010,
We
500.
both made each
Then let's
other
go to
strong.
2015.
Yes, what happened?
Not yet, not yet. Let's go to 2015.
What were the numbers in 2015?
Yeah, I just want to see the whole line, and then we can take the rebuttal. So 2015, what were the PAM number? Well,
There was no PAM candidate in 2015.
So okay, wait.
PLP.
So what was the 2010
number?
Harris number for Labour?
It was
in 2010.
In 2010.
In 2010, it was 16. Let me look. It was 1635.
1635. And how much was it in 2015 then? As the PLP candidate?
1647.
As a team unity.
1647.
As a team unity.
Can somebody do that math for me, please?
I want to make it clear. PLP never
Wait,
ran as
Craig,
PLP, ran as team unity.
wait,
I'm
your
seeing
turn.
PLP here.
It's true. In 2015, he had
47.
47. In 2010, he had 16.
16.
Does the number lie?
1635.
1635. So he gained
12 votes.
12 votes. And in 2020, what was the number? Craig,
Okay, sorry.
please.
Sorry.
In 2020,
1870.
The number was 1870.
So okay. So between 2015 2010 as a Labour candidate and 2015, there wasn't much movement, but we did see a 200.
But then you have to take into consideration that at that point he left the Labour
That's
Party
right.
and the Labour had taken away some of the votes. So in the Labour votes in 2015 was
867.
867.
As compared to the PAM vote of 540.
So if you were to look at 2010 here, and I'm making my case, Craig, to say that we both strengthened each other. It wasn't a one-way method. So he had 16.
I think we may have to agree to disagree on this one because I don't see any amicable resolution here.
I think I do rebut.
And I understand that, and I will let you
10
rebut
seconds.
quickly. Yes.
10 seconds. The people of St. Kitts and Nevis wanted and was always looking for an alternative to the present two-party system. And they were so happy that we didn't go straight into it because a lot of people were saying, boy, a third party can't work. That's why they looked for unity. And now it is clear that they have seen and have accepted that there is a viable option going forward to the future. And you can see great things coming from the People's Labour Party, led by the leader of the opposition, maybe, of
Okay, thank you for that.
Who?
Shameless plug. So, based on the trajectory, can we call it? How many boxes left for 7?
There are two boxes left.
2 boxes left. So, predicted winner.
Predicted winner, Timothy Harris.
Harris.
But again, I think pay attention to the people that's happening with Leon Nathaniel.
Okay, great. Excellent. So,
how much are the total so far for Timothy Harris? 1,022.
Yeah.
2022 versus
746.
Another thing that we cannot neglect, PAM had a traditional level of support, but we were able to bring Labour people to us in 2015 and again in 2020. Now, of course, because of the dismantling or the destruction, I love that word, of the team unity by others, you saw them returning. But they're still looking. And I'm saying to you,
Craig, you
Leah,
made your shameless plug.
I'm saying to you, Leah,
How many
that
opportunities must I give
I
you?
mean,
very well.
but I mean, back to the original question you had asked, though, Leah, just in terms of, Timothy Harris was running on the Labour ticket initially, and then he branched off to form the PLP. I think, there you will see a return to the original, people. Timothy has a stronghold on, in number 7. There are people who follow Timothy Harris as opposed to, and that was clear because he broke away from the Labour Party and people still voted for him. But I think with time, especially this is just 2 years, imagine if, there were 5, the kind of traction that could have been made and gained.
Right.
So
And that's why the
pay
national viewer
attention.
said that Sean had to make the move that he did.
Listen, okay, yes, thank you very much, Craig. It's time to,
Sorry.
So that's why I want to kind of the kind of level of confidence that Craig has here. It's obviously clear. But I think we do need to understand that the support for Timothy Harris, especially if he enters government as a single opposition, for the PLP, you could potentially expect that maybe he will lose some of his support. Potentially, that's
okay.
possible.
So that's the last question on 7 before we move on to 3. Earlier we were speaking about strongholds and sway and swing and whatnot, and the general consensus was that the majority of our electorate votes based on party lines. But here we've seen the shift because they follow the individual.
Yes.
But then you're saying that by possibly the next cycle, we may see the shift back to the traditional party lines. That's where you're going with this?
I think that's possible. You don't think so?
Not at all. I think that has long been.
I'm not surprised with your dissenting.
But no, the statistics, the numbers do not lie. Always remember this. There has always been a trend. Let us not forget. And that is why I'm saying. But I would like to say this.
A trend of what? Can you just finish that thought? There's always been a trend of what? Exactly.
The trend that the people were tired of a particular party and they wanted an option.
That's not true. They weren't tired of the party. That is not true. They were not tired of the party. They were tired of the leadership at the time. And that leadership has since transitioned and changed into leadership that people believe.
And I see that your confidence as well, that is good. And I respect that. But there was a tiredness of...
Okay, great. But your next point that you wanted to make.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll move to the next point. And I would just like to say as well, that it's important for us to recognize going forward that the same persons as the only living national hero had said they had to make the move, otherwise Pam would have dead, will have to possibly work together in... They didn't want to work together in government, they're going to work together in opposition, maybe. We shall see. That'll be a unique situation.
Okay, that's an interesting perspective.
People will be watching.
Yeah, that would be very interesting.
People will be watching.
And it will be interesting to see what happens to PLP going forward.
Oh, the prospects are bright. The future is bright, I'm telling you.
So we're on to number 3. St. Kitts 3. How many boxes are in here?
I said the PLP, but I meant
the future.
Five boxes of
and 4 remaining to go.
4 remaining to go, and we have the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party ahead.
Yes.
Wow.
Okay, let's see the numbers. 64%.
And I mean, I'd be confident to call it.
And yeah, I was about to ask, any predictions at this point?
I anticipate Congress Maynard is going to regain his seats. He's going to be re-elected.
Yes.
We always need to remember number 3 has always been a Labour stronghold. 2 years ago, I don't know what happened. I don't know if there was foul play, but
we are sticking to statements that we can substantiate.
You're right. That is unsubstantiated, right? It's true. However, but I mean, the disparities, it's great. We're seeing a regain for the Labour Party in terms of reclaiming that seat. And I mean, it begs the question, well, that was a very unique year.
It was an anomaly.
Yeah, it was a very
we accept that, but
year.
One of the earlier panelists actually made an interesting point on that in saying that the incumbent at the time, Mr. Maynard, had gotten a bit lethargic.
You're right.
Right, and so as the emerging candidate, as the new candidate, Mrs. Byron Nisbet she really hit the ground running, and she was in your face. She was just there. She was everywhere.
And she had time. That's another thing. She was in Senate. She was in the Senate. She was working and doing the things that were necessary as a potential representative for the people under the Team Unity administration, and she delivered. Now, this is important to note. That still is going to be the hallmark going forward into the future. And I would just like to congratulate the electoral office and the leadership of the electoral office for doing a great job. I know you have gotten a lot of slack, but it is very impossible, near impossible, to have any cheating in our electoral system. And we need to stop it. Leaders need to stop it. You are creating divisions and divisiveness in our society. These are people who are kitchens and divisions who are working hard. Do you think that they will allow any false foul play to be done to the electoral process and that we have fought for over centuries? No. Also, it's important to note. Yes, sure.
Because it's on that point.
Yes.
While I accept that your position as you see it, do you think that there's anything the electoral office could do to increase people's confidence in the electoral system? To increase a level of transparency so that even if someone does cry foul play, the majority will quickly dismiss it.
Great. And under the Team Unity administration, that has been achieved. We have a lot more progressive.
That's not what I asked you, Craig. What I asked is there anything that the electoral office can do to improve their popularity
Even a
in the
well-cut
eyes
diamond,
of the electorate.
even a well-cut,
Stick to that.
Even a well-cut diamond could be polished to a even
Listen,
to a glaring
to answer
shine.
your question, Leah, yes, there are things that I
and-
believe
I
that,
want
that can
the
be
things.
done.
I
And
want
the
the
thing is,
list of
that thing is,
things.
it's for that. If it's for the electoral office and commission to be solely independent of the government cabinet.
That's a constitutional issue.
Okay, and that is something that can be addressed. We can go.
Not without the majority that is needed.
It can still be done. And to Leah's question, I'm answering the question directly. That can be done to ensure that there's transparency. When you talk about that there being an impossibility of there being foul play,
Yes.
that is not true. There is not an impossibility based on the way that it's set up currently.
No, that's not true.
Are you finished, Iselene, or are you still speaking?
I'm finished.
Let me explain.
Continue.
You have a list that is propagated and that is generated by persons who are eligible by law to be on the list to vote, whether you be a national, citizen, or resident. I would like to put those
Is
three
it not
categories.
true that that list is sometimes
All
tardy
rapidly-
being delivered,
Yes.
even though the cutoff point is set?
And
Is
that there's
is
no
that not the case?
transparency.
Has that not happened?
And there is a list that is checked by
Sorry, am I using my inside voice? Are you not hearing
I'm,
me?
but I'm trying to answer. I cannot complete my sentence
Okay,
and answer
okay.
yours.
Okay, I understand.
So, and you have representatives of each political party that camp out almost in the electoral office, scrutinizing that list. Also, the list is given to every political party so that they can scrutinize. And that's why they have objections, right, for a particular time. After that, the ballots are generated. You go into the box, now that they have a transparent box, thank God, right? Even so, they come out and they show you, empty. You go in, one ballot is taken, you go in behind your little box, you put your X, you come back out, it's closed, nobody sees it open, nobody checks, you put it in. Everybody then at the end of the vote, follow the bus. People from different parties go into the bus, they go to the count, I mean, come on, stop it. There is no possible way for cheating. That has to be stopped. This thing that is used as a political football, just to create division and confusion, it should stop.
Well,
Let's be mature.
I will err on the side of agreeing to disagree because I'm sure that there are persons and individuals out there who disagree with you that there is no possibility. Because
Okay, so maybe his use of language was a bit extreme.
Yes, it's exaggerated.
But I understand the point that he's trying to promote in the sense that systems are in place.
That's right, and that is true. And if those systems are not tampered with, and if they actually go along in the process as they should, and the process works as it should, then yes, the probability of there being foul play should be reduced. But however, I think there is possibility and speculations. There have been speculations, and I'm not here to speculate.
And if you say that for one party, or you can say that for all.
Yes, you can.
But I'm saying,
But which is why I
out
think
of
we should
time.
address it at the constitutional level to make sure that the Electoral Commission and office is actually solely
very,
independent.
We are running out of time, and I really do want to get to the other boxes. So we are predicting a win for the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party in 3. Let's move quickly to.
Sorry, yes, and also in number 7 for people's.
But yes, we did say that.
We did say that. So then we move to 3. So now let's go to 5. What are we seeing in St. Christopher 5? My recollection is that the People's Action Movement is leading there.
Yes.
they are.
706.
706.
The Labour Party has 577 and PLP has 170.
Wow, 170.
And how many more boxes to go?
We have 4 more boxes to go.
4 more boxes.
Yes.
Looking at 2020 and 2015, what's the likely outcome?
For this one, for number 5, I mean, the likely outcome based on the numbers, how they're trending right now, it would be a very close call, but it seems like Sean Richards may edge out Kenneth Douglas. But again, similarly in number 7, we see the margins of like reducing.
So we think he's lost ground.
Yes. We'd say that Sean Richards Pam may have lost grounds in number 5. And again, a similar situation like in number 7, just watching the creep up here. I think Kenny has done quite a bit of work to gain traction in number 5, and we can see that translate. So it's just yet to be seen.
9-point difference.
Yeah. So
as compared to 2020, how was he trending then?
Right. So in 2020, it was 35. 0.4% versus Sean Richards 63. He got 63%. So
almost a
100%. Increase.
So based on the results in 2020, I'm looking at the boxes,
Yep.
and it seemed that Kenny won the box in Sandy Point Community Center, which is 5B, and that would have been the only box that he won, looking at the ones that are still to come. So if I am making a prediction, I would say that the Honorable Sean K. Richards would be returned as the Member of Parliament for constituency number 5.
In opposition.
We're all.
That's a fair. That is
Are
a
we
fair
all on board with that prediction?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Just before we move on to Nevis, what do we think can be the determining factor for this loss of ground by the People's Action Movement? And please,
You don't want to go
for
there.
heaven's sake, let's not go back to the where you were weak.
I think
I said
we
my
made
point.
you strong.
I won't say that.
As you look at it, if looking at the list, especially in constituency number 4, and looking at the predictions of what would have been the transition. Number 4, I'm looking at number 4 again because that is what I'm most familiar with. You will have had a number of PAM votes in number 4. In fact, based on the past, you have more persons for. I'm just using this example. You had more persons generally supporting the People's Action Movement than the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party. What I think happened in this election.
Say that again? Sorry, I didn't hear that. Can you repeat that?
Generally had more persons in number 4 supporting the People's Action Movement than the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party. But what I've seen in this election is that the voter turnout for the People's Action Movement, I don't think it has been as high as you have seen it in the past. And perhaps I think that is why you have seen the result that we have. Because again,
So you think that's the case in constituency?
in some of the constituency, yeah,
That maybe the PAM voters
who normally come out
did not go out.
Because I'll tell you this, in Hertfordshire, just about before the polls had closed, there was a gentleman that we were trying to get. And the individual was like, they were supposed to go earlier, they didn't get to go earlier. And they were like, well, Lindsay's going to win anyway. He always wins Hertfordshire, somebody want to vote him on thing. And so you tend to see persons being comfortable, and you find that persons came to the polls very late.
Let me ask a question. And I want to.
You're running very close to dominating.
No, sorry. Forgive me. I don't mean to.
I'm going to have to implore you.
Yes.
Please, I haven't heard Mr. Tatum in the last 15 minutes.
I agree. Mr. Tatum, you give me your time?
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. No, let me just ask this question. If we take the 293 votes from the PLP candidate and give it to Mr. Grant, he's still behind by 300 and odd.
Why
Oh,
are
hold
we
on.
still on number
No,
four?
We're talking about number 5 right now, Craig. So
let me close it off. That meant that Labour people returned.
They came out in the numbers.
They returned because they voted a PAM candidate who ran a PAM campaign on a Team Unity ticket, and they returned back home. Now, number 5. And the voter turnout was relatively high for number 4, if you really check
yes,
it.
it's
Thank you.
increased this year.
That's what I said. We have to
For
look at
number
numbers.
4.
Don't talk about
So, so okay, let's talk about number 5 then.
So number 5 now.
Because we're still trying to determine quickly
why
the People's Action Movement candidates may have lost ground.
Again, it has to do with what you don't want me to say.
I don't think that's
I don't think that's
necessarily
necessarily
true.
true. Won that seat comfortably.
That's true,
Prior
it
to
is.
the Team Unity
That's
pressure.
Oh, that's the question.
And I think
Because I said earlier, if you remember what I said, people were waiting for a viable option to put their confidence and their vote and support behind. I know they have.
But if we go back to the whole idea of party strongholds,
yes.
Sandy Point,
that's true.
St. Christopher
It's
5 has
always been
historically the only person to make that. I think it was just what's her name, Jacinta
Henry Martin.
Yeah, and that was just a
and that was 1 year.
And that is no more. That's why I said earlier in my presentation and in my opening statements, the whole political paradigm has shifted. There is really and truly a return now because of the situation of dismantling or the destruction, I love that, of Team Unity, that the people decided, well, if that's the case, and I've gone back to what I normally know. But Pam did not do that. You found that Pam supporters came to the place. I'm not giving you
in St. Christopher 5, that's their home. No.
But look at the numbers.
So,
You're
so
asking
that's-
the question.
But we're not getting the answer. Is it that we're not going to get the answer? Should we move
And the
to
voter
Nevis?
turnout, and the voter turnout going to be high.
Could I say
The voter
something?
turnout,
I
if
think
you're
there
going to
was a
check that, going to be high
situation.
number 5.
The Labour
Check it.
Party lost the election in 2020. They realize now that in 2022, 3 years prematurely, there's an opportunity for them to gain government. They came out in their numbers. They
did.
mobilized.
No, they
That
lost.
is true.
No, they lost government.
So
Who
you
lost
think?
government?
Same people.
No. What he's saying is that it is not so much that PAM lost ground per se, but that Labour gained ground because they saw the opportunity and they took it. So they went out and pushed their voters to come out in their numbers to vote. And so if perhaps maybe that had not been the case in the past.
And of course, you being in government, and then you had the falling out.
falling
and so
out.
there were
Destruction.
some persons who, you know, might have been in comfortable positions before under the PAM, PLP, and CCM, who might have felt that now being placed in this position, I am in an uncomfortable position because of the falling out. And some of them might not have had the support. You see where persons might have stopped supporting based on the fact that their lives may have been disrupted. And so you had a lot of factors playing into this election.
Okay, so in 2020, how much did Sean win by?
500 plus. I can't tell you the exact
That's
number, but
right.
it's
So
500 plus.
Kenny would have gained a total of 718 votes in 2020, and Sean got 1296.
And right now, we have them showing.
Right now, it's
Neck and neck.
Yeah, it's neck and neck right now,
Which
which is
Sean
which
is
was
7 and Kenny is 5 something.
Yes,
From what I remember.
which is what we would have
With 4 more boxes to
anticipated,
go.
with 4 more boxes to go.
But we still think
So
that Sean will edge him out. And
Yes.
Right.
okay, so
And Stasio has close to 170. And again, if you look at the 500, give him, which is Honorable Sean Richards, the 170. From that 500, he lives to 300. Where did 300 gone? They gone back Labour.
So how do we feel about Stasio's entrance though? I mean,
How
as
do
a
you
first timer, again
Common sense.
with an 8-week lead time.
What's the common
How
sense?
hi,
That Labour
hi,
people
we're
went
over
back
here.
to-
We're over here. Thanks. We're talking about Stasio now.
Yes.
And his 170 votes so far. And how much more do we think that he
In
stands
6
to gain?
weeks. And in 6 weeks of campaign, he just came
Well,
out
I
6
said
weeks.
8, so you
No,
corrected me.
2 months was for Candle. Kendall was out long time. Well, not even 2 months. This gentleman did it in 6 weeks, and I must applaud him. And I just have more box to come.
Okay, so let's see how that goes. We head over to Nevis and let's talk about 11. Nevis 11.
Well, 11 is looking shaky for the CCM.
How many boxes are in?
We have
6 boxes.
Six
in
boxes
thus
in.
far.
Yeah.
Janice Daniel for NRP has 658, and
That ain't look shaky.
that looks.
Is that correct?
That's
is
right.
that's
This is not the update.
Is this the updated?
This is not correct.
Something
No.
seems off.
no. So Janice Daniel has 658,
658
and
and
Alexis
6
Jeffers
boxes.
from CCM has 559.
Wow, so she's
59.
leading.
Yes,
she's
she's
leading.
leading.
And how many more boxes do you have to go?
1, 2.
We have
5.
5 more boxes.
5 more
Five
boxes.
more
Okay,
boxes.
so
I mean,
still a
yeah,
number
it's
of
still a
votes
good.
coming.
And I mean, it's close right now, but
Well, I will go out on a limb and say that I predict that number 11 will be going to the NRP.
yes, I would agree with that as well. I don't think.
But number
Alexis
11
Jeffers should win.
traditionally before the
And I knew
last
that from
was
long.
an NRP.
was an NRP.
Stronghold.
Okay.
That's true.
Okay, so
Yes.
My only concern is how does a very weak opposition in parliament benefit the federation?
A disjointed opposition in the past. Even that.
Disjointed. What's the difference?
how does that
Well,
benefit the
there is a
federation?
difference. There is a difference. How does it benefit the federation?
Yes.
Well, I mean, I think having an opposition in government is always healthy for the
Strong
democratic
opposition.
process.
Strong opposition.
For a disjointed opposition, I don't know what's going to come out of that because clearly we're going to see some independence in there. I think, I don't know, it's yet to be seen who's going to form the opposition exactly, but a disjointed opposition, I don't know how that's going to play out. I don't know how that's
It's
going
gonna
to
be
play out.
interesting.
It would be.
How does it play out elsewhere? I mean, have you seen?
Disjointed oppositions?
I'm talking about the weak.
But you see,
But I think you don't often get opposition where it's just a single person from parties representing on the opposition benches. So this would be a very unique occurrence.
I think God made it like this to teach them a lesson.
You mean to teach us? You mean
I think God
We
That's my
will,
opinion. That's my opinion.
We will just,
my
okay.
opinion.
Can we look at the historical data with the remaining boxes so we can work on some projections?
Well, I mean, I do.
In 2020, these remaining boxes.
Okay, so Nevis 11.
Nevis 11, the remaining 5 boxes. How did they compare for CCM versus NRP?
If you look
Well,
at the remaining,
last election in 2020, CCM actually had a bigger margin of wins. So for the remaining boxes we're talking about, what's remaining, we have 4B, 5, 6, 7A, and 7B. And CCM, the Alexis Jeffers, he ran in 2020. And
he won those.
Yes, he won those. He won those clearly. The closest one was Trinity Methodist, that was just 5 votes. And then he doubled the win for number 6. And then for 7A, it was about, a 25, about 50 votes.
So
and then
it looks shaking now. There's still room. It could.
It could sway.
It could sway, but it may be close. I feel I actually agree with Craig for once on this.
For once?
Yeah.
You agree with me a lot more than you, don't you?
On certain aspects, but for in terms of projection, I do believe that Dr. Daniel Hodge will edge out. And I mean, I would like to take this opportunity at this time to actually commend and congratulate all of the female candidates who ran. As a matter of fact, this year in this election, we've actually seen engagement from female candidates increase by like 700%. So, the last 2 election cycles, we would have had Marcella Liebert being the only female candidate running across the board. Yet we have representation in every party except the CCM. Oh, and yes, and Akila. That's for like last year. And then previously would have just been Marcella. So we're seeing an increase, which is really great. We have representation. We have 4 female candidates running in St. Kitts, and we also have, you could say, total 3. I think, is it that person? So yes, we have Janice Daniel Hodge, Patricia Bartlett,
and Patricia Jeffers.
Yes,
for
MRM. But then we also have, candidates for the NRP. You have Cleone Stapleton, as well as J.D. Kane. In the local elections. So I'm just saying, in terms of female candidates, the increase is notable. It's exponential in terms of female candidates running. And I want to commend all of the female candidates who are running, and the work is not easy. So we want to continue encouraging that, and for their party bases who have been supporting them throughout the process. And I wish all of the female candidates all the best. It's as Craig says, it's a time where we're seeing our political culture shift in a number of different ways. We've seen a bit of maturity in terms of our political platforms, in the way that our candidates have been expressing themselves. The rhetoric has shifted and changed, where it's not just purely views in and all of that. We actually heard people bring their issues. I know for sure that's been the approach of the St. Kitts Labour Party. And so, and then we've seen it also too in other areas. So I think, there's a shift that's happening, and it's time. And I think, it's time to embrace that.
Trace, I'm going to have to stop you. I haven't heard Cara for a bit, and I really want to hear her perspective on the emergence or the increased emergence of the female candidates.
I think it's very refreshing, honestly. It's about time. I mean, women leading, it is time for all of this to happen. Women have been leading the household. I mean, traditionally, women were seen to be the ones dominating the household, taking care of the children, dealing with the husband, making sure everything, and still working and still juggling, multitasking, juggling many roles. And I think it's about time that women take the step forward, put themselves up for nomination and election, and do what they do best. And I mean, we see that with Barbados and Mia Motley. We've seen what a wonderful job she has done thus far, being a representative not just for Barbados, but the entire Caribbean on the world stage. And I mean, I can't wait for for the first female prime minister to emerge from St. Kitts and Nevis.
I certainly share that sentiment. We are out of time. I will give you each an opportunity to give your farewell remarks to our viewing and listening audience. I'll start with Azar.
I would just like to say, Leah, thank you, and ZIZ for the opportunity to be here. It's a very interesting night, the election results have been in some ways surprising. And so I want to also say congratulations to those persons who have won their various seats so far. We have a long night to go, so I don't want to say farewell because I think I'm on the next panel for the
You are correct.
the graveyard shift.
Yes,
So it's just see you soon.
Okay, Mr. Tatum, you were surprisingly quiet
Didn't have much to
tonight.
say. I listened to. I mean, this guy's throwing statistics all over the place.
In our meeting
And,
yesterday, I really anticipated that you were going to be the fire starter tonight.
I just wish the government of St. Kitts, who is very likely that the St. Kitts Labour Party is going to form. Well, we don't know yet. Find out.
No, you're free to share your predictions.
I particularly wish that there would have been a stronger opposition voice in the House of Assembly. I wish Nevis well in this case. I don't know what's going to take place after the election, but I know that we'll find a way. I have no doubt that we'll find a way. We know that we are one federation, and I believe that people can come together in one form or another for the benefit, overall benefit of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis.
Ultimately.
So I admire the very professional work, professional approach that you have taken to presenting your information, and I am delighted.
Great, thank you so much. Great.
Yeah, well, first let me thank you again, the management and staff of ZIZ for giving me the opportunity to be here on this very distinguished panel with my colleagues. They did very well. They handled themselves admirably. Clearly, our future is bright with our young people, especially Sniper. They represented well. Just want to say, in closing, we must never forget that we are a people, God-fearing people. In our Constitution, we have the mention of God 2 times. Christian-minded people always say that the voice of the people is the voice of God. And God is in the affairs of men. God is in control of all times. And I believe that what we have seen, as we have seen in the prior election before, God is in full control. And I would like to say, it's now for us, as a nation, to determine what we want for our future. And as the Director of Communication for the People's Labour Party, we will remain relevant, we will remain strong, we will be continually growing, and we look forward to the time when we will offer to the people the option that they have always desired in terms of the political environment. And we thank you so much for your support, all of our supporters who have come out, who have voted thus far, and we look forward for a brighter day in the next 5 years.
Great, thank you. Craig? Iceland?
Yes, I wanted to thank you very much for having me on the panel. It's actually been a pleasure. So thank you to my colleagues for having the conversation, especially you, Craig, firecracker. And I think I also signed up to be a part of the Graveyard Shift. So I'm happy to continue and the discussion, especially as the results roll in. But of course, I want to congratulate those who have been declared winners. So Samuel Duggins, Eric Evelyn, and is there anybody else?
No.
No. So that's it so far. So congratulations. And I will save my closing remarks for later when we close this.
Okay, thank you for having me on this panel. And I would also like to piggyback on what Craig mentioned about God is in control. The electorate is in control right now, and their voice is being heard on what they wish to see reflected in the general elections right now. So I'm eager to see what the final outcome is. And yeah, let's see what happens.
Thank you all so much. This discussion, I think, certainly has been the most spicy one of the evening. And social media agrees. When you get a chance, you may want to check those comments out.
Maybe we don't.
No.
Maybe we don't.
The most funny one, I was going to let it pass, but I can't.
Maybe we don't.
The most funny one was those panelists on the SK, on the ZIZ panel should just fight and done. I'm crying. Like, okay. So thank you again. It's been excellent analysis. I love your perspectives. We did not get to go too much into the party philosophy, but I think it came out a bit. To the viewers, to the listeners, we are here until the final results come in. Coming up on our Graveyard Shift panel, we're returning with us Iceline Phillip, Azard Gums, Malachi Ferguson from the Youth Lounge, Muriel Knight from the Youth Lounge, and Mr. Lesroy Williams. So don't go too far away. We'll be right back with more SKN Election 2022 results coverage right here on ZIZ.
Platinum means luxury at your fingertips. Platinum means indulging in a 3-course meal. Platinum means treating a friend or a loved one. Platinum means completing daily errands with a single tap. Platinum means card-to-card transfers. Even when you're on the go. Platinum means shopping anywhere in the world. MasterCard approved. You deserve loyalty. You deserve Platinum. Platinum means luxury at your fingertips. Platinum means indulging in a 3-course meal. Platinum means treating a friend or a loved one. Platinum means completing daily errands with a single tap. Platinum means card-to-card transfers. Even when you're on the go. Platinum means shopping anywhere in the world. MasterCard approved. You deserve loyalty. You deserve Platinum. Platinum means luxury at your fingertips. Platinum means indulging in a 3-course meal. Platinum means treating a friend or a loved one. Platinum means completing daily errands with a single tap. Platinum means card-to-card transfers. Even when you're on the go. Platinum means shopping anywhere in the world. MasterCard approved. You deserve loyalty. You deserve Platinum. Platinum means luxury at your fingertips. Platinum means indulging in a 3-course meal. Platinum means treating a friend or a loved one. Platinum means completing daily errands with a single tap. Platinum means card-to-card transfers. Even when you're on the go. Platinum means shopping anywhere in the world. MasterCard approved. You deserve loyalty. You deserve Platinum. Platinum means luxury at your fingertips. Platinum means indulging in a 3-course meal. Platinum means treating a friend or a loved one. Platinum means completing daily errands with a single tap. Platinum means card-to-card transfers. Even when you're on the go. Platinum means shopping anywhere in the world. MasterCard approved. You deserve loyalty. You deserve Platinum.
Fellow citizens and residents, when I addressed you last, I invited you to pay attention to the voting sites. I also indicated that I would provide numbers and breakdowns for further study. I thank those persons who have commented and brought certain things to my attention. Therefore, in this broadcast, I will correct those errors and provide the statistics as promised. Constituency number 1 has 6,366 voters. That's 6366. Polling division number 1, the Catholic Parish Hall, East Independence Square Street, where 570 voters are assigned. Polling division number 2, Warner Park, has 3 stations. 2A has 413 voters, with surnames beginning with A to those whose surnames begin with F. Station 2B has 439 voters, with persons whose surnames begin with G to those beginning with M. And Station 2C has 407 voters, with those whose surnames begin with N to those whose surnames begin with Y. Polling division number 3, 3A is at Tucker Clark Primary with 534 voters whose surnames begin with A to those whose surnames begin with W. 3B to 3F are located at the Kim Collins Stadium, with 3B having 460 voters with surnames beginning with A to those whose surnames begin with G. Station 3C has 420 voters, with persons whose surnames begin with H to those whose surnames begin with O. Station 3D has 404 voters, with surnames beginning with P to those surnames beginning with Z. Station 3E has 412 voters, with surnames beginning with A to those surnames beginning with K. And 3F has 410 voters, with surnames beginning with L to those beginning with Z. Polling Division 4, located at the Public Works Department, is divided into 4A, 4B, and 4C. 4A has 407 voters, with surnames beginning with A to those beginning with F. 4B has 458 voters, with surnames beginning with G to those surnames beginning with O.
And welcome back to Master Control as we cover the SKN election results 2022. We have some results for you from constituency St. Christopher 2, and we have further results from constituency St. Christopher 6 and 7. So we turn you over now to the supervisor of elections for those results.
Good morning, and we're back with further results for St. Christopher 2 Central Bastille from the Methodist Church Hall on Seaton Street, where there were 660 voters registered. The number of votes cast were 364. Rejected ballots 3, spoilt ballots 1. Nubian Griot of the People's Labour Party received 72 votes. That's 7-2. Marsha Henderson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 228 votes. John D. Jeffers of the United Lamiguan Party received no vote. And John L. Powell of the People's Action Movement received 61 votes. That's 6-1. At polling division 2A, Skelec building, there were 416 voters registered. The number of votes cast was 211. There was one rejected ballot. There was no spoiled ballot. Nubian Griot of the People's Labour Party received 37 votes. That's 3-7. Marsha Henderson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 135 votes. That's 135. John Jeffers of the United Lamiguan Party received no vote. John L. Powell of the People's Action Movement received 38 votes. And in St. Christopher 6, polling division 3B, where there were 329 voters registered, 242 votes were validly cast, no rejects and no spoils. Dr. Denzil Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 215 votes. That's 215. Carlton DuPont, independent candidate, received 1 vote. Troy Flanders of the People's Action Movement received 13 votes. That's 1-3. And Thomas Mark Williams of the People's Labour Party received 13 votes. That's 1-3. In Dieppe Bay Primary School, polling division 4, there were 427 voters registered. 277 valid votes were cast. There was 1 rejected ballot, no spoiled ballot. Dr. Denzil Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 197 votes. That's 197. Carlton DuPont, independent candidate, received no vote. Troy Flanders of the People's Action Movement received 6 votes. And Thomas Mark Williams of the People's Labour Party received 73 votes. That's 7-3. At the Parsons Community Center, polling division 5, there were 332 voters registered. 244 valid votes were cast. There was 1 rejected ballot, 1 spoiled ballot. Dr. Denzil Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 186 votes. That's 186. Carlton DuPont, independent candidate, received 1 vote. Troy Flanders of the People's Action Movement received 12 votes. That's 1-2. And Thomas Mark Williams of the People's Labour Party received 44 votes. In Sadler's Primary School, polling division 6, where 493 persons were registered, 309 votes were validly cast. 1 was rejected, 1 spoiled. Dr. Denzil Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 216 votes. That's 216. Carlton DuPont, independent candidate, received no vote. Troy Flanders of People's Action Movement received 21 votes. And Thomas Mark Williams of the People's Labour Party received 71 votes. That's 7-1. Finally, at Sadler's Primary School again, polling division 7, where there were 360 voters registered, 213 votes were validly cast. None rejected, 1 spoiled. Dr. Denzil Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 167 votes. That's 167. Carlton DuPont, independent candidate, received 1 vote. Troy Flanders of People's Action Movement received 13 votes. That's 1-3. Thomas Mark Williams of the People's Labour Party received 32 votes. That's 3-2. Summary, therefore, in St. Paul's, number 6, constituency number 6, where there were 3,467 registered voters, 2,339 votes were validly cast. That's 2339. 3 were rejected, 5 were spoiled. Dr. Denzil Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 1,926 votes. That's 1926. Carlton DuPont, independent candidate, received 3 votes. Troy Flanders of People's Action Movement received 98 votes. That's 98. And Thomas Mark Williams of the People's Labour Party received 309 votes. That's 309. Therefore, I can declare that the Honorable Denzil Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party has been returned at the polls. In Tabernacle, polling division 8A at the Violet O. Petty School, where 412 voters were registered, 238 votes were validly cast. There were 2 rejected ballots and no spoiled ballots. Lincoln David Pell of People's Action Movement received 28 votes. That's 28. Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party received 124 votes. 124. Leon Natta Nelson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 84 votes. That's 8-4. And in polling division 8B, again at the Violet O. Petty School, there were 315 registered voters. 212 ballots were validly cast, 212. 1 was rejected. There were no spoiled ballots. Lincoln David Pell of People's Action Movement received 18 votes, 1-8. Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party received 120 votes, that's 120. Leon Natta Nelson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 73 votes, that's 7-3 votes. In summary, therefore, for constituency number 7, there were 3,846 registered voters. 2,358 votes were validly cast. 12 were rejected. 3 were spoiled. Lincoln David Pell of PAM of the People's Action Movement received 176 votes. That's 176. Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party received 1,266. That's 1266. Leon Natta Nelson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 903 votes. Therefore, I can declare that the winner of St. Christopher 7, Dr. Timothy Harris, has been returned at the polls. We shall be right back with some more information. But over now to Master Control. 4C has 401 voters with surnames beginning with P to those
the People's Labour Party has been returned as successful for that seat. Let's get straight into it. Any surprises?
Well, yes. yes, there are surprises. Although it was expected that Denzil Douglas would win number 6 and Timothy Harris would win number 7. What is surprising to me is the number of votes that Leon Natta got. in that constituency.
That's not surprising to me at all.
Well,
Can we just have a quick review of the final numbers?
To me at all.
The
And
final
I said
number?
it previously. So the final number, you want the total votes?
Total votes.
So Dr. Timothy Harris would have gained 1,266, Leon Natter Nelson 903, and the PLP candidates, sorry, I don't his name, 176.
The PAM
The
candidate.
PAM
Sorry, the
candidate.
PAM candidate. Sorry, the PAM candidate. My bad.
Lincoln David
Lincoln
Pell.
David Pell. David Pell, yes. 176. So Timothy Harris, 1266. Leon Natter Nelson, 903. David Pell, 176. So, and I think I mentioned it previously, I think the margin has gotten a lot smaller, but I think that's, I'm not surprised by that. I think a lot of individuals, a lot of people, especially non-Labour Party supporters, underestimates Leon Natter Nelson. But he's actually a very strong candidate. He's very relatable to people. And so when I say watch the creep up, I do believe that that is a seat that can be regained by the SKNLP, which has traditionally, it kind of traditionally fell.
For comparison.
My suggestion that I thought it was surprising was in no way underestimating Mr. Natter. It was simply putting the facts that in terms of how that seat has been won in the past and how it is being won now is to be commended. Mr. Natter is to be commended. I don't think that I underestimated him, but it's just to say that there has been a seismic shift.
Absolutely. In just 2 years.
In terms of in that constituency.
For comparison, in 2020, Dr. Harris would have won with 1870, and Leon Natter Nelson would have had 607. So you see there the reduction in Dr. Harris and the increase
in the ground that's gained.
So let's talk about that for a bit. On the previous panel, we did have some discussion on Dr. Harris's base moving from 2010 as a Labour Party candidate to 2015 under the newly formed PLP, and how his numbers were pretty much on par between those two cycles, but then in 2020 we saw him increase by about 200. How do we feel about his reduction now from 2020? Because that from 1,800 we're saying to 1,200?
1,200, yeah.
That's, I mean, by my math, which is not good, that's about 600.
Yeah, that is significant.
You could see, again, I think that the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party took the opportunity when they realized that an election was coming up prematurely and a chance for them to get into government. I think they really rallied their troops and they really energized their base. And I think when you believe that the goal is in sight, you are energized to come out. I mean, Leon Natter Nelson has done well. He has increased his vote. We see where the PLP candidate, the Honorable Timothy Harris, has decreased, but that he has won. I don't think that is any surprise there. But in terms of his popularity, you see his popularity waning. And I think that happens after him when you contest election after election.
That's true.
Because then there are certain things that you might not have done. There might be some things you have done.
Right.
And you're always under the microscope. So the longer you're under the microscope, the more persons can see weaknesses. And so it's good when you're incumbent because you have the resources available, but you also have the added stress or weight of the expectation of others, and you might not have met their expectations in certain aspects.
Yeah. Okay, I take that point, Azad. I think we have seen voter fatigue with some of the more long-standing candidates in some instances. But then let's go back to 6 then. How has that theory affected Dr. Douglas in 6? I mean, certainly he's been there longer than Dr. Harris.
And then there was not that seismic shift that we saw in number 6. in terms of the results, and I am wondering, how does Azad's theory stand up to number 6? Because
Well,
Douglas has been there for
But
quite
you
a while.
see, the difference with Dr. Douglas is that Dr. Douglas isn't 6. 6 is a stronghold
It's for Labour. That's
very
true.
stronghold.
It is.
And I don't think any
Strongest.
party has had a chance to take away that stronghold from
Right.
Labour. If you look at 7
Mhm.
was Labour.
Labour.
Yes,
It
that's
was
right.
Camp before though, but you now see PLP having
Mhm.
it.
Right.
And so the difference is too, Dr. In addition to it, Dr. Harris was the leader of the PLP. So again,
He is the leader, not was.
yeah, he is the leader of the PLP, sorry. He is the leader of the PLP. And a lot of the criticisms would have been weighed at him. If you look at it, this campaign with the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party and with the People's Action Movement, much of it, the focus was on Timothy Harris, the things that he would have done as leader, and so he would have had a lot of weight, not from one party, but two parties that would have been directly focused on him during this election in his constituency. He,
Yeah.
he still came out.
Yes, and another thing that I theorize as well is that perhaps some of the SKN LP who would have supported him in the unity construct, they went back home.
So that was going to be
Yes.
my
Yeah.
next
Okay.
question. Do we think that his labor base got eroded and they went back home? So you've answered that. Anyone else has any
I
perspective?
mean, yeah, to add to the conversation in terms of the difference that we see, so to Azad's
And
point,
some of his fan base as well.
would have, right. So to Azad's point in terms of the difference, so as you said, so number 6 has always been a Labour stronghold. And I think what's surprising to me is that, you know, just how well the PLP candidate did in number 6 for the first time. This is the first time, and I think...
What were his
309.
Yeah, this year, his
That's
first time.
For first time in number 6.
And Pam last cycle was 500?
Well, it was
It was
PLP.
PLP, it was still...
They were
Oh, PLP was in 6.
It was 476.
But then
That's like-
that individual
Right.
got the boost from
He got the boost because
Right.
of him being
from the
area and
part of the
popular.
unity
and-
construct. And so, I mean, that's surprising to me, but I also, you know, obviously it's number 6 is not only a Labour stronghold, but, you know, Dr. Douglas has done a lot to invest in number 6, and he's a strong candidate. He's still a strong candidate.
In his words, when he met Date Bay, it was a one-sided village.
And I
apparently
mean,
no,
historically,
it isn't.
It's what it is right now is because of the work of Dr. Douglas as the representative, and people don't, you know, people remember, and he still has that.
Yeah.
In number 7, as the difference there, I think, is that number 7 was also like a Labour stronghold, but then as we said, you had Dr. Harris break away. Timothy Harris, he broke away from Labour, and he was able to bring his base with him. But I think there's still maintenance of it being a Labour stronghold. There's still that potential, but it's just a matter of there being a candidate to represent. And we see that in Leon Nathan Nelson, where he's able to bring the you know, Labour candidates together, where people are drawn to him as a candidate in terms of his strength and his strength as a candidate and his competence. So I think over time, you know, imagine if it were 5 years, you know, if it were the actual 5-year cycle, I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, he probably would have been a lot closer.
Yeah, he's a good public speaker. I've heard him listen to all the meetings because I vote. But this is my second time voting, and when I vote, it's not because it's based on a party. It's based on policies and initiatives. I feel like the next government will, in fact, implement the best policies. And when you hear Nathan Nelson, how he spoke like he was there for a while. Right? When the crowd responds to him very well. So I wasn't surprised by the increase at all, and the results in numbers.
And if you look at it, he has consecutively faced off against Timothy Harris.
In just 2 years. Though.
And that's important to note. It's only been 2 years.
Yeah.
And also we need to remember too, I think Leon's popularity rating has significantly increased because of his case when it came to victimization. in public office. So being a civil servant, we know he had that case where there were objections to him running in the first time because of the fact that he was working in government, but he was able to, in his own case, set the precedent to say that there isn't anything wrong with being a civil servant and running for public office. And that win also, I think, could have regained some of the base that could have been lost for the Labour Party,
Yes.
increase its popularity.
Right, Ms. Phillip. I think you are right, but I also think that, one, the SKNLP, they were out of the blocks very early.
In this cycle?
In this thing. Even when they started their campaigning, having their public meetings, and so on.
The launch of the candidate.
Yes. PLP came later.
They did.
They came later. And so therefore SKNLP was out of the blocks way before they were mobilizing their people. Additionally, it could very well be that the support of number 7 in some ways was taken for granted.
That's what I say. I really believe people underestimated Leon Nathanson. So it's. I mean, obviously, clearly we have a clear winner, but it will be interesting to see how the shift changes over time, especially with Timothy Harris in opposition.
Because if you look at it, Timothy Harris won by 363 votes.
363 votes. That's
363 compared to.
And I mean, and he got most of
Compared
his
to
votes
a
from
lot-
the tabernacle boxes too, which is kind of where.
Oh, he lost. Yes, that's true.
That's where
true.
he gets
did
most
lose
of his votes.
some
Is the
votes
tabernacle.
there.
But
I want to take a minute to compare the leadership styles of the two winners in 6 and 7.
Okay.
We know that they've worked together. So Dr. Douglas was effectively Dr. Harris's leader for, I think, 17 years.
Yeah, would be.
Right? And then we saw the emergence of Dr. Harris insisting that his time had come with the creation of the PLP, which persons felt wouldn't be successful under the then political climate. And he proved them wrong, not once, but twice. But now we see him losing ground, even though, in comparison to Dr. Douglas, he's been there a shorter time, because we heard Azad's theory prior. So let's have a little discussion there in terms of, is there any difference in their leadership styles that we think may have accounted for the difference now in them, even though they're both long-standing candidates, having such differences in their...
I think one is that Timothy Harris broke away from the party that he once ran for, which is the Labour Party. Douglas never did that. So Timothy Harris now in 7, having broke away from Labour, had to basically create himself all over again in a different party. And so I think that has added to it, whereas Dr. Denzel Douglas always stayed with Labour. And so he had that Labour base and built on that base over time.
Yes, and while both, I think, are charismatic leaders, and they came out of the same party, or they're of the same party.
We're going to have to come back to you, Les Roy.
Yes.
We have word that Supervisor of Elections is standing by, and we have results from the first time, St. Christopher 8, further results from Nevis 9 and Nevis 11. So over to you, Supervisor of Elections.
Good morning, and we are back with some additional figures. This time we are releasing information on constituency number 8. At the Keon Daycare Center, polling division 1A, where there were 386 voters registered and 240 votes were validly cast. There was 1 rejected ballot, no spoilt ballots. Andrew Talbot Bass of the People's Labour Party received 43 votes, that's 4-3. Terence Drew of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 121 votes, that's 121. And Chesley Hamilton of the People's Action Movement received 74 votes, that's 7-4. Again at the Keon Daycare Center, polling station 1B, where 370 voters were registered, there were 221 votes validly cast. There was one rejected ballot, no spoiled ballot. Andrew Talbot Bass of the People's Labour Party received 50 votes, 5-0. Terence Drew, Dr. Terence Drew of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 92 votes, that's 9-2. And Chesley Hamilton of the People's Action Movement received 78 votes, that's 7-8 votes. At the Church of God, in polling division number 2A, 484 voters were registered. 295 votes were validly cast. There was one rejected ballot, no spoiled ballot. Andrew Talbot Bass of the People's Labour Party received 52 votes, 5-2 votes. Dr. Terence Drew of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 128 votes, 1-8. Chesley Hamilton of the People's Action Movement received 114 votes. And in polling station 2B at the Redeemed Baptist Church, where there were 475 registered voters, there were 251 votes validly cast. 3 were rejected. There were no spoiled. Andrew Talbot Bass of the People's Labour Party received 53 votes. Dr. Terence Drew of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 111 votes. That's 111. And Chesley Hamilton of the People's Action Movement received 84 votes. At Keon Primary, polling division 4A, there were 454 voters registered. 295 votes were validly cast, 3 of which were rejected. There were no spoiled ballots. Andrew Talbot Bass of the People's Labour Party received 47 votes. That's 4-7. Dr. Terence Drew of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 160 votes. That's 160. Chesley Hamilton of the People's Action Movement received 85 votes. In constituency number 9, Charlestown and St. John's, at the Ivor Walters Primary School, polling division 3C, where there were 365 voters registered, there were 163 votes validly cast. 1 was rejected, none were spoiled. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 85 votes. That's 8-5. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 74 votes. That's 7-4. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 3 votes. At the Cicely Brown Integrated School, polling station 3D, where there were 311 voters registered, there were 161 votes validly cast. 2 were rejected, there were no spoils. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 67 votes, 6-7. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 91 votes, 9-1. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 1 vote. At the Education Department, Marion Heights, polling division 4A, 307 voters were registered at 307. 141 votes were validly cast. 2 were rejected. None were spoiled. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 66 votes. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 69 votes. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 4 votes. Again, at the Education Department, Marion Heights, Station 4B, where there were 312 voters registered, 144 valid votes were cast. 1 was rejected. There were no spoiled ballots. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 44 votes. That's 4-4. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 95 votes, 9-5. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 4 votes. And at 4C at the Pentecostal Church, United Pentecostal Church, where there were 384 voters registered, 174 valid votes were cast. 1 was rejected. No spoils. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 67 votes, 6-7. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 106 votes, 106. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received no vote. And at 5A at the Albertha Payne Center in Bath Village, where 414 voters were registered, 209 votes were validly cast. 5 were rejected. There were no spoils. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 81 votes, 8-1. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 119 votes, 119. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 4 votes. And in constituency number 11, Nevis, VOJN 4B, where there were 419 voters registered, 207 votes were validly cast, 1 of which was rejected. There were 4 spoiled ballots. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 78 votes, 7-8. Alexis Jeffers Quayle of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 124 votes, that's 1-4. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement received 4 votes. At the Trinity Methodist Hall, where there were 422 voters registered, that's polling division number 5, 243 votes were cast. 2 were rejected, 2 were spoiled. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 137 votes, that's 137. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement, that's Alexis Jeffers Quayle of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 104 votes, that's 104. There were no votes cast for Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement. At the Franklin Brown Community Center, polling division 6, there were 405 voters registered. 184 cast their votes validly. No rejects, no spoils. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 70 votes, 7-0. Alexis Jeffers Quayle of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 108 votes, that's 108. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement received 6 votes. At the Church of God Bricklin, where 421 voters were registered, 247 votes were validly cast, none rejected, no spoiled. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 90 votes, 9-0. Alexis Jeffers Quayle of Concerned Citizens Movement received 157 votes, 157. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement did not receive a vote. Finally, in polling station 7B at Butler's Community Center, where 415 voters were registered, 203 votes were cast. There were 2 rejected and 5 spoiled. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 80 votes, 8-0. Alexis Jeffers Quayle of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 120 votes. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement received 1 vote. Therefore, in summary, for constituency number 11, there were 2,317 votes validly cast. There were 12 rejected ballots. There were 21 spoiled ballots. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 1,113 votes, 1113. Alexis Jeffers Quealy of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 1,172 votes, 1172. And Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement received 22 votes. Therefore, I can declare that Alexis Jeffers Quealy has been returned at the polls for the representative for Nevis 11. That's all for now. We will be right back with some updates, but over now to Master Control.
Welcome back to Master Control as we cover the SKN election results 2022. We just had another declared winner over in Nevis 11. The CCM candidate, Alexis Jeffers Quealy, has been returned to that constituency as the victorious candidate. We also had results in from St. Christopher 8, Nevis 9, and before we got in results from St. Christopher 2 that we haven't yet touched. So we'll start with St. Christopher 2 because some interesting numbers came in there, and then we'll move right along. So let's go into 2. We saw so far that the candidate for the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party is dominating at this time. However, we just have what, 2 boxes in?
2 boxes in,
Two
yes.
boxes in, a little early, but she has started right out of the gate. 63% of the votes counted so far. The incumbent is at 17.2%, and actually he's in last. The PLP new candidate emerging, Nubian Grill, he has just edged him out in these first 2 boxes with 18.9%. Again, it is early, but what do we think? What do we think the trend is going to be?
The current trend for this constituency then points towards possibly the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party. You see the difference with the polling back in 2020, where Jonelle Powell would have come out with a lead in one of these boxes, but so far the Labour Party has dominated. However, I agree with you that it still is too early to call, and I would like to see a bit more boxes before I definitively say which party I would declare for.
We've seen in 2020, the Honorable Marcel Leibert and John Powell would have been neck in these boxes, and Marcel Leibert and Marsha Henderson is far ahead. I must say that this was a seat that we
You can say
we
it.
worried over, and because the results are based on were showing, that it would have been a tough one.
Yeah.
And so we are seeing that Marsha is ahead, and it seems like I think it's Nevis Labour Party dominated election this time around.
But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's look at the historical data for a few of the remaining boxes. See if we can pull some predictions from there, and then we.
Yeah, but I also wanted to mention that prior to the elections, I think that there was something filed in the court in terms of names being on the voters list, and an injunction was asked of the court.
I think
I don't know the update on that, but there were names.
Some names were removed. I think it was 100 names objected to. Some names were removed. I think 20 or 29. I can't remember the exact figure. And the rationale for the others remaining would have been that it was too short time to have the changes made and the amendments made. And so if it is felt that you could bring the matter to court afterwards, then you have enough merit to bring the matter to court afterwards, and you could do so. But it's going to be an interesting night with these results because Marsha is
She's way ahead,
She's
way
way
ahead.
ahead.
Yeah, she's
way ahead.
44%
This
ahead.
80 votes then that
Yeah.
the 80
Yeah.
voters.
Yes.
She's ahead by more than that 80.
Right, so it may
even
not
if
be able
that
to make
80
a
came
dent.
out, we don't think
It
it
would
would
make
have
a big difference.
A big difference.
Okay, so let's look at some of the other boxes from 2020 and where they went. We know the incumbent obviously took the overall seat, but let's dive down into the boxes.
Well,
for a
in,
minute.
in 1A, which is the Anglican Church, Marcelo Leiber got 92, General Powell 85. 1B, Marcelo Leiber 91, General Powell 96. And so you see, again, it seemed to be an increase in
Yeah.
those areas.
Even with the
Number of
registered voters, there's a spike in the increase. Yeah.
And then it just gets larger down in the other boxes in the past, and I suspect it will be the same here. But there's a tremendous increase in box one.
Yes. In the overall registered voters?
Yeah.
Yes.
What about voter turnout?
So there were 662 registered voters in box one. I only have a breakdown. I only have one.
Oh yeah, I just have. It could possibly be that. Yeah, I just have one.
Yeah,
maybe they're
Because,
combined.
Oh, yes. They break it down in some areas to ease the line, but then when it's calculated, it's given as
Oh, it's given, yeah. So it,
Okay, so possibly that's the reason for
yeah,
the
perhaps because last polling they had two boxes
Yes.
in one, so they had 1A and 1B. But tonight it was called as one, just the church, so just one. So
They did also move some of the polling stations.
Yes.
So that may have affected the number of boxes.
But if you look
as
at
well.
box one, if you combine Marcelo Leiber, which is 92 and 91, you get 183, and then you have Marsha Henderson with 228.
That's right. Yeah. It's still
So she's still
significantly
ahead.
Yeah.
So we really have to wait and see as the night goes along.
Well, let's give that a break. Then let's head on over to constituency number 8, St. Christopher 8. First of the night for that. Typically, the last two cycles, one of the later numbers to come in.
I must say,
Are we hopeful that this is an indication that it will come in earlier this time, or do we think that it will still be one of the stragglers?
It's one, of course, it's the largest constituency.
Yeah.
Yes.
It has the most voters of the general population. And what we are seeing here
again, strongholds being broken.
Is strongholds being broken. Of course, you have Dr. Drew out in front, Hamilton following, and Talbot, Andrew Bass is in third place there.
If you look at the last
So let's look at those K-on boxes specifically, because we do know that the PAM candidate, Mr. Hamilton, he has contested before, but just in St. Christopher 7. And I know certainly from my part, persons have expressed a concern as to him facing the electorate prior, being unsuccessful, and then trying again in another constituency, even though this is apparently where he's from, this native constituency. So then they felt that that may have been a strong point for him, a supporting factor for him to come again as the PAM candidate for this cycle. Do we think that has any credence? What are the numbers telling us?
Well, if you go back to 2010, and this is even before Unity, you had Eugene Hamilton leading out of Keon 283 to Cedric Leiber 137. And again, in the next box, you had Eugene Hamilton 232 compared to Cedric Leiber 71. And then you had in the next box for Keon 172 compared to Cedric Leiber 90. So in every box, you would have seen a victory in the Keon area for the People's Action Movement.
That's in 2010.
2010.
Because traditionally, the two ends of the constituency go, the Keon end goes for Pam,
Pam.
and the Monkey Hill, St.
St.
Peter's
Peter's
end
end
goes
goes
for
for
You see the
Labour.
similar thing.
So this is definitely a shake-up.
Yep,
The
it
similar
is.
thing in 2015, Keon going to Pam.
So Pam won every box in Keon in
Yes.
2015.
That's true.
Keon has been predominantly Pam.
Pam.
Yes.
And in 2020, you had, yes, winning every box for Pam. And so you have now seen a shift.
Yes.
In fact,
and it's a significant
Shift,
shift
yeah.
as well.
So
In fact, we
Dr.
were
Drew,
saying-
we're saying, and I just for clarification for our viewers and listeners, we're saying that Dr. Drew in Keon, the boxes that have come in so far, has won.
Yes.
Yes.
Dr. Drew
He
has
has won in
all
every
the Keon
box.
Boxes.
In all the Keon
That have
boxes.
come
And
in.
in
That
some-
have
I think
come
we
in.
are
There's still
missing
more
one
left.
more.
3B,
So one more left.
3B is still to come in.
But with this
So-
trend, you could predict.
I mean, I think yes, and I think one of the things. So I would imagine in my own thinking, the concern would have been in the St. Peter's area in terms of Talbot Bass being a swing vote, but not anticipating that there would have been such a great win for Dr. Drew in all of the Keon boxes in the way that we've seen. And so even if there is to be some kind of swing where Andrew Talbot Bass somehow pulls votes from Dr. Drew, it's covered by the fact that Dr. Drew has been able to win Keon.
Yes,
but I think historically, as a candidate, Dr. Drew since he's started running since 2015, he's only gained traction. He's only gained traction. Like that's just the trajectory of his candidacy, of his campaign.
But even in the 2 years prior, and we're taking out the overseas voters, Eugene Hamilton would have dominated him in
So
Keon.
what were his
In
numbers
Keon.
like? What were
Like
Dr.
in-
Drew's numbers
in-
like
In 2020,
In 2020,
for Keon, they were low.
They were low.
very
Dr.
low.
Drew 76, whereas Eugene Hamilton 147.
147.
Dr. Drew 60, Eugene Hamilton
165.
165.
Yes.
Dr. Drew 74, Eugene Hamilton 12,
It was
12
significant.
212.
Yeah.
Dr. Drew 88, Eugene Hamilton 187. And then Dr. Drew 105, Eugene Hamilton 186.
Yes.
Dr. Drew 73, Eugene Hamilton 134. So you see where Eugene
they were that
Hamilton was in
trend.
3 digits while
Yes.
Dr. Drew
It was in double. So this was a
But I
major
think
shift.
it
Yeah.
was-
Without discrediting the work that Dr. Drew has put in, because I think he has put in a lot of work.
Yes.
And he works very hard. Do you think that some of that, the shift in terms from Pam in Keon has to do with Eugene Hamilton
That's a good
and the people
losing confidence.
subtracting their support, maybe because of the stance that he took in terms of Pam?
Well, I don't think that might be necessarily the case. If you look at the structure that was in place, you have a new candidate and persons who would have been instrumental behind the scenes. You see they're no longer there. And you see there's a new candidate and a new system. So it was going fresh. Well, without saying more, I mean, there were
So
different personalities.
you don't think that was a factor
I
at all?
don't think him staying was a factor. I think the machinery behind having to have a new machinery that has not been used before and having to learn the ropes would have been.
You mean
something-
for Chesley?
Yeah,
And
Yes.
familiar
I
with
would
and familiar with the
that.
persons too, because we
Right.
spoke about familiarity.
Well, I think
So
that's
the-
would have been-
native- that's
I
his
think
native
that's-
constituency.
But you have to look at the machinery behind the candidate as well in terms of the canvassers, the persons, the agents. On the day, you have to look at the structure.
Yeah.
Because there's a
So
team
are you
of-
saying that there was less support behind Chesley Hamilton in
No,
the
I'm not
Pam
saying there's
machinery?
less- I
don't
wouldn't
think
say
he
there
was
was
I'm
less.
trying to
No.
He's
understand.
saying it was different.
Oh,
It was
it's
a
different.
different
Oh, it's
support,
different.
yeah.
But when I
Okay.
spoke
It's a
about
different
familiarity,
support.
when I
Okay.
spoke about familiarity, more meaning that a lot of persons could be from a certain village, but if you're not not familiar with you in that sense,
Sense.
as being a representative for them.
That is something. Chesley is from Keyon.
I think he's
But
popular.
He's from Keyon. He is known because he's quite a popular lawyer,
yes, yes.
and so on. And he is not new to politics because he has ran before and lost twice before. And my thing, though, in terms of Keyon being a PAM stronghold, I would have thought with Chesley coming as a candidate, that the very same support, and that is why I asked that question before, that the support that was given to Eugene Hamilton would have translated to Chesley.
But based on your earlier question, I would think that that would be the impetus because of Eugene's position with PLP, his stance with them. That should have been the impetus for the People's Action Movement supporters to really come out in support of Chesley as a slap in the face of Eugene. Like, you say, okay, well, you've gone there, stay there, we're here.
Yeah.
So for me, I don't think it would have affected, or it should have affected, it shouldn't have affected Chesley in a negative way. It should have actually increased his numbers.
But then you would
so
see
I am quite
But does
surprised
that
by
mean that
this.
the PAM supporters would have voted Labour?
I don't
Perhaps.
want to what do
Yeah,
we
I
say?
think
There's
it's
a
very
new candidate,
possible.
there's a new team. And so I think you have to understand that Chesley, even though he's popular, and I say he's popular, he came on the scene perhaps, let's want to say, a month ago or so, maybe 2 months ago. He was
Well, on the scene as a
in the scene
candidate,
as a candidate.
but he has been quite vocal
Yeah,
for some time
he
now.
has.
And
But then
in
it's
terms of
it's
the
machinery
unity,
that I'm saying, because when you're a candidate, you must have a team, and if you're going into
So you're talking
an
about
election,
synergy,
yes,
going
and
camaraderie.
not even
I
synergy. What
don't-
I'm trying to say is that Eugene Hamilton would have had a team behind him before, which would have been one that he had in several elections. And so
2010, 2015,
so they knew
2020.
the ropes and everything. We had a situation where it was new face, persons who were behind with Eugene might not have been there again. So you had to oil the machinery in a very short
so
time.
it's familiar territory, but with new shoes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, but I think it should have still translated if knowing that these boxes are actually PAM strongholds historically.
So you're with my
You would
point.
yes, I and so I understand. Mr. Williams, I understand your point, where it's like you would expect that it simply translates, but it
Translates,
doesn't. And as that you want to, maybe you're not ready to accept and embrace that. There are PAM supporters who are just who think that Dr. Drew, or who see and believe that Dr. Drew is just a better candidate.
But that too, and then you had strong, you had a strong, well, you had a social commentator, and who was Pam, and of course he threw his weight and his support behind Dr. Drew.
That's
and
true.
asked the
For a
people-
while, though.
Yes,
He
and
hedged for a
yes,
while.
and
Yeah,
asked
but-
the people of Keyon to give Dr. Drew
The support.
their support.
So we
Yes.
think that he made a significant impact.
Well,
I
I don't
think
know
it's
how
quite
significant.
Do we think the correlation
I don't
is
know
there,
how
or
significant
we're
it
just
was, but
questioning
I
it?
think that some people had some sort of a buy-in.
Yeah.
So
yes.
he influenced. You
I
feel
would
he,
say I
he
think so,
influenced the
because I
voters
think
to some extent.
from what we're seeing from the numbers, the gain in traction is so significant for these boxes in comparison to previous years, for it to just be that the machinery behind
Yeah.
Chesley Hamilton wasn't working so well.
Not saying that it wasn't working well. I'm not saying that.
Okay,
I'm
no,
just saying
that it wasn't the same.
It
It
was
was
new.
It was new.
They were
It
new.
was
Yeah,
new.
they were
And
new.
They did not have the benefit of seasoning.
But
I think
they
that's where he's
shouldn't.
going with that.
The benefit of
And,
seasoning
and
in
so
a stronghold?
because we can't deny the benefit that experience brings, especially in the nooks and crannies of a political campaign. So I can see where you would be at a disadvantage, where your usual canvassers who know the ins and outs of the community are not with the machinery, and the new persons. No distraction from them to say that they didn't do a good job, but perhaps the things that the experience brought the others, they haven't.
And then you
got.
must look at the time as well.
Whatever the case is, though, I know we had a discussion prior about political culture.
Mm-hmm.
It simply means that Well, are you saying, Azad, that the political culture of the Keon population is changing? Because what we're seeing is...
That's a hard question. Give him some time.
Yes.
Give him some time. But
I
I want to interject here another, and this is me being devil's advocate. Just around the time when the discord between the unity construct started emerging, Mr. Hamilton, current, if my recollection serves me, he was quite vocal in that whole discord. And he was also vocal against the People's Action Movement.
Yes.
Anyone else has that recollection, or did I just make that?
No, it's true. And that's why I think, we need to entertain another theory, as I maybe you don't like to hear it, that, supporters of the People's Action Movement
would have voted Labour.
Would have, moved and voted for Labour. And I think just in terms of like the People's Action Movement potentially losing traction and losing support, and not just because of, obviously the things that we've seen with, members crossing the floor or, that regard, but, just the PAM as a package, as a team, we're seeing different things happening where people may be just losing a little bit of confidence. Just to entertain that thought. Potentially, maybe that's a theory.
Certainly, for me as a voter, confidence is a huge factor, and persons are entitled to their opinions. And as we discussed earlier, not because you support a political party means that everything they do is correct.
It's true.
However, and this is where the long-term vision planning comes in, and looking at the big picture versus short-term. Based on how it played out, I think it's safe to say that at that time, he may have been in the back of his mind considering himself for candidacy as a possibility. So even if you disagree with your party, perhaps the way you bring that over could have been less aggressive, less divisive,
in the interest of the party.
Especially if you plan to go back to these same people for support. And I'm wondering now, that you brought it up in terms of the new machinery, I'm wondering if that played any part in the fact that there had to be a new machinery because there was no confidence. If on the one hand, you were speaking to an extent like you weren't with us anymore. And now you've come back home, and yes, we welcome when persons come back home. But how do we expect the electorate to respond to that, especially if we're voting party politics? And you have shown as the candidate, you may possibly not be yourself.
Yes.
There had to be new machinery. Because with the falling out of Eugene Hamilton with his party, there was some discord. There was some discord.
I can see that.
And that discord translated into the voters' confidence and all of that.
Confidence in the party or confidence in the candidate?
Confidence, I think.
Can you divorce the two?
But we have seen how the two have been divorced with constituency for St. Kitts 7, where when Dr. Harris transitioned,
I think it undermined confidence in the party. It undermined confidence in the party. Because remember, at first, Eugene was going around to these town hall meetings, if you can recall, and defending Pam. In fact, at one point, he was defending Pam and saying, look, PLP people were coming into his constituency to canvass, and Dr. Fish and all kinds of things. Okay? And then there was this right about turn.
Yeah. That term.
I mean, I think that would have been more of a factor if he had offered himself up as a candidate for PLP.
He did not offer himself. He did not offer himself as a candidate for PLP. What he said is that he will not offer himself up to run again as a PAN candidate. But then he did not offer his support
to the
candidate who was running either.
Oh, okay. That is news to me. That is news to me. So there was no endorsement.
So there was no endorsement.
No,
of the
but then I mean,
candidate. In fact, he went on the radio sometime and said, you know, that yes, he said that, and he actually said that at one point that the very same candidate was saying that Dr. Denzel Douglas or Dr. Drew were best to run the country post-COVID. And then he had to come and explain himself because he was saying he only said that because they were medical doctors.
Makes no sense logically. But let's go back to this lack of endorsement. And I want to hear from Malachi and Moriel on this. How do we think, what message does that send when the outgoing does not lend his support to the incoming? As a voter, looking at that, how does that affect you psychologically in terms of your confidence in the party?
Okay, before I answer that question, I'd like to ask Azad a question. I know that Eugene Hamilton, Honorable Eugene Hamilton, was on the executive of PAM. Is he still? So, piggybacking on that, you have an executive member of the People's Action Movement. Said they're not going to run for PAM again in that constituency. There's a replacement, there's no endorsement. What message does it send to that constituency?
But I'm asking you what message it sends to you.
Yeah, I'm going to answer
So if you were in that constituency or that occurred in your constituency, even if you are a supporter of that party, would it create any kind of doubt for you?
It would, significant doubt, because it's just, as I just said, you're on the executive of a party. You do not, how it all played out, because you know, before the 6 ministers were fired, they were all together as relieved of their duties. They were all together. Everyone was together, they were having fun days and so on. And then it was like they were together like 2 weeks before, and then it was like a shift. So then me as someone in the constituency, Keon, I'm like, what is really going on? I was behind Eugene Hamilton, and maybe he never even indicated that he would not be running again. I don't know if Azad can answer that.
Yeah.
Right? And then all of a sudden, there's a new candidate thrown upon me. I'm like, okay. I was just, you know, I here rooting for Eugene Hamilton. Eugene Hamilton did have his supporters in Keon, right? And some real supporters. So you can imagine at that last minute, you have no Chesley Hamilton, who is not, haven't been endorsed. You see persons who are following Eugene Hamilton endorse Chesley, but no Eugene. So I think it played a significant role.
So it sends a powerful message, you think? And it would have cast some doubt for you in terms of whether to continue your support for the party candidate or cast your vote elsewhere? That's where we're going?
Yeah, because I think after everything that happened, persons were looking for stability, right? So if you have a party, and I keep going back to the executive point, 'cause that's the most important. You have someone who's on the executive.
It's the leadership of your party.
So it's the leadership of your party. Has not changed.
Yes.
Right? And
I
so
just want to give Moriel an opportunity to jump in as well.
What message does it send to that constituency?
I definitely have to agree with Malachi that it does send a mixed message, especially given the circumstances that, yes, there were cracks early on this year that, okay, things might be going south, but you have to remember that not everyone was in tune politically. And so for those who weren't in tune, they really woke up to the news that there was disunity. And so, as Malachi says, to see this senior person who has been in the constituency for 12 years, right? 12 years, just about now indicating, I think he did indicate through a letter, I stand to be corrected, that he would not run.
He did.
And he, in that same letter, indicated that he would support the next candidate. But to turn around now a few weeks later and not endorse the candidate, and then turn around a few weeks later and publicly announce that you would not endorse the candidate, I think that sent, I would not be surprised if that in itself sent a clear message to the regular base of Eugene Hamilton.
And then while we're on that, Azad, I'm back to you, and I'm sorry to put you in the hot seat, but there were a few names being tossed around as it relates to the candidate for this seat. In fact, me personally, I'd heard about 3 different names, none of which were Chesley. And so I'm wondering if at the time of the letter, indicating that he would give his support, perhaps then was it that there was someone else earmarked who he had expressed his confidence in, and then a change occurred, which led to him now being in the lurch and saying, I can't.
Well, we don't know.
Well, I want Azad if he can answer.
Yeah, I'll say this. Talks about, the if he were to run now, Eugene Hamilton, he had expressed, and he expressed via writing as well, that person's word, that he never felt that if the election was held in 2020 like it was, that he would have been successful. And so he never supported this notion of going into general election. Yes, we had to look for a candidate. Yes, there was someone who was interested in being the candidate who would have worked with him for some time. But the leadership of the party, having the selection process, selected a different candidate. And so the old machinery that was behind Mr. Hamilton now was gone. And so you had to get new persons in the mix. And you realize that Chesley came on at a time that he had little time and the largest constituency. The hope was that,
and geographically stretched.
Yeah, and he had a lot of work to do. And I must admit, I think he did put in the work during the time, but it's a lot of work.
I mean, it's early days, but he's doing well. Let me see. I think he's trailing by just under 200, if I'm correct.
Yeah, it's early days yet, but let's not drift. I think we're straying from the point. The point is that whenever you have dissension or disunity within a party, it erodes voter confidence. And this is what has happened with Team Unity. Team Unity broke up. There's dissension, disunity. They started to curse out each other. They started to call each other names. They started to accuse each other. And what now we're having is an electorate that rejects that. Because in some instances, because they're saying, look, we can't actually vote for this. You promised us one thing, and this is what it has come to. I think earlier somebody was making the point that the whole Team Unity movement came from the bowels of the people, that it is something that they wanted. And then to see that, yes, that was one opinion, and then to see really that it's the leaders of that very same Team Unity that went against the wishes of the people that wanted it in the first place. And so therefore, they will say, well, look, we don't want that. The unity.
But
The
there was no
promise-
unity for them to get back. I think unity made that decision for them.
Yeah. So I feel like they were betrayed. I feel like betrayal was a part of it. Because as you rightfully said, this meant
People felt
a lot
betrayed.
for a lot of persons, right?
And disappointed.
But then, if we are to be
And you
honest,
heard people saying, look, but things were going good. That the government has done so much good. So why it is now that they come and they mash it up? And then the argument started, well, it's who mash it up.
Yeah.
And then the blame start going, well, it's them mash it up. And them saying, well, it's he mash it up.
So it was a blame game all around.
And I maintain that it wasn't because people thought the concept of unity was what was needed at the time. I think it's still a matter of, at the time, there was a common desire to remove a certain leader at a time, and that it was the common thread that held everything together. But then when that was accomplished, when that goal was accomplished, what else did this team unity have to hold them together? What else were they going on? What else?
I do not think though, with respect, Miss Phillip, that it was just to remove a leader. You have to look at what was behind that and what was happening in the country at the time. So therefore, there were some people who felt that democracy was being eroded.
Yeah.
Remember with the boundaries, remember with the parliament, remember with the motion of no confidence. And there were people looking on who were even Labour. And as Labour as they were saying that this is not something that we wanted.
Right, at the time.
At the time.
Right. But then, and I mean, I understand that. I don't dispute that at the time, that yes, we talk about the tribalism was perhaps at its height at that time. And so, but at the same time, outside of the presentation of alternatives, I don't think was as strong as the desire to remove one individual from office or from leadership at the time. I don't think it was as strong, the desire for, we actually want a coalition government or a unity government as option number 3. Because, technically it still boiled down to, it was SKNLP versus this coalition, and it was still a 2-party kind of system. But what was offered in terms of presented as, what's the difference that we're going to make, that wasn't as clearly articulated or as strongly campaigned on as it was to say, we are the option that will make sure that we can take this leader of government.
It was clearly defined in terms of the good governance agenda.
Okay.
They spoke about integrity in public life.
We didn't see that translate, though.
Go down this
translate, though.
Let's leave off here for a bit. We're gonna come back because, right. But I want to take a bit of time to discuss our newest declared winner in Nevis 11. I know earlier we were saying, we were projecting that there was a possibility of an NRP upset in this area. How do we feel about this?
I feel, again, I said it looked shaky, but I didn't call it for Dr. Janice Hodge. I felt that,
Yes, Dr. Janice Daniel Hodge.
Yeah, based on the statistics from the previous, you would have seen that in the other boxes there was some fight left. And strangely enough, the CCM promised 3 seats, and
they did.
They delivered that 3 seats.
That's true.
Yes, so they have two declared already.
That's true. And we can anticipate. It's hard to say. Maybe it's too early to say. But I mean, I was one of those with my past colleague Craig, who said that I did think that Dr. Janice Hodge would have been victorious in this seat. And I mean, my reasons for that, I'm not as familiar with the Nevis landscape, but I just kind of felt that she presented something new and that she was doing the work. And even her loss is only 53 votes. So I think that she did well, and I'd like to congratulate and commend her, especially being the leader of the NRP.
3 votes?
Yes.
That's the final count?
No, that's the difference between the two sort of.
Okay, no. I was looking at the wrong thing there.
Yes.
I was looking at the previous.
But I was not very surprised.
Yes,
because she came out big in the beginning. But when you look at the remain in boxes. Those boxes usually have been won by Alexis Jeffers.
Yeah. Fair point.
And
so therefore I knew that he would catch up.
That was the anticipation. Morley wanted to jump
Yeah,
in?
I agree to that. All night I was watching that one and saying that that would be a close one. So I'm not surprised that even the final outcome was that close. And it actually raises a more interesting point. We know that Nevis is also due a local election. So we have to ask ourselves, is this a sign of something to come? And that's something that we'll have to watch in the coming weeks. And I think the good thing that the federal general election has done for both parties on Nevis, well, 3 parties, if the MRM intends to contest the local elections, it gives them an idea of where they need to improve and where they need to put their resources into. And so I think that that's something that all parties wishing to contest in the local elections, which could come at any moment, can take into consideration coming out of tonight.
So how do we think she did the overall as
She
a
did well.
newcomer?
Overall, she performed
I think she
really
performed
well.
really well. I would say.
Yeah.
I would say.
Looking at
it's close.
historic data, Patrice Nisbet polled 91.
Okay, you're gonna have to hold it.
Good morning once again. We are back with more results. This time from St. Christopher 1, polling division 2C, which was at the Warner Park, where there were 407 voters registered. 253 votes were validly cast. 2 were rejected. There were no spoils. Jacqueline Bryan of the People's Labour Party received 37 votes. Natasha Gray Brooks of the People's Action Movement received 49 votes. Jeffrey Hanley of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 165 votes. Moving on to the Kim Collins Stadium, polling division 3A, that's 3A, where there were 534 voters assigned. 331 cast their ballots, validly cast their ballots. 3 were rejected. There were no spoils. Jacqueline Bryan of the People's Labour Party received 56 votes, that's 5-6. Natasha Gray Brooks of the People's Action Movement received 31 votes, that's 3-1. And Jeffrey Hanley of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 241 votes, that's 2-4-1. Kim Collins Stadium, 3B, where there were 460 voters assigned. 238 votes were validly cast, no rejects, no spoils. Jacqueline Bryant of the People's Labour Party received 52 votes, that's 5-2 votes. Natasha Gray Brooks of the People's Action Movement received 49 votes, that's 4-9. Jeffrey Hanley of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 137 votes, that's 1-3-7. And again at the polling station 3C and Kim Collins Stadium, 420 voters were assigned. 202 cast their ballots, 1 was rejected, there was no spoiled. Jacqueline Bryan of the People's Labour Party received 29 votes, 2-9. Natasha Gray Brooks of the People's Action Movement received 46 votes, that's 4-6 votes. Jeffrey Hanley of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 126 votes. That's 1-2-6. In West Bastia constituency number 3, polling division 4B, where there were 517 voters assigned, 346 voters cast their votes. 3 were rejected, there were no spoiled. Akila Byron Nisbet of the People's Labour Party received 80 votes, that's 8-0. Kervin Freeman of People's Action Movement received 41 votes, that's 4-1. Conris Maynard of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 222 votes, that's 2-2-2. In polling division located at NEMA 5A, there were 633 voters assigned. 374 cast valid ballots, 374. 1 was rejected, no spoils. Akila Byron Nisbet received 93 votes, that's 9-3. Kervin Freeman of the People's Action Movement received 49 votes. That's 4-9. Conris Maynard of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 231 votes. That's 2-3-1. And in polling station 5B at Nema, where 642 voters were assigned, 367 votes were cast. There were 2 rejected ballots, no spoil. Akila Byron Nisbet of the People's Labour Party received 74 votes. That's 7-4. Kervin Freeman of the People's Action Movement received 51 votes. That's 5-1. Conris Maynard of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 240 votes. That's 2-4-0. Polling Division 6A at the Bronte Welsh School, 423 voters were assigned. 290 voters cast their ballots validly. 5 were rejected. There were no spoils. Akila Byron Nisbet received 93 votes. That's 9-3. Kervin Freeman of the People's Action Movement received 37 votes. That's 3-7. Conris Maynard of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 155 votes. It's 1-5-5. And in polling division 6B, where 442 voters were assigned, 312 cast their ballots. 1 was rejected. There was no spoil. Akila Byron Nisbet of the People's Labour Party received 100 votes. That's 1-0-0. Kervin Freeman of the People's Action Movement received 27 votes, 2-7. Conris Maynard of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 184 votes. That's 184 votes. Therefore, in summary, constituency number 3 had 4,429 voters. 2,788 votes were cast, 2,788. 21-1 were rejected. There were no spoils. Akila Byron Nisbet of the People's Labour Party received 720 votes. Kervin Freeman of the People's Action Movement received 300 votes. That's 300. And Conris Maynard of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 1,747 votes. 1747. Therefore, Conris Maynard of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party has been returned at the polls for constituency number 3. And we also have a final result for St. Christopher 5, Sandy Point. Polling Division 4, Emmanuel Methodist Church Hall, where 378 voters were assigned. 241 votes were cast, 2-4-1. 1 was rejected. There was no spoiled. Kenneth Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 67 votes. Sean Richards of the People's Action Movement received 142 votes, 142. And Stachio Williams of the People's Labour Party received 31 votes, 3-1. At the Nazarene Gospel Hall, 215 voters were assigned. That's polling division 5A. There were 132 valid votes cast. 2 were rejected. There were no spoiled. Kenneth Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 76 votes. That's 7-6. Sean Richards of the People's Action Movement received 37 votes. That's 3-7. Stachio Williams of the People's Labour Party received 17 votes. 1-7. In the container that was located at the Gut polling station 5B, where 170 voters were assigned, 99 cast their votes. 1 was rejected. There was no spoiled. Kenneth Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 42 votes, 4-2. Sean Richards of the People's Action Movement received 52 votes, 5-2. Stachio Williams of the People's Labour Party received 4 votes. And at the police complex in Sandy Point, the new police complex, where there were 269 voters assigned, 170 votes were cast. No rejects, no spoiled. Kenneth Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 63 votes, 6-3. Sean Richards of the People's Action Movement received 86 votes, 8-6. Stachio Williams of the People's Labour Party received 21 votes, 2-1. Therefore, in summary, Constituency number 5 had 3,223 voters assigned. 2,105 cast their ballots. 12 were rejected. There were no spoils. Kenneth Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 825 votes. That's 825. Sean Richards of the People's Action Movement received 1,025 votes, 1025. Stachio Williams of the People's Labour Party received 243 votes. That's 243. Therefore, Sean Richards of the People's Action Movement has been returned at the polls for the representative for St. Christopher 5. We shall be right back with some more results, but over now to Master Control.
Platinum means luxury at your fingertips. Platinum means indulging in a 3-course meal. Platinum means treating a friend or a loved one. Platinum means completing daily errands with a single tap. Platinum means card-to-card transfers, even when you're on the go. Platinum means shopping anywhere in the world. MasterCard approved. You deserve loyalty. You deserve Platinum.
To avoid getting the coronavirus, remember to wash your hands thoroughly and frequently before and after preparing food, after using the toilet or changing a diaper for a baby, sick person, or the elderly, after blowing your nose, and after leaving large gatherings or moving away from persons who appear ill. Encourage others to wash their hands and also use an alcohol-based hand sanitizer of 60 to 70% solution. Stay away from events having large gatherings of people. You can expose yourself to more possible infections in large groups. Also, avoid sharing cutlery, cups, glassware, etc. with others. Viruses can linger on these items and may be transferred this way. Avoid shaking and holding hands, and hugging or keeping an infected person in close proximity. This is a message from the Ministry of Health and the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA.
Yeah, I know we can make it. It's only just a phase. Once we're vaccinated, and everybody gonna be safe. Everybody gonna be safe. One kind, yeah. One people. We are roll up to roll up. Yeah. Cause no man's alone. Do what's right. Alright. Cause I love you. Brother, my sister. And we're in this together. My sister, my brother. I don't wanna lose you. I love you too much. I think it's better for us, yeah, yeah. It's better for us, yeah. I don't wanna lose you. I love you too much, yeah, yeah. It's better for us. Tell your mommy to let it roll out.
Bless up, Dejo here, and I'm doing my part in the fight against COVID-19 by following all safety protocols and most importantly, rolling up my sleeve for the vaccine. So I'm encouraging you to do the same because that's our best shot of protecting ourselves, our family, and our friends. So don't wait, vaccinate. Let's roll up to roll out.
persons with TB sneeze or cough, healthy persons nearby breathe in the droplets and the bacteria can lodge in their lungs. People with weakened immune systems such as HIV/AIDS, alcohol and drug users, smokers, children, and the elderly are most susceptible. Persons with a cough should take precautions when in contact with persons in public places. Cover your mouth when sneezing and coughing. Visit your doctor or health center. You must complete your treatment. TB can be cured even with HIV. Be responsible. Help stop the spread of TB and HIV. Protect yourself and others.
Amir, let me ask you something. You prefer to sleep with he? I prefer to sleep with me. Huh? Oh, you're deaf now. I say, you prefer to sleep with he? Or I prefer to sleep with me?
Look here. Me, I do wherever, wherever, with whomever.
I say I had an HIV test.
Boy, if you're so concerned about your HIV status, go and get tested.
I did. I got tested. And I am HIV positive.
What?
Newly here to inform the visiting delegates.
We're here at the Ocean Terrace Inn with
ZIZ Evening Newscast, weekdays at 7 p.m.
Platinum means luxury at your fingertips. Platinum means indulging in a 3-course meal. Platinum means treating a friend or a loved one. Platinum means completing daily errands with a single tap. Platinum means card-to-card transfers. Even when you're on the go. Platinum means shopping anywhere in the world. MasterCard approved. You deserve loyalty. You deserve Platinum.
This is a message from the Ministry of Health, St. Kitts and Nevis. The most common COVID-19 symptoms we are noting in the Federation are nausea, abdominal pain, vomiting, diarrhea, severe headache, and body aches. Fever appears to be a late onset symptom. Persons experiencing any of these symptoms are asked to call your primary care doctor, your district medical officer, or call 311 for advice. Please do not leave home, travel on public transportation, or go in public places. That was a message from the Ministry of Health, St. Kitts and Nevis. Don't wait, vaccinate.
Yeah, man. Another day in the books. Well, hello there. Ooh, she pretty from head to toe, and are you ready to go? Wait there. Whew. Can't afford to slip up. Not even in my dreams.
Platinum means luxury at your fingertips. Platinum means indulging in a 3-course meal. Platinum means treating a friend or a loved one. Platinum means completing daily errands with a single tap. Platinum means card-to-card transfers, even when you're on the go. Platinum means shopping anywhere in the world. MasterCard approved. You deserve loyalty. You deserve Platinum.
I got what you need. I needed something. Something for something. For something. Something for something. I needed 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 something. Yeah, I know we can make it. It's only just a phase. Once we're vaccinated, and everybody gonna be safe. Everybody gonna be safe. One kind, one people. We are roll up to roll up. Cause no man's alone. Do what's right. Cause I love you. And we're in this together, my sister, my brother. I don't wanna lose you. I love you too much. I think it's better for us, yeah. It's better for us, yeah. I don't wanna lose you. I love you too much, yeah. It's better for us. Tell your mommy to let it roll out.
Bless up, Dejo here, and I'm doing my part in the fight against COVID-19 by following all safety protocols and most importantly, rolling up my sleeve for the vaccine. So I'm encouraging you to do the same because that's our best shot of protecting ourselves, our family, and our friends. So don't wait, vaccinate. Let's roll up to roll out.
Master Control here at ZIZ as we count down the SKN Elections 2022 results with our wonderful panel. It is 4 a.m. We are all still awake. We hope you are too, and sticking and staying with us. We just got some results. We have 2 new declared winners. In St. Christopher 3, we see the Labour Party candidate, Congress Maynard, being returned to his seat from 2015, victorious there. And then in St. Christopher 5, we have the incumbent, Sean K. Richards, being returned as well. What do we have to say about this? Any surprises?
Well, before we jump in, I would just like to congratulate Mr. Congress Maynard, being a former Scaniperian. I'd like to congratulate him on behalf of the association.
I share the sentiment as well. We do congratulate him on behalf of the executive and entire association.
And we congratulate all the winners.
Yes.
Mr. Maynard, we congratulate Sean Richards.
Yes.
As well. and all the others that have won, Alexis Jeffers and Eric Evelyn and Samuel Duggins.
Samuel Duggins, yes.
As well.
So far we have
Dr. Douglas.
In St. Kitts, the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party securing 3 wins thus far for the night. We have the PLP securing 1 win, and the People's Action Movement just secured their first win.
Yes.
By my math, that's 5.
That's correct.
3 more to go. We have some results from 1, some results from 8, some results from 2.
Yes.
What are we projecting? Too early, or we want to make a prediction?
Too early for 2.
Too early for 2?
Yeah, too early.
What about 1?
1.
How's that trending?
Let's
I feel like
one is trending.
One is trending towards Jeffrey.
Towards Jeffrey, but we still have how many boxes left?
About 8.
Oh,
yes,
Two,
there were
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 boxes.
Okay, so it's trending towards Jeffrey, but still a lot left to see.
Yes.
All right, 2, definitely too early for 2. What about 8?
I think Dr. Drew will win 8, considering the past performance. We were banking on the fact that if Chesil Hamilton will come out of Keon with over 500 votes, then we will be in a fighting chance. Recognizing that Dr. Drew has won in every box in Keon, the hope of that is gone. I find
has faded.
I also predict Dr. Drew in number 8.
Okay, and how many boxes we have in number 8?
2.
Because I think we still have a bit to go there. Are we writing off the People's Action Movement candidates? 13, 1, 3. So do we think we're moving too soon on that, or?
Well, it would have to be a dramatic shift, just like it has been a dramatic shift in Keon.
I would agree with that, and I don't anticipate.
I was about to ask what is the anticipation?
I don't anticipate there being a dramatic shift. Like I said,
what about Connery? I've heard Connery is very secure for the People's Action Movement. Do we think the numbers there are enough to pivot this trend?
Well, how much votes if we can look at on the screen as Dr. Drew has already?
Well, from my calculations, Dr. Drew currently has 612. Chesley Hamilton 435 and Talwan Jubas 245. So Dr. Drew has about just under 200 vote lead. So it's still too early to call. I think it's still.
Yeah.
Do you think that Talbot though can do a bit better in Keys on Connery?
I think if we do see any, right now his largest number is 53. I think if we see any larger number, it would be in Monkey Hill.
It would be in St. Peter's, not in Connery.
Well, definitely, he said that he would. Maybe Connery people will welcome that. He said that he will remove the dump from Connery.
Oh yeah.
Yes, I did. I did hear that. I did hear that.
Yeah.
We were talking about promises and manifesto and feasibility of promises. Something to think about.
Certainly. But I think it's still a little too early. We still have some possibility of swing, especially with the tripartite system we're working with now. We have some splits to come, possibly, and we need to see. Maybe after Keys, Connery, and a couple boxes in Monkey Hill, we could revisit
we could comfortably declare.
Right, and I mean, I recall Craig's previous kind of point in terms of like there not being a coalition. I did express that I felt the same. I do still similarly feel the same, but again, it's still too early. Maybe it's not so too early, but I think it's worth waiting to see because you never know how these things can go.
Right. I think we should do a post-mortem and perhaps on number 3 and number 5.
Yeah, we definitely need to go back. We saw
because it's a big shift since the past.
I mean, what were Congress's numbers in 2020?
In 2020?
In 2020, those looked like 1,253 for Congress Maynard and 1,342 for Akila Barron.
That's true.
So we're looking at no overseas voters. We're looking at the unity construct providing an alternative to the semi-chaotic situation that was on the ground at the time. We were in the middle of a pandemic, and then we think she had, what, 100 vote lead?
Just
under that, yes.
80. She won by 80 votes.
80 votes.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, for a new contender who had some factors behind her.
Yeah, but then there are those who believe that she won that constituency because of the PAM votes.
Yep, and I can see that. It translates a bit in the numbers that we have currently.
I think, you could cut that.
Yeah, the PAM vote was 720 for this election.
No, the PAM vote is 300.
No, the PAM vote.
Unless I mixed
No,
up.
the PAM vote is 300.
Oh, PAM vote is 300. PLP is 720.
Yes.
PLP is
Okay. So what we're seeing then is, if, let's say, the 300 odd from PAM went to that 700, we're looking at
she would have been like 1,020.
Yeah. Just over 1,000?
Yeah, just over 1,000, but she would have still lost.
Should have still been behind. Right. So that's, now I'm just trying to see in terms of losing or gaining ground. So certainly the PAM vote helped.
Yes.
But obviously, from what we're seeing, a
enough.
significant number of Labour votes went behind her as well.
Yes.
And those are regained, I would say, in this cycle, because you can
and we're seeing Congress at what now?
1747.
1747.
Yes.
Versus 700. So we're talking 1,000 vote lead.
Yes.
With how many more boxes to go?
No,
declared.
That's it.
It has been declared.
Oh my word!
But the Honorable Akila Byron Nisbet will be recorded in history.
Certainly.
That's true. Absolutely.
As the only non-Labour candidate to have won that seat.
Yes, and especially as a first-time
candidate. Will be recorded in history.
Unfortunately, it was for 2 years. The term was cut short.
The term was cut short for 2 years.
It's still very notable that, it's a female
Commendable.
Candidate and first-time candidate.
Extremely commendable.
It's a first-time candidate.
First-time candidate.
And also being a woman.
Yes, and so it's absolutely notable and commendable. For Akila Byron Nisbet, absolutely. And I think during her tenure, she did the best in terms of the work that she was doing.
I think
as
so
well.
too.
But I currently serve under
what would have been her ministry in mental
that one.
And a very
and I can attest to
a very nice person.
Yeah,
she's very personable. A very nice person indeed. But when Boris Johnson was forced out, 50 of his ministers resigned in one day because they find that he was not being truthful. He made a statement at that little podium that they bring out in front of number 10.
Yes.
And he said that in politics, no one is remotely indispensable.
It's true.
And I remember his statement. In fact, that is one of the things that I remembered about him giving that statement. And that is just how politics is. And if it's one thing that is constant in life, it's change.
Yes.
Definitely. I have mixed feelings on this one. I mean, certainly just looking at the numbers, it must be euphoric right now in the Labour camp for Congress Maynard to have returned and with such a resounding victory. However, I still felt in the campaign that Mrs. Byron Nisbet was somewhat unfairly attacked in terms of being labeled as hiding in the government and not undertaking her duties fully. And I'm wondering if that rhetoric is what drove this result, or if there were any other maybe underlying issues that could be the cause of it. Anyone care to take a...
Part of it is that I think that number 3 has always been a Labour stronghold. And with the unity mashup, really, she was just a casualty.
Collateral damage.
Of that. She was a casualty of that. I know that she was attacked quite a bit because she was the Minister of Health. She undertook that ministry at a very difficult time with the pandemic. A new minister having to deal with a pandemic and having to deal with all the other
and a new
health
ministry
matters and so on. I don't think it was challenging. To really say the least.
I think that goes without saying.
Yeah.
Even a seasoned minister would have experienced challenges. And we saw in more advanced economies the challenges that they experienced far less for us.
But she also had a new ministry.
Yes,
right?
she
did, but she had to build up from scratch.
She did.
I think what it came down to really is she took up that mantle of leading the country's health sector and starting up this new ministry, and that's something that probably in the long term, say had the election happened in 5 years, would have certainly gone down as a set of achievements. But what you've seen now is the election has been called and the building is not yet finished constructing. And so now with number 3 being a Labour stronghold, it's easy to point blame and say, well, nothing has been done when the foundation has been cast, the building is on its way up, but we yet can't see the finished product because it's natural that we can't expect a government to do much within their first year or 2, which is the position that we find ourselves in now, that there wasn't much as a new minister that could have really been done, major policy-wise at least. So I think that probably both on the ground in her constituency, because we know she's not just a minister, but she, at the end of the day, is the representative for number 3. And so I feel that those factors all together probably played into what now into the unity district has.
Managing expectations is a major part of it, right?
Yeah.
Because
That's an
when
excellent
you put up, because to me, what we're lacking, even in the manifestos, is honesty with ourselves and honesty to our following.
And what we can achieve.
Is this realistic? Can we accomplish this? Really,
I
in 5 years.
I always felt that way, but in my recent stint, having joined the civil service, it is overwhelmingly clear to me that the systems in place are extremely bureaucratic and to some extent archaic, and that hinders you from making progress in the time in which you would like to make it.
Absolutely.
So when politicians go to the electorate and they make these big claims, especially new candidates who've never experienced government, don't understand or can't begin to fathom how slowly things can trickle, even when it has the support of the cabinet, how it still sludges along, right? So if you don't have that experience and you come out and you can really be genuine and say, hey, I'm going to do X, Y, Z, I'm going to move the dump. But then you get in and you realize, boy, the dump can't move. It's just physically impossible. It can't. Right? But
when you said that you said too, because, sometimes, for example, let us look at all of these manifestos. We look at the manifesto for PAM, we look at the manifesto for the St. Kitts and Nevis Labour Party, and we look at the manifesto for the People's Labour Party. Those manifestos are so loaded with things for 5 years that you can never accomplish all of those things in 5 years. And so therefore the question that has to be asked is, what in these manifestos are the priority in that 5-year period? You know, because it is really stuff, and I really wonder, you know, it's, when I'm reading them, all of that cannot be accomplished. All of it. What will be your priority? And I think.
But the priorities should come out
but the
clearly.
executive,
in the manifesto, in the reading of the manifesto, you should see what the priorities are.
Yeah. So yes, but you should see the priorities. But sometimes, you know, when you get into government, and we have seen that those very same priorities that you said that you have, they get on the back burner.
Yeah.
And
other
priorities take over.
That was going to be my next point, because to be fair, sometimes exigencies occur. And so you go into it with one mind. So in 2020, yes, we knew we were in the middle of a pandemic, but at the same time, I think the expectation was that we were on our way out. So we'd have another 3 to 4, maybe 6 months at most, and then we would start the recovery process. Have we started the recovery process? I don't think anyone really properly could have anticipated what the pandemic would bring.
Absolutely not. We couldn't even anticipate the pandemic.
We couldn't anticipate the pandemic. So certainly, I can see there now where there had to be a shift in priorities. So the 2020 manifesto would then, the areas there may have to be shifted, right? But
yeah.
But I feel like manifestos are they supposed to be made or generated for your 5 years? Like that's what you want for your 5 years, or this is what you expect to study for 20 years, and this is what you accomplish?
Well, I guess it's based on what's in the manifesto.
It's based on what?
When you have the manifesto, especially you look at our manifesto, we would have had plans for
the first
5 years.
And we see in the first 100 days too. You had some
short term.
You had some plans like
we had the Dream Fund.
The Dream Fund.
We had the Making St. Nevis Republic. We had 5,000 jobs.
Yes.
We had 1,000 homes. Yeah. We had a lot of plans. I still believe that, you know, Pam and CCM is the best hope for St. Kitts.
No, but I feel in relation to manifestos across the board, all parties did their research. So it shows that these plans can be, you know, put in place.
okay, hold that thought. We have been advised that the supervisor of elections is coming to bring us results from St. Christopher 8 and Nevis 9. These may be final results. Let's go to the supervisor of elections and hear them out.
And we're back. Good morning once again. And I have results from St. Christopher 8, which is the Keon St. Peter's area. Polling Division 3B, 396 voters were assigned, 211 votes were cast, there were no rejects and no spoiled. Andrew Talbot Bass of the People's Labour Party received 42 votes, that's 42 votes. Terence Drew of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 101 votes, that's 101. Chesley Hamilton of the People's Action Movement received 68 votes, that's 68 votes. In St. Peter's Community Centre, Polling Division 4A, where 330 voters were assigned, 220 votes were cast. There was one rejected, no spoiled. Andrew Talbot Bass of the People's Labour Party received 40 votes, that's 40. Terence Drew of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 140 votes. That's 140. Chesley Hamilton of the People's Action Movement received 39 votes. In Station 4B, where there were 309 voters assigned, 197 ballots were cast. That's 197. One was rejected, there were no spoiled. Andrew Talbot Bass of the People's Labour Party received 32 votes. That's 3-2. Dr. Terence Drew of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 140 votes. That's 140. And Chesley Hamilton of the People's Action Movement received 24 votes. In Community Center, St. Peter's Community Center, Station 4C, that is the Anglican Church Hall, 4C, 505 voters were assigned. 316 cast their ballots. One was rejected, no spoiled. Andrew Talbot Bass of the People's Labour Party received 31 votes. Dr. Terence Drew of the Labour Party received 251 votes. That's of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party. Chesley Hamilton of the People's Action Movement received 33 votes, 3-3. Station 4D, where 387 voters were assigned, 219 ballots were cast. There were no rejects, no spoiled. Andrew Talbot Bass of the People's Labour Party received 40 votes, 4-0. Dr. Terence Drew of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 130 votes. That's 1-3-0. Chesley Hamilton of People's Action Movement received 49 votes, 4-9. In Nevis 9, at the Alberta Payne Community Center, where Station 5B, 419 voters were assigned. 182 cast their ballots. 3 were rejected, 1 was spoiled. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 60 votes, 6-0. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 118 votes, that's 1-1-8. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 1 vote. At the Methodist Church School, 6A, 396 persons were assigned, 170 cast their ballots, 170. 1 was rejected, no spoils. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 93 votes, 9-3. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 75 votes, 7-5. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Party received 1 vote. Polling Station 6B, again at the Methodist Church Hall, 338 persons were assigned, 155 votes were cast, 155. 1 reject, no spoiled. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 87 votes, 8-7. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 64 votes, 6-4. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 3 votes. At the Magistrates Court Polling Division 7, where 450 voters were assigned, 186 cast their votes. 1 was rejected, no spoils. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 58 votes, 5-8. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 122 votes, 1-2-2. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 5 votes. Polling Station 5A at the Charlestown Primary School, where 445 persons were assigned, 212 cast their ballots. 2 were rejected, no spoils. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 73 votes, 7-3. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 135 votes, 135. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 2 votes. At polling station 8B, 481 voters were assigned, 215 cast their ballots, 215, 1 of which was rejected. There were no spoiled. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party polled 95 votes, 9-5. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement polled 116 votes, 116 votes. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 3 votes. And in polling division 9 at the High Court in Charlestown, where 144 voters were assigned, 57 cast their ballots. There were no rejected ballots, 1 spoiled. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 24 votes, 2-4. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 32 votes, 3-2. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 1 vote. In summary, therefore, in constituency number 9, there were 6,669 voters assigned. 3,074 cast their ballots. 3074. 30 were rejected. 3 were spoiled. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 1,279 votes. That's 1,279 votes. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 1,685 votes, 1685. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 77 votes. Therefore, Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement has been returned at the polls as the parliamentary representative for Nevis 9. We will be right back with more information later. Over now to Master Control.
And we're back here at Master Control. We just heard results in from St. Christopher 8 and Nevis 9. We have our third and final declared winner for the Nevis federal elections. A clean sweep by the Concerned Citizens Movement, with the leader and current Premier Mark Brantley retaining his seat over new contender Patricia Bartlett. We also got some more information on the much anticipated St. Christopher 8 and the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party leader, Dr. Drew, versus the new entrant, Chesley Hamilton. Well, what do we call Chesley new? Technically new in this area, as well as Andrew Talbot Bass. Let's spend some time in Nevis for a bit. They have the clean sweep, as they've been predicting. We know earlier we did have a bit of a fight for 9, but they emerged victorious. How do we think this plays out now that they have 3? I know we had some discussions as well before where we were discussing what role they would play in the formation of the government. We now have more results. It was said then that they may not play a role. What do we say now?
Well, it's a very interesting result. We see that the Premier has returned his seat, and congratulations to him on winning his seat and returning to Church Street in the National Assembly chamber. The poll, though, shows that he has lost just slightly a bit of ground. This time he polled 1685. In 2020, he polled 1693. While the opponent polled 1155. So we see that NRP pulled up some traction, gaining 1279. We also have to pay attention to MRM, which polled 77, which is remarkable and commendable for a new party that really emerged just after the breakup. And so the fact that they were able to field 2 candidates on the federal level, which is not something you see quite often is very commendable and says something going forward, perhaps for them. But the results, we saw the toss-up earlier, so not really a surprise too much that it has now Mark Brantley pulled ahead, but it did seem like a toss-up earlier when we started at first.
But in relation, firstly, congratulate Mark Brantley on being re-elected. But MRN, I want to touch on MRN, because MRN did not just vie for local election, they vied for federal election. And as a party, 2 candidates. right? So I would like to, I don't know if the panel could jump in, but what the thoughts of the electorate there to vote federally for a two-member party?
Well, I've heard. I mean, it's from Nevis, so 2 versus 3 isn't
that's true.
that significant of a difference. But, and correct me if I'm wrong, Iceline, I've heard in the past that whenever there's a new entrant or a split vote, the split normally comes, or the split benefits the opposition. That didn't happen here.
It didn't.
What can we say could be the possible
the
reasons for that?
The MRM recently came on the scene.
Yeah.
They did not properly construct the party, I would say, in a way.
No, but they got 77 votes.
For a
and for how it looks, they took those votes from the NRP. This split vote certainly did not affect the CCM, and typically the belief is that any split vote will affect the opposition in a positive way, more so than the incumbent. And that is not what we've seen here tonight.
Well, again, I remain the point. The MRM recently came on the scene. I think the PLP would have had a chance to really make an impact in St. Kitts because they were there for 7 years. They have been a part of the governments, and so they were able to give resources to persons, to encourage persons. And at the fallout, they remained in power during an election, and so that they were able to use government resources, and persons would have been gravitating towards them because they had the resources. And so that was different here, where you had a party that just came up maybe a year ago, maybe less, maybe it's
less than it was during the
it's around the same time as some of the PLP candidates were fielded.
It's a very short time.
Yeah.
Well, I had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Samuel Keynes, right? And as you would have noticed, you don't see a lot of social media posts as you might see CCM and NRP. Their style was different. They're a new party. They don't have the resources that these larger parties would have had, and the following. So I know that party had to do a lot of ground and canvassing and so on. So I'm excited to see where the MRM would be in the next election or two, honestly.
So you think that traditional campaign mechanism worked for them?
It had to work. So it shows that is important to the electorate there.
That's an interesting point.
Particularly in Nevis 9.
Yeah.
That's an interesting point. I mean, I don't know Mr. Keynes personally. I'm not sure which political affiliation he came from. That may be a factor as well. If he was an avid supporter of NRP previously, and he'd had a relationship with persons in NRP who felt confident in his leadership and may have pulled those with him. So I'm not even sure then how we can use that. But certainly an excellent effort for a first timer, especially coming in what, a 6 to 8 week time span. Kudos to him, certainly.
Superb.
What about Dr. Patricia Bartlett? She's also a new entrant. She didn't do too badly, 42% of the vote compared to 55%.
She didn't. And I mean, I think for the NRP party, they actually gained some traction compared to last year. They gained a couple hundred votes. So last year it would have been 1,155. That's how much they had. And then Mac Brantley would have gained 1,693. So he lost a couple, and the gain for NRP was a little bit more significant. So I think, the Dr. Bartlett did particularly well, especially for her being a first-time candidate.
Effort, certainly.
First-time candidate for NRP. So that again, I think if they continue in terms of the work that they're doing, especially know that it's anticipated that they will go into a local election for Nevis Island administration. I don't believe she'll be the candidate.
Yeah, no, she can't.
The party,
based on their
for the party, they seem to have a popularity rating within the
How
Constitution.
do you feel about that, though, in terms of their party being structured in such a way that they can't offer the same candidate for federal and local?
I think I can understand it in the sense that, you know, you already have candidates who sit on local administration, and you have to focus on that, and you're getting paid that salary. And then you also have federal politics where you need to represent on a federal level. I think the way that the NRP Constitution is set up allows, or it kind of helps to make sure that it's kind of spread more evenly, and the focus and concentration. If you're leading the Nevis Island administration, you focus on that, and then you have candidates who can also focus on the federal. Just structurally, it makes sense. And then also in terms of like spread of resources, because then you can see like the CCM, the candidates are probably, they're getting what, 2 salaries?
But do you think that the electorate in Nevis shares your views? Because
I don't know.
The CCM does not have a similar policy. They always offer the same candidates. They have been pounded over and over by their opposition, as well as parties in St.
To have different candidates for federal and local.
As well as the collection of the multiples, the 2 salaries, especially when it's double time, and then they get 4 salaries. They've still not made any inclination as to moving away from that. Yet, they have a resounding victory here, clean sweep. So then is it that we think the Nevis electorate don't care how much money they make, they don't care whether their resources are spread thin, they just say, hey, these are who we want.
I don't think it's that they don't care.
I think that many persons underestimate the impact that the system has through their leader, Matt Bradley. Matt Bradley is a very eloquent, charismatic leader, and he has been there. You look, when he took over the party, it moved from, in the local election, from 3-2 to 4-1. And then you look, in 2020, he got all 3 seats. In fact, in conversation, I would tease, we're bringing our 3, you need to bring our 3. And now he has brought his 3. He held up his end of the bargain. And so I am very proud of what Matt Bradley has done, and the other members in Nevis, being part of the One Movement, SPAM and CCM. They really brought their 3, and they should be commended. I think that the people of Nevis would have heard the message, and having heard the message, especially fair share, I think that really resonated with the people of Nevis. And the comments that would have been made in opposition to it. And I think the people of Nevis went out and supported Matt, but not think they did. They supported him, and it was clear. He has a clear mandate.
Yeah, I think that he somehow has won the psyche of the division people. I also think that perhaps people see him as some savior for Nevis. But his message has been that Nevis should get what is due to Nevis. And people probably see him as fighting for Nevis.
Yeah, fighting on their behalf.
Fighting for the cause of Nevisians. Now, it's interesting what Azad said, that Premier Brantley has lived up to his part of bringing the 3. Pam, on the other hand, has failed in that regard. I don't know if I must use the word
fail is a bit harsh.
Well,
unsuccessful.
You mean a synonym for failure?
We were unsuccessful at the polls.
Okay, let's play nice. Let's play nice.
I believe, let's hope, we have been canvassing and campaigning for some time. In fact, we've had a very long campaign. If you realize, with the People's Action Movement, we started out in February with our anniversary. After that was Road to Convention. After the Road to Convention, it was all listening tours. After that, it was the breakup, the firing, and then the public meeting.
I was going to poke the bear, but you let me in when you mentioned the breakup. Weren't y'all the leaders on starting that whole
thing?
Avalanche?
Well, again,
wasn't it at your convention that the electorate got the first sense of any discontent or discord between the unity construct?
Clearly our leader and the other members indicated that there was not a sheer spread of the resources, and I think that was echoed throughout with our message. There were also other issues as it relates to the good governance agenda that the People's Action Movement pushed forward while in opposition. And so a lot of these things weren't being carried out, and so a lot of the agreements in the Charleston Accord, the fair share for Nevis, and all of these things.
And that's why I see you chomping at the bits, but I'm still poking the beer here.
Carried out, and so,
as that, I apologize. Just so you're leaving, so I need to get the most out of you before you run off. So I understand what you're saying in terms of the lack of fulfillment. But when we come back from the election results, I want you to talk about the timing. So we do have some results coming in for St. Christopher 1 and the St. Christopher 2. Hopefully we have some final numbers for you. We now head over to the Supervisor of Elections for results from St. Christopher 1 and St. Christopher 2.
Good morning once again, and we are back with some further results. This time from St. Christopher 1, polling division 3D, where 404 voters were assigned, 201 cast ballots. There was one rejected ballot, no spoiled ballot. Jacqueline Bryan of the People's Labour Party received 41 votes. Natasha Gray Brooks of the People's Action Movement received 48 votes, 48. And Jeffrey Hanley of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 111 votes, 111. Polling station 3E, where there were 412 voters assigned, 412, 163 persons cast ballots. There were no rejected, no spoiled ballots. Jacqueline Bryan of the People's Labour Party received 31 votes, 31 votes. Natasha Gray Brooks of the People's Action Movement received 38 votes, 38 votes. And Jeffrey Hanley of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 94 votes, 9-4. St. Christopher 2, polling division 2B, Skellig, 419 voters were assigned. 226 cast ballots. There were no rejected ballots, no spoiled ballots. Nubian Griot of the People's Labour Party received 63 votes, 63 votes. Marsha Henderson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 129 votes, 129 votes. John Jeffers of the United Lamiguan Party received no vote. And Jonelle Powell of the People's Action Movement received 34 votes. That's 3-4. Polling Division 3A, the Job Ward Center at Dr. Lake Drive in Shadwell, 565 persons were assigned, 565. 335 cast their ballots, 335. There were 2 rejected ballots, 2 spoiled ballots. Nubian Griot of the People's Labour Party received 63 votes, 6-3. Marsha Henderson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 183 votes, that's 183. John Jeffers of the United Lamiguan Party received no vote. Jonelle Powell of the People's Action Movement received 87 votes. That's 87 votes. In St. Barnabas Church, polling division 4A, where 471 voters were assigned, 271 cast their ballots. 271. 4 were rejected. None were spoiled. Nubian Griot of the People's Labour Party received 74 votes. 74 votes. Marsha Henderson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 147 votes. That's 147. John Jeffers of the United Lyamiguan Party received 3 votes. Jonelle Powell of the People's Action Movement received 43 votes. That's 43 votes. At St. Barnabas 4B, where 467 voters were assigned, 256 persons cast their ballots. 256. 2 were rejected. There were no spoiled ballots. Nubian Griot of the People's Labour Party polled 79 votes, 79. Marsha Henderson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party polled 133 votes, 133. John Jeffers of the United Lyamiguan Party received 1 vote, and Jonelle Powell of the People's Action Movement received 41 votes, 41 votes. That is all we have to share at the moment. We will be right back, but over now to Master Control.
And we're back here at Master Control as we continue to monitor the SKN Elections 2022 results right here at ZIZ with our panel still going strong at 4:52 a.m. Look at these smiles. Look at these smiles.
You know, Leah, I've been on my feet all day trying to get persons at the polls, and I never thought I'll be able to make it to 5 a.m. I feel
I didn't think so either. When we were asked if we wanted to do all night, I said no. But
I'm beginning to feel the effects.
I am too.
Right. Okay. So let's get into it. Let's keep you talking. Let's keep it flowing. We just got in some results for St. Christopher 1 and St. Christopher 2. Very interesting. Can't wait to get to it. But Azad, you're not getting away.
Oh, wow.
we left on a point.
Yes.
We were talking about some of the concerns that the People's Action Movement had with the unity construct at around the time when they went on the road to convention. What I asked was, do you feel, does your membership or executive feel that was the right time to launch the campaign? Because you essentially led to the breakdown of the team unity construct. You were the ringleader. And that's how it's perceived because you were the first.
Depending on who you ask.
I would say we weren't the ringleader.
Well, to bring it to the public.
To
bring it to the public, you were the ringleaders. And I'm asking, in as much as you felt those things were not being maintained or as you outlined previously, do you feel that was the ideal time or the best time? And looking at the results now, does that affect your decision?
Well, at the time, the leadership felt that it was the best time to discuss matters like that and to bring it to the attention of the public. Of course, after the convention, there were opportunities where the leader of the CCM and the leader of the People's Action Movement met with the Honorable Timothy Harris and had negotiations. The negotiations were unsuccessful. Looking at it all now, of course, at our party level, there would have been some persons who disagreed with the move, but majority and the leadership supported the move, and this is the result. I still believe firmly that the People's Action Movement and the CCM is the best movement for the people of St. Nevis. The message, I think we went through a very long campaign. I think that our message to me was clear. The people of St. Nevis have decided, and perhaps the timing might not have been best suited as per their choice, because we see now they have chosen another way. But that is how the politics is, and that we have to respect the decision of the people. And of course, the People's Action Movement is here and here to stay, regardless the outcome of this election. We are more than just an election party. We are a party here for the people of St. Nevis, whether in government or opposition.
Well, this brings me to my next question, because, and I know, Leslie, you're chomping, and I'm going to bring you in, but like I said, I need to get Azad before he runs off. We saw the polls from the pollsters, the seasoned pollsters like Peter Wickham, who said that basically this race was between the PLP and the SKNLP. We've seen some of the results so far, and you've captured 1 seat. Some are going as far as to say that this is the end of PAM. But here you are saying that no, the People's Action Movement is here to stay.
The People's Action Movement is here to stay.
So I think what I want to ask then is, or what I am asking is, based on the results here, do you think that you can rebuild from such a, trying to get my words here. Be so careful. From such an unfortunate right. So yes, but from
so
this,
calling it?
Yes, the unfortunate outcome, such a heavy rejection from the electorate. Do you think you can recover to the point where you can bring your party back to any semblance of what it once was?
Yes, definitely there is room for rebuilding, reformation, rebirth of our party. We recognize in 2000, the Labour Party won all 8 seats, the People's Action Movement got 0. And then we got 1 seat, then 2 seats, then 4 seats, then 4 seats. And so there is room for building. And as I said before, the People's Action Movement is here and here to stay. We have to look at ourselves, our party, do some introspection, looking at the aftermath of this campaign, the aftermath of this election. But of course, our people are resilient. We are here to serve the people of St. Nevis. And as I said before, we are a party for the people of St. Nevis. These plans that we have put together were plans that we believe were best suited for the people of St. Nevis. And of course, if it means that we would be in opposition with our lone parliamentarian again, the Honorable Sean Richards, who was in Parliament before alone.
His best time, I'd have to say.
We will do it again, and we will rebuild, and we will come back stronger than ever.
All right, Asad, thanks so much. I mean, I have to commend your optimism and your maturity in handling this loss.
It's more than optimism, it is hope.
Well, you know what?
They're not the same.
We have to keep hope alive, they say. So, I mean, I still commend it, especially in the face of this defeat, certainly.
I do commend you, but still, I don't agree. I feel like it is, reality has shown us, just like Labour lost, and then they came back, you know, so it's a cycle, right? And if Pam acknowledges where they might have had missteps and room for improvement, be honest with themselves, they can start the work right now, right? And it first starts with acknowledgement of your faults and what went wrong.
Of course.
Do you blame Pam's defeat on Pam, or do you blame it on some other part?
I think what he's asking is it that Pam lost, or is it that the other parties won? As in, was it because of their work?
That's not what I'm asking.
As in the defeat.
What I am asking
was it by your own doing?
Did Pam lose by their own doing, or did they lose because somebody damaged them so badly that they lost? Because I kept hearing a lot in terms of words being thrown around about people being undermined, people not being given the support, and all of that sort of a thing. So that is basically my question. Do you believe that PAM self-destruct?
I think the undermining would have contributed to the performances of some of our candidates while in government, and as a direct effect would have been a result of the polls, because some persons would have been frustrated because the candidates, when they want to, or the representatives, when they wanted to get certain things done, were unable to get it done. If you look at perhaps the housing situation in Challengers, you realize a lot of persons in Challengers wanted housing, and it was pushed forward by our minister. You heard him say before that his hands were tied, and look at the results in Challengers. And so things like those have a ripple effect, especially when you go to the polls and you had promised persons that there will be certain things done, and they're not completed. And sometimes, in this case, because of external factors.
So then you're laying the blame squarely on the undermining, on the external factors.
I don't want to blame I do not want to blame anyone for anything. I say that there's rebuilding to be done, and there's.
Would you say that PAM, if there truly was, okay, it was alleged, and let me use that word, that PAM was on the mind from within, not from without. And do you think that PAM is to take any responsibility for allowing themselves to be undermined?
Well, I think the party and the leaders, having realized that, stood up and they made a decision that we're going to stand up, that they're going to stand up. You see the result of the stance, and it has gotten us to where we are now. Hindsight is 2020. At the point in time, we would not have known the consequences of the actions taken. But again, it is I don't see PAM as a defeated party. No party wins all the time. The Labour Party had its low times, and it has risen right now. It is now, as based on the results or based on the foreshadowing, entering government. And that is by no means an indication that the People's Action Movement is weak. In fact, after rebirth, I dare to challenge the Labour Party at the polls whenever the election is called again, and the People's Action Movement will be stronger than ever.
Okay, thank you so much for that.
Do you think that you need to look at because I have observed, I've read a lot I've looked at TV and all of that sort of a thing. And when sometimes parties suffer such a tremendous defeat, it points to the leadership of the party, and the leader steps down and a new leader emerges. Do you think that that is something that needs to be looked at? Perhaps it has something to do with the leadership.
Azad should be speaking to that. I think it's a little too early for that.
But it's just an opinion.
And that may be something he would want to take back to his executive first before speaking publicly.
But it is something to consider. We're having a roundtable discussion here.
I will say this as well. I support the Honorable Sean K. Richards. Yes. I support his stance at the time, the stance that he made, and I support him. I support him as our leader.
Fine.
Great. Yes. I think that's a great place to wrap up that discussion then, and actually move into some of this new information that we got on. Did we discuss in Christopher 8? The updated numbers?
We
no?
didn't.
Okay, so let's start there and then work our way to 1 and 2. So St. Christopher 8, what are our latest numbers? We see Dr. Drew leading, the Labour Party candidate. We see he has garnered 55.8% of the current stats.
Yes.
Yeah, we see the trend continuing that the vote has been split as one factor. And as we were discussing before we went on break earlier, the factor of the non-endorsement of the PAM candidate. So the trend continues to be that Dr. Drew leads, and now that we're getting into what would be considered his stronghold, it's only expected that that would continue. I've not yet seen the increase in votes that I was expecting to see in Talbot and Joe Bass, but I guess it's still left to be seen because we haven't gotten results as yet from the Dean Glassford Primary School, St. Peter's Primary School. We've just gotten from the Anglican Church Hall and Connery.
So how many
it's
more
still left to be
boxes left?
seen. We have
8.
8?
Yes, 8 boxes still
Still
to
a ways
go.
to
And the
go.
majority of them are concentrated now in the St. Peter's.
Okay.
So it's still expected that we'll see Dr. Drew just increasing his margin.
But we also expect an upward trend
yes, an upward
for
trend.
Talbot and a downward trend for the PAM candidate, Chesley Hamilton.
Yes.
So
We've already started to see the downward because
trend.
remember in one boxing count he had 114 and 74 and 78. Now he's down as low to 24, 33. So we already seen the downward trend.
So we don't anticipate much more for him
We
going
do
there. We think he will then trend down into 3rd place, or we think he'd still hang on to 2nd place?
I wouldn't go as far to declare that as yet.
But I think it's trending that Dr. Joe
will be declared the winner.
Yeah, but he's
and
fading.
Prime Minister. Who is fading?
Chesley Hamilton.
Yes, that's what we were saying. When he's going down, but we don't know what the how great a margin
in terms of to determine second and third place.
To determine second and third.
I'm actually surprised at the numbers for Talbot in constituency.
For first time
Yeah,
contender, again, who jumped in the ring
especially.
very late.
Yeah.
Especially in
Very
Carolina
late,
economy.
commendable efforts. I mean, Herculean at this point. 430 votes.
Yes, it is.
I think it comes down to his record in the community as a businessman and an enterprise owner. He has the fleet of buses, and he's well connected with the Bass Bakery, which is well known, particularly around that St. Peter's School area. So I think that had a lot of points going for him. And two, I guess some people would have seen a difference in him. You know, sometimes when you see the candidate who is different from the rest, there are some people who tend to gravitate.
Because he was in fact different. His personality was different.
I mean, he had a few missteps early on.
He had missteps, but still.
He did have that one major taboo, and
I think he gave
but
persons
it seems as though he's not being too harshly punished for it.
No, he gave persons they think that he is human, right? And I think that's what we miss a lot from.
And he did say that he was going to help Dr. Drew by building a clinic and a lab for for blood and so on. But and I found that to be rather humorous that even in the seriousness of the moment and so on, that was almost like banter. And Talbot has a very good sense of humor, I must say.
Okay, all right. Well, then let's leave off of 8. Let's head on over to 1. Are we ready to make any predictions, or do we want to hold out?
Can we see the scoreboards?
Sure, for 1. St. Christopher 1.
I could see it.
I think
we could. I think we could declare.
I think it's declarable at this point.
Yeah, Dr. Hanley, the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party candidate, has 60% of the vote thus far.
Way out.
1,325 votes as compared to 451 by the PAM candidate and 420 by the PLP
But what's
candidate.
surprising is the PLP candidate being a first-time candidate.
The PAM
also.
candidate as well.
And they're neck and neck.
Very
Oh,
well.
that's true.
They're neck and neck.
So both of them are
And they're kind of neck and neck.
neck.
So can you think it's safe to say that they're offsetting their own splits? Or because it certainly doesn't seem to be affecting Dr. Hanley.
No.
How were his numbers in 2020?
In
His
2020,
numbers
he
in
polled
2020.
1658.
That was overall?
Yes, overall 1658, and Ian Patches Liebert at the time running for PAM hold 1634.
Yeah, it wasn't a major. I think
Yeah,
it was
because
23
number one
votes, something
has
there.
normally been close over the last few years. I know in 2015 it was just by 4.
It was 4.
And this time around I think it was about 2020 was about 2024.
Yeah. But even if we combine the votes for PLP
it's
and
still
PAM,
ahead.
it's still ahead by quite a margin.
And how many more boxes to go then?
4.
Yeah, I think we could.
No, there's more than 4. There's more than 4. There's 7.
7?
Oh, no, 6.
Oh.
6 boxes still in number
1.
One
Yes,
to go?
6 boxes in number 1 to
Yes.
And how many more in number 8?
A few.
I think we said 7 in 8.
8
in 8. And 7 in 1?
Yes.
So there are 15 more boxes.
Before we can determine.
And 5 in 2.
And 5 in 2.
And 5 in 2. Okay, let's jump into 2 because this is an interesting one here. If you could get that up. I was listening to those results come in. I was slightly distracted, but certainly the numbers for the People's Action Movement candidate blew me away. I mean,
certainly lost
throughout the night, nothing really surprised me. I had come into this election cycle with a very open mind, saying we didn't know how it would go. So any number, I was like, okay, well, yeah, that's okay, sure. But those last set of numbers, were
abysmal.
I don't think there's any better way to describe it. I mean, the incumbent is last.
Yes.
And then
I think it comes down again to the point that we were focusing on earlier with Mrs. Byron Nisbet, the fact that you had a new candidate because Honorable John Alpa was new in 2020. And so he came around, same plans, working as a minister, working as a representative, having to find that balance and show your constituents that in 2 years, this is how much I accomplished, which to the constituents might not look like much, but given the factors and the circumstances, it was what they had to do with. So I think it comes down again to, as you mentioned with Mrs. Byron Nisbet, as a casualty.
Collateral
damage.
But here, in relation to Nubian, right? I know Nubian has been in his community long before politics. He has been helping football,
president of the Garden Hotspurs and
he's
all
in the
of that.
engineering. He does a lot. So he's well known.
On the ground.
Familiar with him. Whereas in other constituencies, persons might have voted for the PLP candidate because of the party leader, Timothy Harris. I think some of them would have voted for Nubian because they knew him. Even they might not vote for the PLP construct or the PLP party, but they voted for Nubian.
For Nubian, so it's
There's
more
a question that I have. I do not know the SKNLP candidate. I don't know her at all. But for those who know her, what has been her involvement? I know she's from that community. What has been her involvement in that community? Has she been involved like Nubian has been? What?
Well, I can't speak to that for sure, but what I can speak to, and this is from the mouths of her constituents, she has been working.
Yes.
She has been using the traditional means of door to door. She has been speaking to her constituents face to face. She has also been utilizing social media, attracting the youth vote. She has extended and welcomed the non-national votes. She translates all of her social media branding into Spanish to make it easier for them to understand. And I think just her level of dedication, she's a successful attorney for some years now. She's well respected in the fraternity. She's well respected within the community as well. And she came out on the issues. I think people gravitated to that. She was also strongly endorsed by the outgoing representative, even though she took a bit of a beating in 2020. I still think that it held a lot of credence for her to hand over the baton, so to speak.
To another woman, too.
Yes.
The other thing I think we're missing with the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party is they put forward a united front. If you looked at them at their meetings, if you looked at them outside of their meetings, they were always together.
Yes.
All of them.
So they were pushing stability.
You saw them together. Absolutely. You saw them as a unit. You saw them as a well-knit So you didn't, it gave you that sense of confidence, like,
yes,
these people have it together.
They were
Maybe I
well
should treat them like
choreographed.
champs.
Yes.
Well, I mean,
If you want to use that, but
it goes beyond.
obviously it's delivered the
I
message.
mean, it translates beyond just choreography. I think because there was a lot of support also, even for Masha is a first-time candidate, first time she's entered this political arena, and she's coming in from a seat that was lost, particularly badly previously, but because of the support. And the stability that the team, they call them the A team, that was really pushed throughout the campaigning and the campaign messaging. We saw that support. I believe also there was even international support that came in because the chair of the women's arm of the PNP for Jamaica also came to lend support to Masha's campaign. Oh. And also one of the things I think in terms of the different campaign activities, unlike the other parties. The St. Nevis Labour Party really made an appeal to women. That was part of their target audience. So the women's arm of the Labour Party was extremely active in terms of organizing and supporting. And so they put a lot of support behind Masha to help her in terms of canvassing and going out and connecting to the people. And Masha herself as a candidate is very relatable. She's a very relatable person. And so I think
she's no stranger within the party construct either.
She's not.
She has been working in the party in various roles, in the labor union as well. Yeah, so she has that base, and I think she utilized it well.
Mm-hmm. I think Phillips made a good point. We cannot underestimate the support that women give to political parties. Mm-hmm. And absolutely. I remember in 2015, there was a lot of support from the women for Team Unity.
That's true. Dr. Thelma Philip Brown really led that women's charge. That's true.
They used to meet, they had prayer meetings, and they had all of that. And the women were really behind the movement. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and I think women are a force to be reckoned.
But even in parties,
yes, even in parties, and that's definitely one of the things that I think was different in terms of. So there was a lot of youth appeal from PLP. There's a lot of youth appeal from PAM, and there was also a youth appeal from Labour. But then, in addition to the youth appeal, there was also women, and the party leader, Dr. Terence Drew, was very vocal about his support around women-focused policies. And so that, I think, definitely played a part in helping the St. Nevis Labour Party and Masha as the only female candidate forge forward and kind of strengthen the, appeal to that large voter base, because they actually directly appealed to women, recognizing that they not only contribute so much to the building and development and onward movement of the party and organizing, but obviously also as voters. And so that, I think that has helped to translate a lot in terms of the election results that we're seeing.
Yeah, but in relation to the party, the Labour Party as a team, right? If you see it as, other than stability, if you see the team, you see, when they're on their platform, they have, okay, this person is presented on marine and environment, so this person is clear, they have the background in it. Conrad's Maynard, public infrastructure, he's an engineer, information technology. So these, you already saw, like, these are the ministers, these are the ministries, so you already had a clear set of persons to represent. So it's just like, instead of you having to wait until inauguration, they be like, who gets Ministry of Environment, who gets this? It's like, don't think we've seen it in recent years that you have persons who actually have the professional background or specialty in the ministry that they're running.
Mm-hmm. And I think that in terms, because you're speaking to the competence of the candidates for the Labour Party, I think what also makes the party and the team of candidates so appealing in terms of stability is that it's actually a team of candidates of highly competent people. And then the way they translate and connect and relate to each other, it's actually, there's real camaraderie there. They actually, you said it yourself, you see them everywhere, they hang out together, they actually go out, they actually like each other as people. And I think that's important in terms of their strengths and weaknesses in terms of their competence and their areas. And I think they respect each other, knowing, okay, well, Dr. Drew is a medical doctor, he's a leader, and he's very vocal about healthcare and governance. And then you also see, as you said, Congress is very big. He's an engineer. He cares about entertainment. He also cares about information technology. That's his area. We let them do that. Samuel has been very vocal about agriculture.
Yeah.
He's a successful agriculture farmer entrepreneur. So, you see that translating when it's like, okay, yeah, we can see that you actually have a track record of being successful in these areas, and those are the areas that you want to bring forth. So it also generates even more confidence when it comes to this team of leadership.
Yes.
They weren't selling this individual. They weren't selling just the leader. They were selling, we are a team of candidates who wants to bring good governance, and we want to bring development to the country, not just for ourselves, but for the collective. So,
Just because you're a good engineer doesn't make you a good minister of engineering.
That's true. That's true. That's a point, and that's a point that you can make, and I think that translates.
It is the Prime Minister's prerogative to give whatever portfolios he wishes to his ministers.
It's true, and at the end of the day, it all boils down to people management, because that is, what you see when it comes to being a minister of government. It's not easy work, but I think there is evidence. It certainly does help. It certainly does help. And I think we can say that there's evidence of these individuals demonstrating leadership in their various assets and factors. Just the fact that, they lead constituency offices and they're able to mobilize and organize so that they can actually win their seats. I think that is first and foremost, and we can see that it has translated. And I think, there's team of support. There are people who are willing and able to support, I believe, when individuals are actually admitted into government as ministers. You can't do it. No man is an island.
Yeah, you have your permanent secretaries, you have your technical officers
right.
who really do the bulk of the work, and then the permanent secretary runs the ministry from an administrative standpoint, and this all feeds up to the minister to then make the selective decisions finalized by cabinet. So I want us to just take a quick trip over to 3, because we didn't really finish our analysis there with Connis's big win. We did take some time out to acknowledge some challenges that the outgoing Byron Nisbet underwent. However, I don't feel like we really gave Congress enough credit for securing this win. And so I wanted to bring us back here, because I don't want to detract from his victory at all. And I don't want our viewers to feel that, we're really sympathizing and not acknowledging the huge feat that he has managed to accomplish here this evening. So let us take a few minutes to just discuss that. A whopping 1,700 votes tonight here from the unseated 2020 candidate coming back now to show his strength. What do we feel accounts for this? What has he done to make this shift so drastically?
To me, returning, because as I said it in the youth loan, he started singing again. to me, that was a major part of it, him as a candidate, right? How he engaged the persons. If you see at the meetings, that was a major part. Persons were waiting on Congress Maynard to hit the stage to start to sing, right? To get you in the spirit, like to open up your spirit to hear what he has to say. So to me, the singing, he's going back to his roots as a candidate, really playing a major role in his success.
Yeah, and I would also add to that, I think, somebody had made a comment previously that part of the reason for his loss may have been that he didn't work as hard back then to kind of get out and do the work. But we've seen definitely a shift. So Congress, as an individual, he's a winner. So you think about it as him as in Calypso, what he does. So when he sets his mind to do something, it's just part of his character. He goes out and he wins, and he said it himself on the platform. And so I think he recognized and he felt that loss. Yeah. I think when he lost in 2020, he felt that loss. And so, this time around, he came back, even though it was just 2 years, later, he definitely put in the work. He definitely had gone out to connect in the community, to find out what people are wanting in the community. And I think, he was able to pull it together to be able to say, to respond. And he even was able to kind of launch their own, I think, a number 3 manifesto of things that they wanted to do in response. Yes, in response to what he heard from constituents and wanting to respond to them in that way. So you can see a different level of seriousness. It's like Congress was like, this is a competition where he has to regain his seat. Yes, so he leveled up, and he leveled up all the way in ways that, were not surprising in terms of his capability and competence. But it was like he went out there to win.
Okay, and what about the People's Action Movement candidate? I know when he was launched, he certainly came out extremely confident. I recall him either saying on platform or making a Facebook post about not having the time to respond to certain attacks as he was too busy penning his victory speech. I mean, that level of confidence for a newcomer is commendable. And I think it's translated into the number of votes he managed to capture here this evening. 300 for a newcomer in a typically Labour seat.
Yeah.
I think it does merit some congratulations. It shows his commitment. It shows that some people heard him and they felt that he would make a good addition to the government administration. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, Milo, Kervin Freeman, he's the People's Action Movement candidate. Of course, Milo he grew up in the village. He's a man of the people. He had a short time to work with. He realized that the new candidates of the People's Action Movement came on very short time. Akila, Byron Nisbet, her launch into politics, I think, she was set perfectly to capture that seat in 3 when she did as a senator, deputy speaker, that national platform, and then going into the 2020 elections, beating Congress. Congress, successful in 2015, unsuccessful in 2020, comes back again. I think what weighed in as well, we just came off from the COVID pandemic. Healthcare was an issue. The Labour Party pushed healthcare as one of the issues.
And health insurance,
and
national health insurance.
The People's Action Movement spoke about healthcare as well, and about national healthcare insurance. And so, her being the minister of health, especially during a pandemic, and I always say this, I saw the Prime Minister more times during the COVID-19 press conferences and so on, and speaking to the nation when it was times more than I saw Akila. I think that, if I'm analyzing that, I think those were the times I think that she should have come out and speak more, and then persons would have been able to gravitate towards her during that time.
But why was that? Because I think when Eugene Hamilton, he was the minister.
He was minister. Well, he was Minister of Health, and then when the Senator Wendy Phipps was the
Minister of State.
Yeah, Minister of State under the Ministry of Health.
During the pandemic, and that would have been in June 2020, and Akila got the Ministry of Health in June.
So she switched over in June.
Yeah, so I felt that she should have been more vocal and more visible, using the social media more and the health, and I think that might have played a part in the reduction of votes you see here now today, and of course, the PAM votes would have been taken away somewhat because we now have a PAM. Yes, it's not over yet.
It's 10, that's 10-20?
Yes.
With the 300?
Yes.
Still looks like a lot to me.
I mean, again, and you look at this thing, I think the Labour Party, for example, you guys, have won the election.
You guys? Wait. Miss Phillip? Are you keeping things from me?
I'm not keeping anything from
So the Labour Party, it's expected based on what is occurring here that they've won. I mean, if things were to go sour in 2 years and the People's Action Movement has an opportunity and you see that, your party has a chance to get back in, of course you see that the base revitalize. I think what might have been happening to maybe the supporters might have become a bit complacent in the fact that, successful in 2015 for the People's Action Movement, successful again in 2020. And so maybe it is that some persons just didn't turn out because they felt as though some candidates would have been successful either way.
Either way.
Forgetting that the Labour Party is still a strong party, but even though they had 2 seats last time.
I want to, let's revisit your theory on the former Minister of Health and her lack of appearance during her tenure, specifically at the COVID briefings.
And even like the national address, because we saw a lot of the Prime Minister. And of course, as the Prime Minister, he's the head of the country, you expect those appearances. But I think more appearances could have been made by the Minister of Health. And I think that would have propelled her even further.
I see. Wait, just 1 minute. I see where you're going with this, and I can understand your point. But practically, was it necessary? The Prime Minister, in his capacity as Prime Minister, delivers national addresses to cover all walks of things as it relates to how the country was dealing with the COVID pandemic holistically. So from that perspective, yes, he had to be front and center. Then we constructed an entire committee.
There still is a COVID-19 task force.
And that had leaders in the person of Abdias Samuel.
2 members of cabinet. The Honorable Attorney Vincent Byron
and Senator
Wendy Phipps, because they are the
Disaster Mitigation
Council. That's the Disaster Mitigation Council.
So for me, looking at it, I didn't have that similar thought, in that I felt the persons who were best suited to speak were speaking, and any addition would have become redundant. I spent the pandemic in Barbados, and certainly we saw a similar trend with Prime Minister Mia Mottley speaking incessantly, to the point where some of her electorate were like, geez, Auntie Mia, give us a break. However, my stance on that was like with our Prime Minister, our former Prime Minister, that was her role. She had to be seen as carrying the country, leading the country through this, one of the most unstable times that it has experienced. Likewise, in St. Kitts, yes, we had updates from the various persons, but they didn't have a task force per se like we had. So you had Minister of Education giving updates as it related to the educational issues, the educational impacts of COVID. Then you had the Minister of Health who brought on with the hospital and that sort of stuff. Which might have been better. Also
they were guided by the task force, and I think that
so the structure was different, and that's why you saw them speaking more. But here, because we had the task force, and maybe this is my Rotary background, but we believe in a committee structure in Rotary. That's how Rotary work gets done. So yes, you have the president and you have the vice president, you have the executive, sure, but the base of the work, the bulk of the work gets done by the committees. And so at meetings, you find the discussion centers around the committee chairs giving their updates.
I understand.
Yeah, the task force was basically the body that gave recommendations to the cabinet. But the cabinet, it must be said, well, under the leadership of Dr. Harris, was very supportive of the task force and went along with the advice that was given by the task force, especially the medical
professionals and so on. And I think that is to be commended.
Yeah, I'm not taking away from that.
I
But I just said in
understand,
Barbados,
yeah.
the ministers were in the forefront in terms of education, in terms of health, and so.
But they didn't have a similar construct.
Which I'm saying perhaps
so they didn't
we should have followed the Barbados model. Why I said that? Because at the end of the day, when you have these national crises, and if you have your leaders in front, when it comes to election, the people remember the leaders being in front. I'm not saying that the task force didn't do its job, the job it was intended to do. But I'm saying having your leaders in front, at the end of the day, no one can say that they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
Okay, I could take that
so
point.
When it comes from a political
point.
stance, I think social media,
But
interaction and so is very important.
But do you think though that alone was enough to erode her base significantly?
I think there are other things that contributed, but there are definitely other things that contributed. I mean, what happened over the couple months? I think in terms of the separation. I think also too, she had a very big ministry, the Ministry of Health, and everybody was gunning at that Ministry of Health, especially the Labour Party.
That's true. That's true.
And so maybe it is, if she had a different ministry at the time, things might have probably been the same, but maybe I think the Ministry of Health was something that everybody was gunning at.
Yeah, and I think too, we can't forget that, I think previously we mentioned that, unfortunately she may have just been collateral damage.
Yes.
Because also remember that we have to think about that there's been a lot of dissent around Timothy Harris and his leadership, and we know that his leadership is connected to, the People's Labour Party, and so perhaps it's not necessarily a vote against Akila Byron Nisbet, but a vote against having a PLP, kind of administration or PLP, numbers in government. And so that's something to think about, just in terms of why she may not have garnered the votes as many as she would have done in the past election. And potentially too, because of the fact that, she was a new minister and she had such large portfolios and her attention would have had to go into these areas, particularly with the pandemic, the time and ability and opportunity to connect with her constituents just may not have been there, and to actually do the work in her constituency across the board would just not have been there. And that's not to say that she's like crazy incapable or incompetent, but just considering all these factors that were around in terms of how much she would have had to balance as a minister with such important ministries where she was already getting a lot of backlash, and then having to be connected to the community, in the time that there was, it's also like, I'm sure she wasn't expecting.
Well, one thing I can commend her on, and I'm not sure, so I can't speak to it factually, but she's the first minister of government, sitting parliamentarian that I am aware of that actually had constituency office hours. She had a particular day when she slotted out half of her day, and that was dedicated completely to her constituents. You could come in, you could have one-on-ones, group sessions, whatever. She made herself available. I thought that was quite commendable.
Yes.
I thought the fact that she scheduled it in showed her level of organizational skills, the fact that she saw it as a priority.
Right, and the intention that she had, yes, absolutely, to connect and to create opportunity to do that. And we would hope, and she did that throughout the time when she was in government as a minister, even before elections were essentially called.
Exactly.
And so, we'd hope to see that from our representatives, whoever they are moving forward. But, I think, again, there are a lot of factors at play, especially the fact that 3 was always a Labour stronghold. And there are all these other things where it's like she had the hugest ministry that got the most attention because of the pandemic. And it was kind of like, she got a lot of backlash.
It was unfortunate.
I think it's ministries, because we forgetting entertainment. Entertainment took a major hit.
That's true. Entertainment took a major hit.
Entertainment, and so this brings me to a point that it has been rumbling around my head all night, and I was hesitant to ask, but I mean, it's 5:30 in the morning. Why not? Let's get reckless. I think Desroy alluded to it earlier, or someone did, about the weight that non-candidates, but popular persons, possibly foot soldiers, but how influential their rhetoric is.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? And so we saw that, I think we were discussing in 8, we saw that, and we were using that to say, well, perhaps that was a reason, or part of the reason for us seeing the PAM candidate posting lower than expected numbers. And now I'm saying, now that you've brought up the entertainment sector, certainly that took a bashing, and I know he's not going to care. EK was the ringleader with this. I mean, he used his show. He told you publicly he used his show to specifically hit the deficiencies that he saw within the entertainment ministry. And he did it consecutively. He told them, you cannot pay me, nobody could pay me to talk. I am talking from my mouth. You could pay me to hush. Apparently nobody did. And so I'm wondering, how much of an impact do we think that had?
Oh, I think it had a major impact. It has a huge influence on just our social understanding. Just like he has a lot of influence. He not only has an influence on his show on freedom, the space that he has for that airtime, but also he had created his own platform and space where he could speak even more freely. And be more partisan than he wanted. He could have been on freedom. And I think that has a major influence. And I think too, because he's not only well known as a social commentator, but within the entertainment industry itself. And the thing is, EK is not a stupid man. He's not an unreasonable man. He talks a lot of sense. And he connects with the electorate. He connects with them in ways that I think people might not necessarily recognize or underestimate.
Cause them to think thought-provoking.
He does, yes, he's very thought-provoking, extremely thought-provoking. So, and to persons in different, of different levels of education and understanding. So.
And different reality. I think a lot of persons gravitated towards him because he always says on his platforms, my mother is a Pam, my mother is a Pam. And as he is a label. So he's just like, okay, well, he has been on both ends and he gives views. And I think I've seen him call out Labour, I've seen him call out PAM, I've seen him call out PLP. So then persons look to him, look to these shows for the hard questions.
They enjoy it.
I mean, he acknowledges his bias, but I find he does make every attempt he can to be objective.
He does. I think so.
My only challenge with him, and again, this is because of my privileged position within the ministry, because that happens to be the ministry that I've recently been positioned. So some of the things that he promoted, I think were spun in a sensational way to pull the electorate with him, and were not necessarily the case. For instance, the issue of the multiple licenses. So you have a license, a business license as a promoter, but then you still needed to get the license from, if you wanted to put on an event, from the police. Now, as a seasoned entertainer / promoter, he knows that those two things are unconnected. That aspect has absolutely nothing to do with the Ministry of Entertainment. Furthermore, the Ministry of Entertainment was operationalized in the latter part of 2020, but it was brought about in 2021, but in 2020. So some of the issues that he raised were occurring even before the Ministry of Entertainment was institutionalized. And I just felt, again, it was an unfair attack on the minister who took on, she inherited these challenges in a new ministry, not being able to build it out properly because of the COVID to some extent, understanding some of the challenges, but then not having enough time to properly address them.
Yeah, and I think she must be praised for the launch of Moment TV. I think that was a good initiative.
A step in the right
direction. It showcases local talent and so on, which I think is good.
The intention behind the TV channel, it it gives me goosebumps actually. Even just when I got in and I heard what the plans were and the work that was going into it, I said, wow, you know, can I get a wow? Really, like, and we've heard the cries of our entertainers needing such a platform. Is it perfect? By no means. Certainly. Is it a step in the right direction? Can it be improved upon? Is it a good foundation? Definitely. So I implore whoever becomes the new Minister of Entertainment to please don't take the normal route of new parties coming in where you try to pivot and you don't want to go ahead with a good thing simply because it was brought about by the previous administration. Yeah. Please build on the foundation that has been laid here because it is what is in the best interest of our entertainers. Especially coming out of the COVID. Some of them still haven't fully recovered.
Yeah.
Thankfully, this election period gave them a little jump start.
And yeah, that's what I wanted to piggyback on, right? We've seen entertainment, because local acts, this is the most I've ever seen so much locally full stage of entertainers. We have the talent here, right? And I want the government, that is to assume the government benches, to realize that and really, 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 right? We can be in the run-ins with places like Jamaica because we have the talent here, right? Yeah. We need to recognize what we have.
We just need to create the ecosystem.
Yeah, we need to create it. We need to respect our creative industry, pay them, respect them. You intend to bring in an artist to pay them $50,000 and pay a local artist $500, right? And then even goes back to the support of our people in sports, entertainment. You want to send with someone, you have to ask sponsorship. You're going to represent the country, not even your own group, your country, and you can't get the support, right? So we need to really youth, entertainment, sports. It needs not just be something we put in a manifesto, but something that is implemented. And we see bear fruits because it is something that I know will be a lucrative thing for the country in terms of development and resources and tourism. Tourism.
I think that's a great place to break. Before we go on break, just a quick summary. So far, we have declared winners. CCM in Nevis taking all 3 seats, a clean sweep there. The St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party has taken 3 seats in St. Kitts. St. Christopher 4, 3, and 6. And then we have the People's Labour Party being declared winner in St. Christopher 7, as well as the People's Action Movement being declared the winner in constituency number 5. We await results for constituency number 1, constituency number 2, and constituency number 8. So stick with us. We'll be right back with more SKN Election Results 2022 coverage right here on ZIZ.
Platinum means luxury at your fingertips. Platinum means indulging in a 3-course meal. Platinum means treating a friend or a loved one. Platinum means completing daily errands with a single tap. Platinum means card-to-card transfers, even when you're on the go. Platinum means shopping anywhere in the world. MasterCard approved. You deserve loyalty. You deserve Platinum.
This is a message from the Ministry of Health, St. Kitts and Nevis. The most common COVID-19 symptoms we are noting in the Federation are nausea, abdominal pain, vomiting, diarrhea, severe headache, and body aches. Fever appears to be a late onset symptom. Persons experiencing any of these symptoms are asked to call your primary care doctor, your district medical officer, or call 311 for advice. Please do not leave home, travel on public transportation, or go in public places. That was a message from the Ministry of Health, St. Kitts and Nevis. Don't wait, vaccinate.
I got what you need. I needed something, something for something, for something, something for something. I needed 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 something.
To avoid getting the coronavirus, remember to wash your hands thoroughly and frequently before and after preparing food, after using the toilet or changing a diaper for a baby, sick person, or the elderly, after blowing your nose, and after leaving large gatherings or moving away from persons who appear ill. Encourage others to wash their hands and also use an alcohol-based hand sanitizer of 60 to 70% solution. Stay away from events having large gatherings of people. You can expose yourself to more possible infections in large groups. Also, avoid sharing cutlery, cups, glassware, etc. with others. Viruses can linger on these items and may be transferred this way. Avoid shaking and holding hands, and hugging or keeping an infected person in close proximity. This is a message from the Ministry of Health and the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA.
Yeah, I know we can make it. It's only just a phase. Once we're vaccinated, and everybody gonna be safe. Everybody gonna be safe. One kind, yeah. One people. We are roll up to roll up, yeah. 'Cause no man's alone. Do what's right, alright. 'Cause I love you, brother, my sister. And we're in this together, my sister, my brother. I don't wanna lose you. I love you too much. I think it's better for us, yeah, yeah. It's better for us, yeah. I don't wanna lose you. I love you too much, yeah, yeah. It's better for us. Tell your mommy to roll out.
Bless up, Dejo here, and I'm doing my part in the fight against COVID-19 by following all safety protocols and, most importantly, rolling up my sleeve for the vaccine. So I'm encouraging you to do the same, because that's our best shot of protecting ourselves, our family, and our friends. So don't wait, vaccinate. Let's roll up to roll out.
When persons with TB sneeze or cough, healthy persons nearby breathe in the droplets and the bacteria can lodge in their lungs. People with weakened immune systems such as HIV/AIDS, alcohol and drug users, smokers, children, and the elderly are most susceptible. Persons with a cough should take precautions when in contact with persons in public places. Cover your mouth when sneezing and coughing. Visit your doctor or health center. You must complete your treatment. TB can be cured even with HIV. Be responsible. Help stop the spread of TB and HIV. Protect yourself and others.
Amia, let me ask you something. You prefer to sleep with he? I prefer to sleep with me.
Huh?
Oh, you're deaf now. I said, you prefer to sleep with he? Or I prefer to sleep with me?
Okay, look here. Me is the only man, I do wherever, wherever, with whomever.
And last year I had an HIV test.
Why? If you're so concerned about your HIV status, go and get tested.
I did. I got tested. And I am HIV positive.
What?
Merely here to inform the visiting delegates.
We're here at the Ocean Terrace in
ZIZ Evening Newscast, weekdays at 7 p.m.
Yeah, man. Another day in the books. Well, hello there. Ooh, she pretty from head to toe, and are you ready to go? Wait there. Whew. Can't afford to slip up. Not even in my dreams.
Platinum means luxury at your fingertips. Platinum means indulging in a 3-course meal. Platinum means treating a friend or a loved one. Platinum means completing daily errands with a single tap. Platinum means card-to-card transfers. Even when you're on the go. Platinum means shopping anywhere in the world. MasterCard approved. You deserve loyalty. You deserve Platinum.
This is a message from the Ministry of Health, St. Kitts and Nevis. The most common COVID-19 symptoms we are noting in the Federation are nausea, abdominal pain, vomiting, diarrhea, severe headache, and body aches. Fever appears to be a late onset symptom. Persons experiencing any of these symptoms are asked to call your primary care doctor, your district medical officer, or call 311 for advice. Please do not leave home, travel on public transportation, or go in public places. That was a message from the Ministry of Health, St. Kitts and Nevis. Don't wait, vaccinate.
I got what you need. I needed something, something for something, for something, something for something. I needed 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 something.
To avoid getting the coronavirus, remember to wash your hands thoroughly and frequently before and after preparing food, after using the toilet or changing a diaper for a baby, sick person, or the elderly, after blowing your nose, and after leaving large gatherings or moving away from persons who appear ill. Encourage others to wash their hands and also use an alcohol-based hand sanitizer of 60 to 70% solution. Stay away from events having large gatherings of people. You can expose yourself to more possible infections in large groups. Also, avoid sharing cutlery, cups, glassware, etc. with others. Viruses can linger on these items and may be transferred this way. Avoid shaking and holding hands, and hugging or keeping an infected person in close proximity. This is a message from the Ministry of Health and the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA.
Yeah, I know we can make it. It's only just a phase. Once we're vaccinated, and everybody gonna be safe. Everybody gonna be safe. One kind, yeah. One people. We are roll up to roll out, yeah. 'Cause no man's alone. Do what's right, alright. 'Cause I love you, brother, my sister. And we're in this together, my sister, my brother. I don't wanna lose you. I love you too much. I think it's better for us, yeah, yeah. It's better for us, yeah. I don't wanna lose you. I love you too much, yeah, yeah. It's better for us. Tell your mommy to daddy to roll out.
Bless up, Dejo here, and I'm doing my part in the fight against COVID-19 by following all safety protocols and most importantly, rolling up my sleeve for the vaccine. So I'm encouraging you to do the same because that's our best shot of protecting ourselves, our family, and our friends. So don't wait, vaccinate. Let's roll up to roll out.
When persons with TB sneeze or cough, healthy persons nearby breathe in the droplets and the bacteria can lodge in their lungs. People with weakened immune systems such as HIV/AIDS, alcohol and drug users, smokers, children, and the elderly are most susceptible. Persons with a cough should take precautions when in contact with persons in public places. Cover your mouth when sneezing and coughing. Visit your doctor or health center. You must complete your treatment. TB can be cured even with HIV. Be responsible. Help stop the spread of TB and HIV. Protect yourself and others.
Amia, let me ask you something. You prefer to sleep with he? I prefer to sleep with me.
Huh?
Oh, you're deaf now. I said you prefer to sleep with he? Or I prefer to sleep with me.
Okay, look here. Me is me own man. I do wherever, wherever, with whomever.
I say I had an HIV test.
Boy, if you're so concerned about your HIV status, go and get tested.
I did. I got tested. And I am HIV positive.
What?
Really here to inform the visiting delegates.
We're here at the Ocean Terrace in
ZIZ Evening Newscast, weekdays at 7 p.m.
Yeah, man. Another day in the books. Well, hello there. she pretty from head to toe, and are you ready to go? Wait there. Whew. Can't afford to slip up. Not even in my dreams.
Platinum means luxury at your fingertips. Platinum means indulging in a 3-course meal. Platinum means treating a friend or a loved one. Platinum means completing daily errands with a single tap. Platinum means card-to-card transfers, even when you're on the go. Platinum means shopping anywhere in the world. MasterCard approved. You deserve loyalty. You deserve Platinum.
This is a message from the Ministry of Health, St. Kitts and Nevis. The most common COVID-19 symptoms we are noting in the Federation are nausea, abdominal pain, vomiting, diarrhea, severe headache, and body aches. Fever appears to be a late onset symptom. Persons experiencing any of these symptoms are asked to call your primary care doctor, your district medical officer, or call 311 for advice. Please do not leave home, travel on public transportation, or go in public places. That was a message from the Ministry of Health, St. Kitts and Nevis. Don't wait, vaccinate.
I got what you need. I needed something, something for something, for something, something for something. I needed 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 something.
To avoid getting the coronavirus, remember to wash your hands thoroughly and frequently before and after preparing food, after using the toilet or changing a diaper for a baby, sick person, or the elderly, after blowing your nose, and after leaving large gatherings or moving away from persons who appear ill. Encourage others to wash their hands and also use an alcohol-based hand sanitizer of 60 to 70% solution. Stay away from events having large gatherings of people. You can expose yourself to more possible infections in large groups. Also, avoid sharing cutlery, cups, glassware, etc. with others. Viruses can linger on these items and may be transferred this way. Avoid shaking and holding hands, and hugging or keeping an infected person in close proximity. This is a message from the Ministry of Health and the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA.
Yeah, I know we can make it. It's only just a phase. Once we're vaccinated, and everybody gon' be safe. Everybody gon' be safe. One kind, yeah. One people. We are roll up to roll up, yeah. 'Cause no man's alone. Do what's right, alright. 'Cause I love you, brother, my sister. And we're in this together, my sister, my brother. I don't wanna
Bless up. Dejo here, and I'm doing my part in the fight against COVID-19 by following all safety protocols and most importantly, rolling up my sleeve for the vaccine. So I'm encouraging you to do the same because that's our best shot of protecting ourselves, our family, and our friends. So don't wait, vaccinate. Let's roll up to roll out.
When persons with TB sneeze or cough, healthy persons nearby breathe in the droplets and the bacteria can lodge in their lungs. People with weakened immune systems such as HIV/AIDS, alcohol and drug users, smokers, children, and the elderly are most susceptible. Persons with a cough should take precautions when in contact with persons in public places. Cover your mouth when sneezing and coughing. Visit your doctor or health center. You must complete your treatment. TB can be cured even with HIV. Be responsible. Help stop the spread of TB and HIV. Protect yourself and others.
Amia, let me ask you something. You prefer to sleep with he? I prefer to sleep with me.
Huh?
Oh, you're deaf now. I said, you prefer to sleep with he? Or I prefer to sleep with me?
Okay, look here. Me, I do wherever, wherever, with whomever.
I say I had an HIV test.
Boy, if you're so concerned about your HIV status, go and get tested.
I did. I got tested. And I am HIV positive.
What?
Newly here to inform the visiting delegates.
We're here at the Ocean Terrace in
ZIZ Evening Newscast, weekdays at 7 p.m.
Yeah, man. Another day in the books. Well, hello there. Ooh, she pretty from head to toe, and are you ready to go? Wait there. Whew. Can't afford to slip up. Not even in my dreams.
Platinum means luxury at your fingertips. Platinum means indulging in a 3-course meal. Platinum means treating a friend or a loved one. Platinum means completing daily errands with a single tap. Platinum means card-to-card transfers, even when you're on the go. Platinum means shopping anywhere in the world. MasterCard approved. You deserve loyalty. You deserve Platinum.
This is a message from the Ministry of Health, St. Kitts and Nevis. The most common COVID-19 symptoms we are noting in the Federation are nausea, abdominal pain, vomiting, diarrhea, severe headache, and body aches. Fever appears to be a late onset symptom. Persons experiencing any of these symptoms are asked to call your primary care doctor, your district medical officer, or call 311 for advice. Please do not leave home, travel on public transportation, or go in public places. That was a message from the Ministry of Health, St. Kitts and Nevis. Don't wait, vaccinate.
I got what you need. I needed something, something for something, for something, something for something. I needed 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 something.
Morning once again, and I have some additional results to share with the general public. Bear with us, we are winding down. We have a result from polling station 3F of East Basse-Terre, where 410 voters were assigned. That's at the Kim Collins Stadium. 410 voters were assigned. 176 cast their ballots. 2 were rejected. There were no spoilt ones. Jacqueline Bryan of the People's Labour Party received 26 votes. Natasha Craig-Brooks of the People's Action Movement received 54 votes, that's 5-4. Jeffrey Hanley of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 94 votes, that's 9-4. Polling Division 4A at the Public Works Department, where 407 voters were assigned, 270 cast their ballots, that's 270. 2 were rejected, there were no spoilt ballots. Jacqueline Bryant of the People's Labour Party received 55 votes, that's 5-5 votes. Natasha Gray Brooks received 61, she is of the People's Action Movement, received 61 votes, 6-1. Jeffrey Hanley of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 152 votes, that's 1-5-2. In St. Christopher 2, polling division 3B at the Job Ward Center, where 511 voters were assigned, 175 cast their ballots. 3 were rejected. There were no spoiled ballots. Nubian Griot of the People's Labour Party received 30 votes, that's 3-0. Marsha Henderson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 95 votes, that's 9-5 votes. John Jeffers of the United La Amiga Party received 1 vote, and Jonelle Powell of the People's Action Movement received 46, that's 4-6 votes. In polling division 3C, again at the Joe Ward Center, there were 661 voters assigned, 661. 259 cast their ballots, 259. There were 2 rejected ballots, no spoiled ballots. Nubian Griot of the People's Labour Party received 48 votes, that's 48. Marsha Henderson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 145 votes, that's 145. John Jeffers of United Lyamigan Party received no vote, and John L. Powell of the People's Action Movement received 64, that's 64 votes. In St. Christopher 8, Connery Community Center 4E, where 405 voters were assigned, 276 cast ballots. There were no rejected ballots. There were 3 spoiled ballots. Andrew Talbot Bass of the People's Labour Party received 32 votes, 32 votes. Terence Drew of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 197 votes, 197. Chesley Hamilton of the People's Action Movement received 47 votes, that's 47. Connery Preschool, where 491 voters were assigned, that's Station 4F. There were 226 votes cast, none were rejected, 2 were spoiled. Andrew Talbot Bass of the People's Labour Party received 32 votes, that's 32 votes. Dr. Terence Drew of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 127 votes, 127 votes. Chesley Hamilton of the People's Action Movement received 67 votes, that's 6-7. At the St. Peter's Primary School, Station 5A, 438 voters were assigned. 290 cast their ballots. There was 1 rejected ballot, no spoiled ballot. Andrew Talbot Bass of the People's Labour Party received 44 votes. Dr. Terence Drew of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 224 votes, that's 2-4. Chesley Hamilton of the People's Action Movement received 21 votes, that's 2-1. Again in St. Peter's Primary School, Station 5B, where 352 voters were assigned, 233 cast their votes, that's 2-3-3. No rejected ballots, no spoiled ballots. Andrew Talbot Bass of the People's Labour Party received 37 votes, 3-7. Dr. Terence Drew of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 182 votes, that's 182 votes. Chesley Hamilton of the People's Action Movement received 14 votes, that's 1-4 votes. This is all we have for now. We will be back with you, but right now it's over to Master Control.
Pleasant morning to you all here. We are here at Master Control at ZIZ as we continue monitoring the SKN election results countdown for elections 2022. We just got some results in, much anticipated, for St. Christopher 1, 2, and 8. We'll get straight into it. Can I get a wow?
Wow.
Can I get a wow? Wow. I mean, we saw we had some off-year predictions, but these numbers, yeah. Where do you want to start? Let's start with it. Let's start with the last one, simply because some of us were holding out hope that perhaps the Connery box may have shown some turnaround for the People's Action Movement candidate, but...
Well, I knew, as I said before, if we were not successful coming out of Keon with over 500 votes, then that would have been it for us. Tradition has shown, our history has shown that the Monkey Hill area favors the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party, and so we've seen it here. In fact, we've seen where Dr. Joe has won in every single box. And interestingly, that seems to be what the Labour candidates are doing. They seem to be well, with the exception of our political leader, winning in every single box.
Okay. So let's go down into the boxes. We got how many for 8 just now? 2 or 3?
4.
4. Okay. Let's deal with the 2 Connery boxes. How do we break down those numbers? I mean, what does 2020 tell us for those boxes for the candidate then, which was the Honorable Eugene Hamilton, versus now? Is it a significant deterioration of the base? Is it on par? How are we looking?
Well, looking at the statistics, we see when Eugene came out of Keyon, he would have been getting a beating in St. Peter's by Dr. Drew consecutively. However, there was a lot more to go to.
But he won the Connery boxes?
He won the Connery box
By a big margin?
By 40 votes.
Yeah, that's
So
not...
he did win the Connery box. More than 40 because there are 2 boxes. Oh wow, he lost Connery. Connery has A to G, which he lost. And then I'm not seeing the results for the H to M, but the N to Z, he won that one. And so Connery was close.
Connery was a close call. And now the numbers tonight for Connery, what we saw, Dr. Drew.
Yes.
Clearly
taking the lead in and taking advantage of the situation. He is clearly, I think you could predict that Dr. Drew has won his seat.
Yes.
I think it's
Yeah,
across the board. We all agreed.
Yes.
So he's very much on his way to becoming the next prime minister of our federation.
Yes, 2,104 votes.
60%. And how many more boxes to go?
I think, how many called for? So 4 more.
So yeah,
4
calls, 4 more. And those are in his traditional strong areas.
Yes.
And if we are to go with the trend, if we still think that packed strongholds is going to perpetuate, then
realistically,
the numbers.
Remember
me and the math being on.
Because it's I can tell you how much right now.
So yeah, I mean 60% of the vote so far, 4 more boxes to come in.
Leading by 1,307.
Leading by a wide margin.
And I mean, okay, let's look at this. What were his numbers in 2020? How much did he lose by in 2020?
He lost by 26 in 2020.
26? 26?
As someone mentioned earlier, though, since he first ran in 2015, it has just been an upward trajectory.
Yes.
So in
I agree,
2015, he lost
but
by
2020 just 2 short years ago, he won by 20. He lost by 24.
So it's
and now he's leading by over 1,000 votes.
Yes.
I mean, is there like a mathematical equation for that? Like it can't be 100%. Is it like 1,000,000%? I don't know. Okay, sorry to exaggerate, but I mean, wow. What do we think? What do we think is to?
It's the effect. If you realize in the 2020 election, most of the candidates had this power-up effect. So you look at number 5, Sean Richards, over 500 votes winning. You look in constituency 4. Lindsey Grant, over 300 votes winning. You saw in constituency number 2, Janelle Powell, over 200 votes winning. So you had this like unified push within the seats that you won. The same thing I'm seeing here, 2 years just after, where it has that Labour push, that strong Labour push, that is showing it's practically history where they've been dominating the boxes.
Yeah, it's obvious that Labour and Dr. Drew did come for the work.
Well, the work was there to be taken, and they are taking it, certainly. But I can't move from here yet, because in 2020 it was clear, it was more than evident that he had leveled up. So he'd eaten the little mushroom thingy, and he went from small Mario to big Mario. Is there another level after that big Mario?
Well,
I didn't play video games as a child, but whatever that level is, he's like 5 levels past that. With this, I mean, look at this. He has not only brought back the labor base, he has clearly eroded the PAM base. And even with the splitter of the PLP, homegrown Andrew Bass, it still hasn't affected him. It hasn't impacted him in the least.
And this could be a problem because then if he's to be, when he's the next Prime Minister of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, then this might become
the norm.
A stronghold.
It certainly depends on his performance.
Yes.
I think what we're seeing here as well is a trend that the electorate is actually taking into consideration your performance. We've heard the bashings of the outgoing ministers in their particular ministry. We've discussed that, especially as it relates to health, entertainment, and the shortfalls as they were perceived by the electorate. And clearly, they're punishing the incumbents for that.
What you realize too, 2 years is a long time, because just 2 years we had PAM, PLP, CCM dominating, and within 2 years we would have thought that there would be an election and the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party would be so dominating now.
That is so true.
2 years is a lot, and I think that
2 years is a lot.
You have these type of results, and I said it, I thought about it when we won number 4 by 351. There's a great expectation placed on the individual, and so there would be great expectations placed on these candidates who now become members of government to perform, because they haven't been given a whole push.
As it should be.
And so the electorate will be watching, and if they're not satisfied, the same way in which they push you in,
they'll put you out.
Yes.
And that's evident here tonight, certainly in this St. Kitts for 8 seats.
I hear people saying that the election was premature. Premature in the sense that the normal election cycle is 5 years.
So that's the maximum.
However, that's the maximum. However, I remember some years ago, maybe in 2010, Dr. Douglas saying to me that an election can be called at any time.
It can. The Constitution gives him that, right?
That is why one has to always be in a state of preparedness.
Yep.
And so therefore, we do not start preparing for an election
when it is calm.
1 year
before
the election. You start preparing for the election. After you win the election, you start preparing for the next election.
It's just like democracy. It's just like democracy. I think we are of the view that democracy is just like what yesterday was, going out and vote. But democracy is every day. You're continuous. You wake up, you hold your elected representatives accountable, right? You had a manifesto. You said, listen, you said you're going to do this, right? We expect this to be done. We vote. This was your resume, and we expect it to be done because this is what you gave us.
And on top
and
of
that goes back to the political culture, Mr. Knight, which has to do with attitudes and values. I mean, values are more stable and values are deeper. Attitudes can shift from day to day. But for example, if the electorate holds the value of democracy, then they would look for those things that speak to democracy. For example, the rule of law, good governance. We hear that term being thrown around all the time. Transparency and accountability. We hear about
public life commission,
justice,
integrity in public
freedom,
life.
fairness, and all of those things that actually speak to democracy. Then the electorate having that understanding of what democracy is, will hold their leaders to those standards.
Yes. I would love to see the Labour Party put back the office of the Ombudsman to make that once again an active office to put in place an ombudsman, because we have a lot of
the office is there.
Yeah, it is there, but we have no ombudsman. We have personally, if you watch the Constitution, you said they have loopholes and so constitutional reform. Constitution also has remedies. You have checks and balances in place for these things. Ombudsman, we haven't had an ombudsman in forever, right? That even the legislation that governs that office needs expanding. So that, to me, in good governance agenda should be one of the #1 priorities on the next government's agenda.
Thank you for that. Muriel, you had an intervention?
Yeah. I was just going to intervene and say the other thing, on top of keeping our leaders accountable, that I'm hoping to see coming out of this election, because as Leslie rightly pointed out, you need to start preparing the day after the election. And I think we've gotten into this comfortable stance here in St. Kitts that, an election is every 5 years on the multiple of 5, so 2010, 2015, 2020. And so we
had a 6-year.
Yeah, so we kind of lay back and wait until, the year before, a year and a half before, and then we try and mobilize and do as much as we can. And oftentimes coming down to the wire, you see things happening and you're wondering, well, if this could be done X, Y, Z time before the election, why couldn't it be done 3 years? And so I think what I'm hoping we see coming out of this is more community engagement from all the representatives, because as I alluded to earlier, at the end of the day, yes, you're sent to Church Street to be a minister of cabinet, yes, you're sent to be a representative, but above all else, the people have sent you to be their voice. They've sent you to advocate for their issues, and so you must advocate for those issues. You must work in the community. You must continue to do the groundwork, just as you did when you were canvassing. You found John on this street who needed this fixing. Don't wait until the next election to come around to get a guaranteed vote. You've been sent to work, so get the work done and be active in the community. And until we see that, I think until we move to that state, I think we'll continue to be in that democracies on election day, because if we continue to allow the culture of waiting until the 5 years is up, then we won't have learned from this snap election that came 3 years early, quote unquote.
So, but okay, I want to touch on a point there, but let's go into 2 and then we'll come back, because then we can look at it across the board. So we see the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party candidate leading 56.9%, call it 57. We see the incumbent trailing, and the newcomer, well, the second newcomer, the People's Labour Party in Nubian Greer, he is in second place. So we have 1,100, almost 1,200 votes for the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party. A new entrant, female, as compared to the incumbent, only having 2 years, perhaps being collateral damage of the team unity fallout, perhaps having other challenges as it related to COVID impact on his ministry. Education certainly left a poor taste in some parents' mouth, having their children home for extended periods of time. Some schools not being able to even have any school because of limited access to gadgets, tablets, laptops, etc., or even just not being able for the school to function. But from the teacher's perspective, from the school's perspective, and definitely from the ministry perspective. So certainly some challenges there. Do we think that he's being punished for this?
I think so. Even the SKN they also campaign on that COVID, children were home for 2 years, and the Labour Party is notorious for implemented the laptop program, right? And they said if we were still in government, everyone would have had a laptop, so it would have been an easy switch to the digital or blended learning platform. So I feel like just like how they in Constituency 3, they ran on healthcare, they also targeted him in relation to education, and their laptop program, right? That some persons still haven't, up to today, have laptops and in the school system. So.
Okay, we're gonna say a short farewell to Azad Gums. He'll be back with us momentarily.
So, but what strikes me again, and there's still how many boxes to cut for
two?
Okay, not sure, but the newcomer.
Which one?
Yeah, sorry, which one for real? For PLP New and Grill, he is still leading. I think we just got some results, and he's still leading over the incumbent.
Over the incumbent as well.
Yeah.
And I mean, what in terms of his platform, did he push on the education issue as well, or do we think that he just managed to run a better campaign in the sense of reaching his base or establishing his base?
Yeah, I feel like he did.
I think he ran a very good
campaign.
Yeah, and there was a lot of, from what I saw, there was a lot of interaction with the people within that constituency. At one point, I felt that he had a chance.
Yeah, I thought so.
You mean before tonight?
Yeah.
Before tonight. That
okay, no, I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, when I look at the results, they aren't as flattering as I would have expected.
But certainly, I've had the privilege of having a one-on-one conversation with him. He obviously wasn't trying to canvass me, as I don't fall in his constituency, but being the person I am, I questioned him in terms of his level of confidence, his level of readiness, and just his overall general disposition on going into the polls. And he, surprisingly, for a new entrant, was incredibly confident.
Yeah,
he expressed himself in a manner of someone who was seasoned, like it wasn't his first time, like he'd been around, maybe lost the last time and now regaining and coming back. He didn't seem to me like a new entrant. And I think maybe that had something to do with it in his mindset. He didn't come into the game like, oh, well, it's my first time, let's see how it goes. He came into the game thinking, I am a contender. A viable option. And I will give these people a hard time to make their decision. And I think, grabbing 466 votes.
Yeah, and I feel like his personality too, he did a lot. I think one of the candidates that did one of the most walkthroughs, I think he was doing a lot of engagement, canvassing. He had a schedule, he was
in relation to his canvassing. He mentioned a specific thing he did, and I expressed my discontent with it, or my surprise. Let's not say discontent. He told me he recounted an incident where he was canvassing and he happened to be in the area of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party's candidate's office, her constituency office, and as her canvassers were exiting to start their route, he actively canvassed them to vote for him. And
I don't see it as a problem.
No, I never said it was a problem. I just found it surprising, simply because traditionally we've seen our politicians and certainly their canvassers and supporters when they're going house to house. I myself having been involved in that at some points in my earlier youthful, less sensible years, we tended to be hesitant heading towards certain houses where we knew the strong support was against us. So we went in with a certain level of meekness, knowing that, okay, well, we have to show our faces, but we know what to expect. In some instances, you heard people say, don't bother. So you would think then, these people are working with her, they are branded, they're out there, so obviously there's no turning them. But in his mind, anything was possible. And he went after them as though they were low-hanging fruits.
Yeah, that's true. And his personality, charismatic. If you see some of the pictures where he's doing the walkthrough, he go around with people canvassing, eating pizza on the steps.
Yeah, he's down to earth.
Yeah, he's down to earth, approachable, and so on. And everyone says that they could easily have a conversation with him. And I think that if he is to run, whether on the PLP ticket, he is someone to look out for. Honestly.
Yeah, definitely. It was said earlier that it's clear he's launched his political career.
Yes. And one may wonder why the incumbent has done so poorly. And I believe that there was a low voter turnout, especially among the PAM voters. And it must be analyzed why there was this low voter turnout among the PAM voters. Is it because they were angry with PAM? Why they didn't turn out to vote for their candidates?
So you think it could have been a case where I'm angry with my party, but I can't vote for anyone else?
That is correct. So I'm angry with my party, and instead of voting for another party, I just refrain from voting.
At all.
What do we think about the theory of it, instead of being anger, possibly disenchantment? Just, I don't see you as...
you don't see any options, but...
Well, disenchantment can also include anger. Disenchantment can include anger.
But more so from a perspective
not being
of...
pleased.
Right, so they're not pleased. They don't think that he'll do a good job, but they're not so much incited that they feel the need to vote for someone else.
That is correct.
I've been told...
And they sit it out.
I've been told, and I'm sorry that Iseline left. I would really like to hear... I would like to hear her response to this, but typically they say poor voter turnout
favors
the incumbent
Yeah.
because it means that they're fine with the status quo and they don't see the need to change it. So how does that relate here then?
It does because we don't have a clear incumbent.
The crumbling.
Well, I mean, in this particular constituency for two, yes. So the incumbent being Janelle Powell, and then we're saying we have a low voter turnout, but that didn't favor him. It punished him mercilessly.
Yes, the crumbling also of the team unity coalition caused the crumbling as well, I think, of the People's Action Movement, and we see the crumbling as well of the People's Labour Party. The politics, Nevis has its own politics, and as you can see, that the crumbling of the team unity administration did not affect the results in Nevis.
It's a horror. Well, I mean, we saw a little struggle in 9, but not 9, 11.
Yeah, but look at the outcome. The outcome was the same.
Was the same. Agreed.
So it didn't affect them too much in Nevis
with the previous,
as it did down here, because the two parties, other parties that were a part of that coalition, they have not done well.
Okay.
Except for
the leaders,
Dr. Timothy Harris,
and Honorable Richards,
and the Honorable Sean Richards as well.
Great, I take that point. Let's move to 1. Again, the trend here is the St. Kitts Nevis Labour party candidate, also the incumbent, maintaining a secure majority, 59% of the votes cast. Well, the results in thus far. We see the two newcomers still a bit neck and neck. The People's Action Movement candidate is at 21% with 566 votes, while the PLP candidate is at 19% with 501 votes. We know last time that seat carried to the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party, not by a large margin, 24 if I recall correctly,
24
was said earlier. And now we see him here with what, almost 1,000 vote lead?
Yeah.
To his nearest competitor. I mean, again, do we think the same thing applies here? Or do we think there are different factors that have affected this huge pivot? This is massive ground gain. Again, it's not just the labor base that he's regained. He's clearly eroded the PAM base, similar to Dr. Drew in St. Christopher 8, as well as he has not been affected by the PLP splitting vote.
Well, honestly, in relation to Shani, she's a new candidate, but she's not new to politics, not new to community service.
Fair enough.
She has been, we spoke about female women being in the background of a lot of these parties. They are the ones ensuring everything goes right and so on. That is Shani, right? So, Natasha, great. So it wasn't a problem that her deliverance or performance. It has to be one, the fallout from the unity concert and running on a PAM ticket, right? So
before you go on, I need to ventilate something. It's been said that, and you raised it, she's no stranger to politics. She's worked in the constituency 1 camp, but on the last occasion, my understanding is that she traveled to constituency 2 and threw her support behind the incumbent, Janelle Powell, as opposed to her home constituency. Do we think that may have rubbed her support or her party supporters the wrong way? Do we think that has affected her low votes in this cycle, or par for the course?
Part of the performance of Shani is what I referred to before. I just think that a lot of PAM voters did not go out to vote. There was a low voter turnout among PAM.
And do we think it's because they didn't wish to support the party in this cycle, or do we think that it was in relation to the particular candidate?
It's perhaps that maybe the way that a number of them perceived the breakup of the Team Unity coalition, because some very prominent members of the People's Action Movement, they did not like what took place. And some of them actually did get on the political platform of the People's Labour Party and were very vocal in terms of their support for the People's Labour Party.
Yeah.
That's correct.
You can think, for example, of Ambassador Sidney Osborne, who had ran on a PAM ticket in number 3, and he made that known that he had run on a PAM ticket.
Around 2000.
And then he also said that he did not leave PAM, but PAM left him, and he endorsed Akila to be the next candidate in the number 3.
And that's a sentiment I've heard. I won't say repeatedly, but I have certainly heard it mentioned by a few PAM or former PAM strongholds, diehards. Because I'm not even speaking about persons who were swaying or on the fence. I'm talking about diehard PAM persons. There have been a few who've said that exact same thing. PAM has left me, or PAM has left PAM, to the point where they didn't feel that the party ideology aligned with, or it was moving away from the ideology that they subscribed to when they first decided to support the party.
Yeah.
But and then there were some persons who felt that PAM could not have been in government without the support, basically, of the team unity philosophy and under the team unity umbrella. And that is how they got into government. And so therefore, when that was destroyed, the team unity coalition was destroyed, then PAM definitely will be back out of government.
But even the remember before that it was Ian Patches Liebert, right? He did not endorse even the debacle that went on there with him not running in the seat. It was a lot of confusion.
Yeah, he did not endorse Shani
No.
as the candidate, and part of it is because he probably thought the way that it was done. In fact, I heard it referred to as a coup d'etat. You know, that he was simply overthrown in constituency number 1. In fact, at one point it was thought that he was going to be the candidate in number 1 because he was doing a lot of community work in constituency 1. He still was involved with giving school supplies and doing other things in that constituency. And then we heard the announcement that he was not going to run in that constituency and that Jacqueline Bryan had been chosen to run in that constituency. Later on, he came out and gave his support to Jacqueline Bryan and said that he endorsed Jacqueline Bryan. But the reason why he did not run in that constituency, we were really not told. Whether a poll had been done and it wasn't favorable to him, and so therefore they had to choose another candidate.
Similar to the CAM candidate in 8. And well, at least though, he came at a later stage and endorsed the PLP candidate. Clearly we had seen his alignment shifting from the People's Action Movement towards the People's Labour Party. So that came as no surprise that he was in line for the candidacy.
And then it even even though there were signs of it shifting, the shift was cemented when Shani Brooks was chosen as a candidate for PAM to replace him in that constituency. And somehow I think that he felt
slighted
by that.
Okay, Muriel, we'll see you in a few. Okay, we're down to 3. Almost 7 o'clock here. We're still awaiting results from 1, 2, and 8 to get our final declarants. We have done some predictions of our own based on results we have in, based on what's left to come. We've predicted 1, 2, and 3 for the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party.
Yes.
That's correct?
Yes.
So just left to see how they come in. I want us to go back to the point of this almost usurping of candidacies, because we saw, well, we didn't delve into it, but we had a similar situation in constituency 8 where the candidate for the People's Action Movement did not go forward, and then we had another candidate selected. That candidate was never endorsed by the outgoing candidate. And now we see it here again in 1, but this time Ambassador Liebert seems to have been rejected by 2 parties, the People's Action Movement and then the People's Labour Party. How do you think seeing that affects the electorate, knowing that they came out in support of these candidates? And while we did discuss the whole notion of party politics and voting for the dog if the party put them up, I think that we did establish that a lot of it has to do with the candidate. So if you as a party has put this candidate to me 2 years ago, and then 2 years later you unceremoniously remove them without so much as a reason, and you plot new candidates in front of me, how do you think as an electorate one would respond to that? And do we think it's shown up here in the polls and it's had any impact on it at all?
Well, I would say that, speaking from my perspective as a member of the electorate, looking at something like that, you would wonder or you would question, why is this happening? And if you were a strong supporter of that party, you would lose trust in that party, especially if that candidate was somebody that you were looking forward to running. So I guess, in terms, people like structure and people like to be aware. The electorate wants to be aware of what is going on. So I don't think that, when you come sideways to the electorate, you try to hide it, you try to bury it under the rug. But we do see. And there's always that rumor. The rumor mill, it's chiming. It's always chiming.
And the propaganda machine.
And the propaganda. And I always say that, though it's a rumor, listen to it carefully. Because most of the times, it is true. And
it is true, or it stems from some truth?
It has some truth to it. So, listen carefully.
And try and
understand.
Okay.
And so, the electorate is definitely looking at this, you have one candidate here and you're wondering, okay, so why this candidate performed pretty well at the last polls, so why now are we moving to our next candidate without any explanation?
Yeah.
And the thing for me that stands out is that the People's Action Movement is known for this. To this day, 25, 30, almost 30 years later, we do not know the reason for Ambassador Howell being removed from the People's Action Movement as their candidate. And as was established earlier, he was one of the strongest political candidates that we've seen in the Federation. He held that seat convincingly, yet he was ousted by the then political leader and Prime Minister, Ambassador, His Excellency.
His Excellency.
His
Right
Excellency.
No, the Right
His Right
Excellent
Excellent
and Right Honorable.
Honorable Kennedy, Sir Kennedy Alphonse Simmons.
Yeah, he was removed on All Fools Day, April 1st.
I do remember that. It was.
Okay. And to this day, people still.
We have no idea. We have no idea, and so I didn't listen to his recent address.
And I don't think that relationship still there's some discomfort in that.
In that relationship. So I heard some excerpts from his recent address, but the first thing that my mind went to when he was sharing information from 2010 that he now suddenly felt compelled to bring forward is there any, was there going to be any compelling on his behalf to bring out what happened or what transpired with him and
there seems to be a pattern. I don't know if we'll ever know what took place, except that he was fired. There must be a reason for it, because a prime minister does not fire one of his ministers just like that, or he can even without giving a reason, because that is the power of the prime minister. But usually there is a reason. But at the same time, when Dr. Simmons fired Michael Powell, he lost the elections after that. When Dr. Douglas fired Timothy Harris, he lost the election after that. And now that Timothy Harris has fired not just one, but 6 of his ministers, he has now lost the election. There seems to be a certain pattern where that is concerned.
There's no denying it. There's no denying it. I mean, interesting. Very interesting indeed.
Never thought about that.
Yeah, that's true.
No, I had thought about it, and I mean,
So you're for your representative and the people for you.
The people for you. I think it has to do with how it's done, when it's done, and the narrative surrounding it. You always have to control the narrative.
Yeah.
I think in this instance, Dr. Harris did an excellent job of trying to control the narrative from his end. However, it may have been a little too late. Too little, too late, in the sense that by then, you know, the
Firestormers.
between the People's Action Movement and the Concerned Citizens Movement, too much information had come out.
Right.
True or not, but too much information had come out for the electorate to be satisfied with him now coming and saying his side of the story.
But I felt that it did allow him to build a case, in a sense, because we were able to see the other parties, you know, portray and say whatever they had to say.
Oh no, without a doubt, they fumbled through this.
Yeah, but
They handled it poorly.
Yes,
it was clear that there was no organization, no direction. It was almost as if they woke up one day and said, "Listen, we're done." Yeah?
A lot of credit, though, must be given to the leadership of the People's Labour Party, in the sense that in a very short space of time, that, as the pollsters have said, and I agree, that the party had been gathering momentum and had gained quite a number of members
Yes.
in a short space of time, and that is to be commended. Now, if the party continues going forward, it can actually attract
Yes.
more members. It will have more time, because if it could have attracted all those members in such a short space of time, then there's a possibility of that party actually growing. There is the potential that the party has to grow. So
I think that's a valid point.
Yes,
and we certainly heard the plug from Mr. Tuckett Craig earlier. And the voters are showing us that there is some interest.
Yeah.
So it's left to be seen how much traction they can build between now and the next election. Hopefully, they will get a little bit more time than they had this time around, and they'll take advantage of it.
The thing about it is that quite a number of the candidates were green, and that's a fact. Green to politics. Some you could see that they were even green to being on a stage and public speaking. You saw that, and in a short space of time, though, what you saw is that from the time that they started appearing publicly and towards the end of the campaign, they had gained significant confidence in public speaking, and somewhat did improve in their public standing. And I think that that is to be commended.
It is.
I think, though, it goes to the point that we need to work on two things with our politicians. We need to work on succession planning. And in order to do that, we need to properly groom our politicians, not just at the time when they step up to the plate to be candidates, but even before, when you start considering them to be a candidate, we start that grooming process. And then maybe coming in, it wouldn't be so obvious, their greenness.
Yeah, I feel like the electorate first has to ask, what does it want from a candidate, right? Because you could say, okay, this young man has potential, let me send him to a youth group like Sniper, right? Let him start there getting parliamentary trainings and so on. But does that matter to the electorate? That's the real question. Would a member from Sniper, a former member of Sniper who is going for office, be favored over someone else because they've had the training, the parliamentary training, the public speaking trainings? So they're no stranger to that, to politics, right, in that sense.
I think one can put the question differently.
instead of asking, does it matter to the electorate? You can ask the question, does it matter to the candidate that wants to be a politician? Because all of these tools of which we are speaking can greatly influence and affect the electorate. Right? So even if the electorate does not see it, the politician to be must see it in terms of building his professional
and achieving the fullest potential.
Professional development and how they can be used to help him to achieve his goal.
Okay, I think it's an opportune time to take a break. It is just 10 minutes past the 7 a.m. hour. We are still here waiting on results from St. Christopher 1, 2, and 8. We have predicted victory for the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party. However, we do need to wait and see what the electorate has said. Stay tuned, stick with us. We'll be right back.
Platinum means luxury at your fingertips. Platinum means indulging in a 3-course meal. Platinum means treating a friend or a loved one. Platinum means completing daily errands with a single tap. Platinum means card-to-card transfers, even when you're on the go. Platinum means shopping anywhere in the world. MasterCard approved. You deserve loyalty. You deserve Platinum.
This is a message from the Ministry of Health, St. Kitts and Nevis. The most common COVID-19 symptoms we are noting in the Federation are nausea, abdominal pain, vomiting, diarrhea, severe headache, and body aches. Fever appears to be a late onset symptom. Persons experiencing any of these symptoms are asked to call your primary care doctor, your district medical officer, or call 311 for advice. Please do not leave home, travel on public transportation, or go in public places. That was a message from the Ministry of Health, St. Kitts and Nevis. Don't wait, vaccinate.
I got what you need. I needed something, something for something, for something, something for something. I needed 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 something.
To avoid getting the coronavirus, remember to wash your hands thoroughly and frequently before and after preparing food, after using the toilet or changing a diaper for a baby, sick person, or the elderly, after blowing your nose, and after leaving large gatherings or moving away from persons who appear ill. Encourage others to wash their hands and also use an alcohol-based hand sanitizer of 60 to 70% solution. Stay away from events having large gatherings of people. You can expose yourself to more possible infections in large groups. Also, avoid sharing cutlery, cups, glassware, etc. with others. Viruses can linger on these items and may be transferred this way. Avoid shaking and holding hands, and hugging or keeping an infected person in close proximity. This is a message from the Ministry of Health and the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA.
Yeah, I know we can make it. it's only just a phase. Once we're vaccinated, and everybody gon' be safe. Everybody gon' be safe. One kind, one people. We are roll up to roll out, cause no man's alone. Do what's right, cause I love you, brother, my sister. And we're in this together, my sister, my brother. I don't wanna lose you. I love you too much. I think it's better for us, yeah. It's better for us, yeah. I don't wanna lose you. I love you too much, yeah. It's better for us. Tell your mommy to let it roll out.
Bless up, Dejo here, and I'm doing my part in the fight against COVID-19 by following all safety protocols and, most importantly, rolling up my sleeve for the vaccine. So I'm encouraging you to do the same, because that's our best shot of protecting ourselves, our family, and our friends. So don't wait, vaccinate. Let's roll up to roll out.
Here at Master Control at ZIZ, as we continue to monitor the SKN Elections 2022 results right here. So far, we've had results from all 3 seats in Nevis, results from St. Christopher 6, St. Christopher 4, and St. Christopher 3 going to the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party, St. Christopher 7 going to the People's Labour Party, and St. Christopher 5 going to the People's Action Movement. We are still waiting on results, final results for St. Christopher 1, 2, and 8. It's now 7:16, and those of us here on panel need to get some beauty sleep. We're going to call it a day. ZIZ will continue to monitor and will bring you the results here first, so stay tuned. But before we leave, I'll allow the remaining panelists to give some final remarks.
Okay. I'll start off. Good morning on a sunny Saturday morning here in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. It's Saturday, the 6th of August, 2022. And on behalf of the executive, the members, the alumni of the St. Kitts National Youth Parliament Association, I would just like to take this opportunity to congratulate Dr. Terence Drew, who by all indications is on track to become the 4th Prime Minister of an independent St. Christopher and Nevis. And we want to congratulate him for winning his seat, for coming into power, and for running a campaign in this trying time. We hope that his victory would bring some sense of stability to the nation, because that is something that we are in need of at this time. And so, in addition to that, I would like to congratulate all the other candidates who have been successful from all parties, from number 1 right down to number 11. And I hope that the work does not stop here now that you have become members of the National Assembly, but that you continue to represent your constituents' issues in Parliament, that you continue to work on their behalf, that you continue to walk the highways and the byways to ensure that our Federation continues to advance. It's my hope that you serve with integrity, that you serve freely, fairly, and without intimidation. We know that a lot of times when there's a transition of government, there's a lot of uncertainty in the air, and we are encouraging you not to take advantage of the situation, but to work as you would like, treat your neighbor as you'd like your neighbor to treat you, is what I would encourage the incoming government to do. We look forward to the plans that you have. We look forward to working with you. We look forward to advising you should the need arise. And we at SKN will continue to advance equality and justice in nation building. And we will continue to hear our views on national issues, especially those affecting the young people of our Federation. And so as we go forward into this new political term, we look forward to what is ahead. We look forward to visiting Parliament and continuing to advance our work as we work with the next government. Once again, congratulations to all the successful candidates Congratulations to all who have put up themselves as candidates to represent their constituents, and congratulations to Dr. Terence Drew.
Thank you so much, Moriel.
Okay. Good morning once again. I would just like to join with Moriel by congratulating the Labour Party on a successful victory, and also to the candidates, I congratulate you as well, and to the parties, I congratulate you, and I hope that this election can bring a close to the uncertainty that we would have been experiencing for quite some time, and that we can move forward and plot forward for a better St. Kitts and Nevis over the next 5 years and beyond. And to Leah, you've been a great moderator, and this was my first time doing this. And
mine too.
Oh, okay, you see, you were amazing. And even though I may not have said much, I did listen, and each panelist would have raised some very interesting points, and I hope that I can be back here again to even deliver some more in the next general elections. And yeah, it was a great experience. Thank you.
Good night again. I am Malachi.
Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry.
This is why we need to leave. This is why we need to leave.
I am Malachi Ferguson, Vice President of SKN2022, and I joined the President in his remarks. Also would like to congratulate Dr. Terence Drew on being the next Prime Minister of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. I also like to congratulate the projected winner for constituency, St. Christopher 1, which is our founding father, Dr. Jeffrey Hanley. It's the Congress Maydad for St. Christopher 3, who is a former SKN2022, and all other SKN2022 are former honorary members, John L. Powell, Aquila. In the elections, what I'll ask for is joining again with the President, stability. We think this has gone on for far too long, and we need to get back to the work of the people. You have been employed by the people, and the work starts now, right? And as the earlier panel said, let's call wrong wrong and right. Let's do the right thing, okay? Not based on our party's affiliation, but let's understand, let's live by our motto, which is country above self. Good. Stay safe, and God bless.
Thank you so much, Malachi. Okay, there you have it, our wrap up. Certainly it's been a pleasure on my end being in the youth lounge with these SKN2022ians, being on the main panel with our other excellent panelists. It was an experience for me, first time as well. Definitely can't see myself doing it again. Of course, that's up to ZIZ. We have to take this opportunity to thank them for bringing us here, creating the set. We extend gratitude to Diego, Ariana. I received so many compliments on the set decor, the fact that it was so modern, it was so different and inviting and welcoming. So certainly a good move in the right direction here at ZIZ, and it has been felt by our viewership. So kudos to you. We thank our sponsors as well, making it possible for us to be here to provide this coverage for you. To the winners, I ask you to lead with humility and exercise grace as you enjoy your victory. To the losers, the unsuccessful candidates, I say, hard luck. Most of you, if not all of you, I think, put your hearts and souls into this campaign. I know, as we said earlier, it was a snap election, albeit we mentioned that you must always be in a state of preparedness. However, I think under the circumstances, you all did extremely well, and you deserve a resounding round of applause. Please don't take this rejection as a rejection of you. Do not take it on, but use it as a constructive critique of where you can improve, whether as you continue your political career or as you carry on to other pursuits. We also extend advance congratulations to outstanding predictions in 1, 2, and 3 for the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party. And 8. Thank you for that correction. And I join with the Skaniparians in asking you, as you form the next government, to be mindful that you represent the people of St. Christopher and Nevis, not just the persons who voted for you. And to be mindful that just how you lost that vote in 2015 and 2020, it can happen again. So as you move forward, try to move away from the tribalism, from the strong partisan approach. Move away from the victimization. You call for Freedom Day. And I'm imploring to you to ensure that freedom prevails here in our federation. Thank you so much, viewers, for sticking with us for, almost 12 hours, actually. We started around 7:30, 7:45, so almost 12 hours here with us. Stay tuned to ZIZ. They will be broadcasting the results as soon as they become available. Thank you so much for sticking with us here as we covered the SKN election 2022 results right here at ZIZ.
Platinum means luxury at your fingertips. Platinum means indulging in a 3-course meal. Platinum means treating a friend or a loved one. Platinum means completing daily errands with a single tap. Platinum means card-to-card transfers. Even when you're on the go. Platinum means shopping anywhere in the world. MasterCard approved. You deserve loyalty. You deserve Platinum.
Welcome back. As the nation prepares for general elections in the coming weeks, ZIZ News provides a breakdown of the 2020 election results. Here are the details.
In 2020, the Team Unity Coalition won overall, securing 9 out of the 11 seats. According to the election results, some of those victories were by hundreds of votes, while others were very close. In constituency number 1, Jeffrey Hanley won by 24 votes, winning 8 out of 15 boxes. In constituency number 2, John L. Powell won by 232 votes, winning 11 out of 13 boxes. In constituency number 3, Akila Byron Nisbet won by 89 votes, winning 5 out of 10 boxes. In constituency number 4, Lindsey Grant won by 350 votes, winning all 10 boxes. In constituency number 5, Sean Richards won by 475 votes, winning 8 out of 10 boxes. In constituency number 6, Dr. Denzel Douglas won by 1,077 votes, winning all 9 boxes. In constituency number 7, Dr. Timothy Harris won by 1,263 votes, winning all 9 boxes. In constituency number 8, Eugene Hamilton won by 24 votes, winning 8 out of 18 boxes. Moving on to Nevis, in constituency number 9, Mark Brantley won by 538 votes, winning 14 out of 18 boxes. In constituency number 10, Eric Evelyn won by 543 votes, winning all 6 boxes. In constituency number 11, Alexis Jeffers won by 197 votes, winning 7 out of 10 boxes. Voter turnout last election ranged from 44 to 68% in each constituency, indicating that on average, only about half of the registered voters came out to the polls. This year, there are a few new faces on the ballot, as both the People's Action Movement and the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party have fielded new candidates in some of the constituencies. And for the first time, the People's Labour Party has announced a full slate of candidates contesting seats in all 8 constituencies on St. Kitts. This year's entry protocols are a bit more relaxed, so pundits suggest that the voters who live overseas may have a more significant impact. With these factors, analysts have said it's difficult to predict how this election may turn out, but the one thing that can be agreed upon is that the final outcome lies in the hands of the voters. Jason Davis for ZIZ News.
Platinum means luxury at your fingertips. Platinum means indulging in a 3-course meal. Platinum means treating a friend or a loved one. Platinum means completing daily errands with a single tap. Platinum means card-to-card transfers, even when you're on the go. Platinum means shopping anywhere in the world. MasterCard approved. You deserve loyalty. You deserve platinum.
Here's $1 go buy something to eat.
Right, Mr. DJ. Yes, if you're here in the cultural village, I want to say special good evening to you. It's all about the night of steel pan. So tonight we've seen a lot of steel pan lovers. So I'm going to just do the run order before the first band comes on. So the run order is Pandora. And after Pandora is Aspiring Star Steel Orchestra. Then after them, we're going to have the Poinciana Rhythms. Then Positive Vibes. Then after them, we're going to be having Young Vibes, Queen City, Young Vibration, Queen City. And then after them, we're going to be having EBJ, Owali Rhythms, Nevis Youth Steel Orchestra. And then to end the show tonight, we're going to be having Owali Pan Vibrations. So if you're a steel pan lover, thank you for coming. We're going to be starting with the Pandoras, and with everything we have to put God first. And Pandora said they're going to give you a 3-4 song gospel selection tonight. And every time a steel pan done play, I want you to give them a round of applause. So Pandoras, take it away.